Good morning. Want to call to order the July 11th, 2017 meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. I want to welcome all who've joined us in the chambers here this morning. I know we have some presentations and certainly a number of items that will be discussed, and we'll hear from a number of you on some of those items, I trust, as we go through the morning's session as well as this afternoon's session. So again, we welcome all of you, and with that, I'll turn to our clerk, Flo Evans, to call the roll, establish a quorum, make some brief announcements. We'll do the Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll dive right into the agenda. So with that, Flo.
Good morning, Supervisors. Supervisor Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Peters?
Here.
Frost?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thanks.
This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the Local Government Affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed captioned and is webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, July 14th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch. Members of the audience wishing to address the board may fill out a speaker slip and hand it to staff. When the chair calls your name, please come to the podium. Also, please silence your electronic devices at this time.
Great. Well, thank you, Flo. I'm going to ask Steve Hammond to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Steve, would you lead us this morning in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
We'll get a chance to recognize you here in a few minutes as well. So, okay, with that, Flo, we have a very full agenda, and we have some items to be continued or notations. If you'll run us through those, please.
Okay, so you do have 2 off-agenda items, and then you have 57 consent matters. For your off-agenda items, I do need a motion to determine the necessity to hear that, and we can just do that for both items.
Okay. Second. Moving second to hear those items. Please vote.
Ms. Peters?
Yeah, I don't have any off-agenda items. Or,
There are 2 resolutions, and I apologize if it didn't make it into your record.
One for Bob Garvey, one for Mr. Zender for the school dedications. They should have been circulated.
We distributed those yesterday.
no,
Okay.
I didn't get them.
Unanimous vote? Okay, so for the first resolution, it's celebrating the opening of the Robert J. McGarvey Elementary School. For the second resolution, it's celebrating the opening of the Zender Ranch Elementary School. So we'll need a motion to adopt those resolutions.
All right, I would so move. All right, nothing further. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. And for your consent matters, the only notes that I have, I want to call to your attention that you are introducing an ordinance for item 17, amending Title 6, Chapter 6.105 of the Sacramento County Code relating to emergency, obstetric, and pediatric medical services distribution of penalty, assessment, and tobacco tax funds. You're waiving full reading and continuing to July 25th for adoption.
Okay.
So moved.
And that concludes my notes for
Okay. We don't
consent
need that.
matters.
That's just be included in the full motion, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
All right, so let me turn to my colleagues in and see if there's any questions. I don't have anybody sign up in any consent calendar, so if anyone wishes to speak to a consent calendar item, now is the time to get a speaker form in, but we'll go down the line here. So I'll start with Supervisor Peters.
Yeah, I'd like the record to reflect I'm recusing from item 3 due to a potential conflict of interest, and I have a question on number 30.
Okay, all right, so we'll note the recusal on item 3, and we'll come to back to item 30 in a moment. Supervisor Frost? Okay, all right. Supervisor Kennedy, none. Supervisor Cerna? No. Okay. I do want to just make a comment on item 36. We'll do that in a moment. So with that, then, if you'll call item 30, please.
Okay, item number 30 is the Asphalt Concrete Overlay Project 2015 Federal Phase 2, rejection of bids and approval to re-advertise, bids to be received on August 10th, 2017.
Okay.
Mr. Penrose.
I asked a question yesterday about why this bid was rejected, and I just got the email answer that you're modifying the scope to match the funding for the project because it came in over bid. Here's my concern, and I wonder if you or County Council can come up with a different way of doing this, is that this is July 11th, and by the time you rebid this, and the bids come in and it gets awarded will be probably September or October, which then I'm going to hear that we can't start because it's weather. We have to wait for the weather to change, and then, so somehow it's been delayed. It'll end up being delayed a year or 9 months, close enough to a year to round up. So is there something we can do here to go ahead with the project or cut it in this meeting? I don't know. I'm frustrated that of the rebid, it's coming in so late in July. I mean, I would have expected to have seen this in April, and I didn't get a chance to talk to you yesterday, Mike, so I'm sorry, but it's just highly frustrating.
I understand, Supervisor. We, as it relates to the schedule, we do believe it's still constructible by this season, but there is some risk running it later to what you've identified. We can't guarantee that if we have early rains, but given the date that we expect to receive the bids, which is August 10th for the rebidding, we should have time to award the contract and complete the work this year. But there is some risk with that. I have to acknowledge that. I'm not aware of a way, and County Council maybe can share with us, but I'm not aware of a way that we could reduce the scope under the bid project and still be able to award it, because the significance of the reduction to align the revenue with or the project with the available funding. I don't think there's a way to do that, but.
Not under the bidding process. The only thing I could suggest is that if different monies were used for some of the starting activities, but the bidding process is constrained.
Yeah.
You can't start the project and then have a scope change in the middle of the project?
I don't believe that would be something we could enter into today as a way of awarding the project with the intent of reducing the scope that significantly.
Is the new bid package ready to go out on the
Yes, it
street
is.
today?
Yes, it is ready to go out, and we can to try and mitigate this is we can really take an aggressive approach in terms of getting the contracts executed once the bids are approved, to try and compress that so that we don't have that. There's a given 30-day period of time where the contractor can respond to the contracts being submitted, upon the award, and we can do everything we can to try and compress that. We've done that before. If we get a willing contractor to execute documents more quickly, we can get things fired up sooner.
And you get it on the agenda right away?
Yes, we can do all those things. We'll do everything we can to compress it. I do recognize the risk associated with us re-advertising.
Why did it take so long so long meaning July, to get it on our agenda?
I didn't bring with me the schedule to get to today. I could respond to that if you'd like to outside of the meeting, but it was just our regular development process for it. The schedule that we have delivered this on is one where we would have no question about whether we could complete it this season, but the bids didn't align, as you saw in the board report, with our available
Usually,
funding.
we see this is part of my frustration, I'm just getting it out. I mean, usually we see these kinds of things in the spring, so that if there's a rebid, there's time to get the project done this year. So, yes, I would like to hear back as to why that didn't happen.
I'll compile that for you.
It isn't like, this project, we've been working on it for 6 years or something like that, trying to get enough money to finish that end.
Yeah.
And now we've got to reduce it again, so.
I know.
Could I ask a question? Because there's another agenda item under previously directed authority. We give the authority for administrative approval to the Deputy County Executive if a bid comes in that is either equal to and or less than what the projected amount was, and there are no bid protests. Why could we not give authority so we could streamline this a bit, so we don't have to wait for, this happens to fall during the summer break, the authority to rebid if it's over a certain percentage and there are no bid protests. So if something comes in 20% higher, in this case it's 30% higher, then to rebid that so that we don't lose the time that is referenced, certainly in the frustration that Supervisor Peters is calling for. We give the authority to award it. Why wouldn't we give the ability to rebid under certain circumstances? I think that ought to be take a look at that and have that back to our board and use this as a learning example, and hopefully one that doesn't cause a seasonal delay, but I think we ought to look at that.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a very good point, one that we have not considered before. So.
And just to point to the staff report, it didn't explain what you explained in your email, that you were going to reduce the project. So my first reaction is, by delaying this a couple months, what makes you think it's going to come in for less money? But
It had just one sentence that the scope had been reduced, which was not very clear.
Yes.
I agree with you, yeah.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
Could I ask one other, it's a related question, it relates to where we left off in budget in our discussions when we were last in session, and it also relates to the seasonal question here. With the projected revenue increase that will come in the latter part of the fiscal year under, at least under the current set of circumstances, relates to the increase in the gas tax, and other revenues will flow from the state to the county and cities. We'd ask, or at least I know I'd ask, I think there was some concurrence here about what we could do potentially on the order of magnitude of what was projected to be $1.5 million to $2 million in additional funds by year's end, do this construction season. I guess you've taken some look at that. It would be done through force account, I guess, which is through our own forces. But where do we get a chance to weigh in on that? Because again, as the clock ticks, it's not necessarily the contract, but you still got to schedule that work. You've got to have crews available, and the weather window, as it did last year, could close pretty early. So where are we with that? That would still require board authorization because our budget did not take that into account. And here we are again, July 11th, as Ms. Peters said. So where are we with that, Mike?
Yeah, so the department right now, we're working through what we think would be the potential of about an additional $1 million worth of work to be done by force account by this season. And I don't think we're going to try and represent that we would do $1.5 million to $2 million. We think that would be actually extending too far, but we are looking to see if we could do about $1 million worth. And we're actually identifying the sites now, as well as trying to confirm if we do that work in advance, what risks may be inherent with that, with early expenditures for SB1 monies, because we don't actually get the money till later in the year, and what we can do in the context of a swapping out essentially of the existing. So I think you understand those pieces. So I can just tell you the department's right in the middle of doing that work now. We would be tagging that work on anyways in the September, October, November timeframe, because we're fully booked over the next couple of months with force account that was already a part of budgeted work. So hopefully that makes sense. So it would be an add-on to our season in the latter part of it.
Well, if you put it in November, last year we got cut short in October. We had work that was scheduled, certainly I know in district I represent, that basically got put on the shelf until this summer because we couldn't get it done in October when we anticipated it. I guess I would say to that, though, it's certainly an analysis of whatever those risks are. We need to go in with our eyes open. But like this year, we were facing, a several $1 million gap. We've now budgeted for that in a way that has an adopted budget or approved budget behind it. But I guess I would say for that type of an assessment, if something else happens as it relates to the gas tax and or some overturning of that action through a ballot measure or whatever, we'll have to take that as it comes. But it would seem to me, I think, in light of some of the distress that our roads are in, again because of last season, certainly the ensuing years, that what we can get done this season makes sense. And I guess if it's only $1 million and it's getting tacked on, I worry about that too, because I know some of the work, if it gets done later in the season, can be affected by the weather conditions and so forth. And so that's a little bit frustrating to me too, because again, if we have those resources and then we only get these weather windows, and then so that we're into the next fiscal year, this time next summer, we'll be sitting here having a conversation about what we might have accomplished, even with the money that's available. And so I guess I appreciate the work that's been done over the last few weeks, but I guess I would encourage us to let's get that added to the schedule, and if you need to bring a board item, I guess that's fine in order to accomplish that. But and let the supervisors in respective districts know what sort of work is being contemplated with our own forces. So,
be happy to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
All right. Ms. Peters, anything else on that item?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Okay. Thanks, Mike. Yep. Okay. I just had a couple of quick items. Then I did want to get a clarification on item 18 and the attachment, if we could. I trust that the number is what is on the attachment 2. This is on the dental care. I want to read that item into the record.
Item number 18, authority to execute 3.5-year expenditure agreements funded by the California Department of Healthcare Services Dental Transformation Initiative for the implementation of the local dental pilot program in the amount of $5,354,972.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear. I think the math is evident, but the total number on attachment 2 that shows under the pilot number 2, the medical dental partnership, it shows 17,500. Although the commas and I would take that to be the addition there is 1,750 because we have 54,000 units, 56,000 people to serve. I want to be sure that for clarification that we are calling for 1,750 and not 17,500.
That is correct.
Okay, thanks. So noted. And then the only other item I wanted to comment on, if we could, would be, excuse me,
36?
yes, item 36, please.
Okay, that's the Excelsior Road Bike Path and Bridge Improvement Project,
Okay.
award of bid to Abide Builders Incorporated.
Okay, I just want to express thanks again to Mike Penrose. You don't have to come up here and field any tough questions. I want to just say thank you to our transportation division and department, as well as others who've assisted in this regard. And certainly, I know I see Rob Leonard there. He had some early iterations of this under previous authorities, and I know our both our Economic Development Department and folks that have been working with Mather reuse and conversion have been working this in the neighborhood. Will greatly appreciate this. Certainly, some of the school kids and others who would use this pathway to get to the school and to the park. And so, it's been a long time in coming, but by the end of the season, we should have it in place. And so, again, thanks to all who've been involved in getting the project to the point that it is today. So, that's it. Thanks. Okay. Then I have no one signed up on any consent matter. Anyone here wish to speak to any consent item? If not, then a motion would be in order, noting recusal by Supervisor Peters on item 3. Okay. The chair would second it. Okay. All right, so it's been moved and seconded then to approve the consent calendar, and if nothing further, please vote.
Unanimous vote with the record showing that Supervisor Peters did recuse from item number 3.
Okay. And we have a number of presentations this morning, I believe.
Okay, so for your presentations, item 58, it's the presentation of resolution proclaiming the week of July 17th through the 21st, 2017 as pretrial probation and parole supervision week.
Okay, I'll call Chief Seal to the podium, along with anyone else he wants to invite, and I'll take the rest of the chair.
Good morning, Chair Natoli Lee Seal, Chief Probation Officer. It's members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. It's really an honor to be recognized for pretrial probation and parole supervision week, commencing next week from July 17 through July 21. I thank the board for taking this moment to honor the contributions of the women and men of the Sacramento County Probation Department. As a department, we are committed to a research-based approach to public safety, one that promotes positive behavior change. Our goals are to prevent crime and delinquency, to reduce recidivism, to restore victims, and promote healthy families and communities. Every day, Sacramento County probation officers are in our communities striving toward these goals in many different ways. We seek to prevent crime by changing criminal thinking. We write reports for the courts, independently and objectively assessing the facts and law of each case. We hold our clients accountable through community supervision. We serve victims by collecting restitution and compensating them for their losses. We rehabilitate our clients with evidence-based strategies that change behavior. We operate a secure detention facility that's focused on turning around the lives of the young people who come into our care. And finally, we work closely with our local jail and numerous prisons throughout the state to support successful reentry. We're proud to be a part of the local law enforcement here in Sacramento County. So on behalf of the Probation Department, I look forward to accepting the resolution, and I thank the board for officially designating the week Pretrial Probation and Parole Supervision Week here in Sacramento County. We thank the board for taking this time to acknowledge the hard work of our department's employees.
Before I present this to you, I think we actually added a day to it. We got July 16th to the 22nd, so you were 17 to 21, so we got 2 more days in the week.
We're
so
24/7.
You are. So, at any rate, just reflect very briefly, certainly what Chief Seal said, and the dedicated men and women of the department who each and every day, 24/7, as you just said, serve the people of this community and this county in a variety of ways to maintain a quality of life and to protect our citizens and and their residencies and their businesses, but I think to try to help folks as well. I think certainly what probation does in concert with our other law enforcement agencies is very critical, because it certainly protects the public safety, but it also works to help restore folks in a way, providing restoration services that I think really help benefit the community long term, but also the individuals and their families as well. So on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, we'll present this resolution that does, again, proclaims July 16th through 22nd, 2017 as Pretrial Probation and Parole Supervision Week here in Sacramento County. And I don't know if you have other folks in the audience, or is it just you today?
We have many folks in the audience. So
Okay, we're going to applaud all of you. So please come on down, and while we do that, we'll take a photo.
Just a few.
No, Don. Long explanation. I'll fill you in later.
Yeah, right. Who's left at YDF?
Item 59, presentation of resolution congratulating California District 5 Little League upon the occasion of its 60th anniversary.
Good to see you. Fine. Well, again, it's my privilege and pleasure on behalf of the Board of Supervisors to certainly welcome Norm Fuller to our chambers here this morning. I don't know if you have anybody that's with you, or if you're...
They're all working.
Okay, they're all working, so he's here solo, but really important occasion, and I had a chance the last couple of years to get to meet not only Norm, but certainly some of the folks that are involved in our District 5 Little League organization, and I don't think there's anybody that is aware of community ongoings is not aware of Little League and what certainly it's meant to our community, but certainly to a pastime, but also a sport and an engagement that really provides a wholesome opportunity for young people, and certainly all the folks, all the adults who are in any way involved, coaches and mentors, and those that staff the snack bars, and make sure the fields are kept up. And for 60 years now in this community, the California District 5 Little League organization has provided leadership and guidance to 12 member organizations that are scattered throughout certainly the Sacramento region, Sacramento community. And I would just want to, on behalf of our board, certainly Norm, to extend to you and to the organization, all those that are working so hard. And, on the eve of the All-Star game, we know that, one of the national pastimes has been certainly baseball for many, many, many generations in the United States. But certainly in this community, Little League has had a very strong presence, and I'm sure many in this audience have attended games, if not been participants as a youngster. And I think what the District 5 administration has done, they've served to raise money, to secure facilities, to make sure that there's officiating and umpires that are in place to oversee the game, and all the things that go with having a good organizational structure. And again, Norm reflects a long lineage of leadership in that organization, and certainly I compliment him. I had a chance to visit with him last year when I was out at American River College and seeing some of the activities. And it really is a sight to behold, and certainly the young people in their uniforms and engagement, and I think the professionalism, that the courtesy they extend to one another as athletes and as competitors, but certainly that's really embodied in Little League and in the sport, and certainly through the administration. And so, Norm, on behalf of this board and certainly the broader Sacramento community, we want to recognize 60 years of good work in this community, and certainly the leadership. And we know that many of those athletes have gone on, some of them obviously to professional sports, others have gone on to other pursuits and continue their activities as coaches and leaders in Little League. But I think almost to the person, you can say that most of those folks that have participated one way or the other have gone on to be upstanding, contributing members of this community and the communities in which they live. And so, again, what's embodied in Little League and the whole engagement goes on both on the field and off the field is so very, very important to the structure of our community. So on behalf of that, we want to thank you for your contributions, for your leadership, certainly Norman, to all your officers and others that are involved. And I want to wish you well as you embark on the next 60 years of doing this. You probably won't be you doing it for the next 60 years, but certainly the organization. And so we thank you for all the good work and present this to you on behalf of your organization.
Great.
So,
Thank you, Don.
We'll get a picture here,
okay.
And then we'll let you say a few words. Good. You're going to tell us a little about what's going on?
Yes. Well, thank you very much. For last year and for the next 2 years, our district has been honored with hosting the Western Regional Tournament for the Senior Division, which involves the 11 western states of the United States. And last year, Don was there, and he threw out the first pitch. And it was it was a strike. It was a strike, Don.
Oh, I don't know about that.
And we're doing that again this year and also next year. So we invite any and all to come out to American River College on July 20th through 26th and watch these kids play ball.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, for your next item, 60, presentation of resolution honoring Steve Hammond upon the occasion of his retirement.
Well, again, indeed an honor, and I know some of my colleagues will want to weigh in, I'm sure, as well, to recognize someone who has been a real fixture in this community for nearly 2 decades, certainly with his work, but been almost ever present when it comes to activities that have been of a positive nature and promoting certainly the Sacramento community and not only visitors and tourism, but certainly the aspects of things that this region can be very, very proud of. And so, again, I'm pleased to be able to, on behalf of our board this morning, Steve, to recognize you. And I'm not going to read all the whereases, and I think this is a compilation of maybe Steve's resume over the last 18 years, but really some very, very important aspects, I think, milestones along the way. When you first came on board, it's now Visit Sacramento, but it was a Sacramento Convention Visitors Bureau at the time, and obviously with the branding and some of the activities that go on, and serving as the President and Chief Executive Officer, he's been, the leader and certainly I think a real force behind changes that have been of a positive nature as it relates to visitors and attractions for purpose of hospitality, but also I think of things that really continue to put this a part of the state, in this part of the United States, this region, the Sacramento region, and all the communities that are part of it, ever more so on the map. And I would just note that in Steve's tenure, he certainly has been a strong part of the California Capital Air Show, has served on that board, Sacramento Walk of Stars, the Farm to Fork Capital activities. Just note, I wasn't aware of this until we were putting the information together, that as a part of that, certainly all the activities that highlight our region and the abundant produce and things that are grown here and consumed here. But that as a part of that, did you actually get a world record acknowledgement in the Guinness Book of World Records for donating fruits and vegetables to underserved communities as a result of that? And that in 2016, it was 494,000 pounds of fresh fruits and vegetables that were served to this community. So
Delivered to needy communities within 48 hours.
that's amazing.
Great.
I would applaud that. I think that's great. But also note too, then, some of the things that are premier activities, and the work with the Sports Commission, obviously, in the reconstitution of that, USA Track and Field Championships recently just completed here. Certainly, the Senior Softball Championships, of the Amgen Tour, NC2A Men's Basketball Championships. Visit Sacramento has been a part of those activities, and certainly, strong promotion, and been a part of the leadership that has helped secure those events. And in addition to that, he served on a number of boards that reflect, obviously, his professional engagement, and also has helped to lead fundraising efforts for the March of Dimes. And I guess just very recently, you were also bestowed another honor, which you received the F. Norman Clark Tourism Champion of the Year Award, awarded by the California Travel Association. A very prestigious award, and again, I think reflective of Steve's work within the industry, but certainly his good work here in this community. And so, with that being said, I've certainly appreciated his work, and certainly his, I think, engagement and his diligent pursuit of taking this region to the next level. In his retirement, Steve plans to enjoy some of those pursuits in a little more casual way, and certainly pastimes such as golf and traveling with his wife, Debbie. And I guess you're also, I didn't realize that you're a novelist. You're working on... A wannabe. So he's working on a couple of books, so we might see him show up on Amazon Books or one of the local bookstores. Okay, well, we'll see. You never know. And with all being said, though, we want to, on behalf of this community, a very grateful community, Steve, extend our certainly best wishes, but our thanks and gratitude to you for all your work, both professionally, but certainly personally, and your engagement in this community. And you've helped to advance the civic and economic and cultural growth of this community in a variety of ways, some you know and some that maybe we're not aware of. But we want to thank you for that and offer our sincere best wishes to you and Debbie, and for good health and much happiness and many blessings in the years to come. Congratulations, Steve. Thank you. Get a picture, Mayor. You can introduce you.
Yeah. That was great. That's going to keep my talking point short because Don just took all my good stuff. But I did want to say thank you. Thank you very, very much. I'm honored and I'm humbled to be here. It has been almost 2 decades, and I remember the seat and the day when I first came here was 2 days after I was hired. And it was right there, second row, right on the aisle. And we had that was the beginning of a very, very great relationship with the county. As I was reflecting, driving over here this morning, I was thinking back of all the county supervisors and all of the city council folks, the elected officials that I work with very closely. And Don, you're the only one that was sitting here on that day. So as I said, I'm humbled and I'm very appreciative that this actually came from your office, because you and I have been working side by side since the day that I took my job. The thank yous could go on forever, and to so many people. Certainly the people in this room and all of the county supervisors that preceded you, we've had great support. And I wouldn't be doing it justice if I didn't say thanks to Nav Gill as well. And Rob Leonard was on our board the day that I started. He was a liaison for years for the county, and then moved on, and we had some other folks follow. But thank you so much for that as well. So we've taken on a lot. It's been a long road together. We started, the day that I walked in here was actually for the first time, it was for budget approvals. Our entire budget at the time was $2.2 million. Today, it's a little over $11 million. And that comes from great support from the city, county, and mostly our hotel partners. And we're into, as you know, a lot of events. You touched on it. The two biggest things that we've taken on are the Sports Commission and the Farm to Fork Initiative. And so our staff has gone from 22 people to about 45 now. And I accredit a lot of that growth and the small successes that we've had to the folks in this room. So thank you again, and thank you for allowing me to be a small footnote of the successes that we've enjoyed here in the county.
Turn my microphone on first. Wanted to congratulate you. You were here when I came on the board, and I remember the size of the organization then, and not only has the budget increased, but the activities that you've brought to Sacramento have just been phenomenal. I mean, you've really moved it into a first-rate organization, and your successor will have big shoes to fill. I know that's a trite expression, but really and truly it is. You had a vision for the organization and for the region, and I think you've accomplished it. And taking over the troubled Sports Commission and turning that around and bringing the bicycle racing and many other activities back to Sacramento. I just really can't say enough about your leadership over there, and I know your staff was really going to miss you. I mean, I can remember all the rumbles earlier on and the horrible budget cuts we had to give you in 2009, and you were able to work through that, and we all did, and get back on track. And I just really thank you very much for all you've done for the region. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
What she said.
Now, I'd like to certainly also extend my sincerest thanks to you, Steve. We've had a chance to work together now almost 7 years, and in that time I've come to know you as a not just a fierce promoter of the county and the city and the region, but someone that I think has done that from the place of a real genuineness. This is your home, and it's clear that it's your home in the work that you do, and we can't ask for anything more than that. And for that, I'm just very, very grateful.
Thanks, Phil.
Congratulations, Steve. I'm sorry I'm so new. I didn't get to work with you, but I wish you well going forward, and thank you for your contribution to the region.
Well, my wife and I aren't going anywhere, so hopefully you and I will have a chance to work together.
Oh, good. Call me.
Yeah. We'll just have the whole, this isn't our whole staff, this is just part of our staff. By the way, I should say that I think everyone knows that Mike Testa was the person that was selected by a search committee to replace me. There was 34 applicants for the job from all over the country, and it was an exhaustive search. But Mike I think all of you know him, you know his tenacity. He's a young person, so I'm thrilled about having that. It's a young person, he's in his mid-40s. I mean, that's pretty young to me. But there's going to be, I think, a new energy that Mike is going to bring in and take this organization to a new level. So anyway, he and Sonia Bradley are out of town at our annual conference that we do every year, so they weren't able to make it today, but I'm sure that Mike will be calling on all of you to come in and say hi very, very soon. And one last thing, and this is, the thank yous, there's a million of them, and I'm sure there's a million people that I will forget, but I do want to talk about the food that we did, that we raised, that set the Guinness Book of World Records actually twice. That could have not happened, and the distribution never would have happened without our good friends and our partnership with the Sacramento Food Bank. As you know, they're fabulous people and do fabulous work, so they had a big hand in that. So anyway, I'd like to just invite my staff up to say, part of my staff, to come up and say hello. And then we'll get pictures. And
tell us who they are real quick.
Well, yeah, sure. Why don't you go through? We'll do it probably a little quicker.
Just see all that off.
Yeah, Sue, you know, she's the one that does the county exhibit and has been doing the county exhibit for, before I got here,
It's 19 years. My name's Sue Stauffer. I'm creative director for Sacramento Convention and Visitors Bureau, also known now as Visit Sacramento.
Sherilyn, and I think you all talk to Sherilyn often.
Yes.
My executive assistant.
Yes, I'm Sherilyn Clifford, Steve's executive assistant for I've been the entire time with him for 18 plus years. In fact, I was hired right before he got here. So it's been a long run, and yes, I'm going to miss him a lot. So.
Hi, I'm Harminder. Actually only got to work with Steve for a year and a half, but I'm happy I did, and I'm in the accounting department.
Lucy.
Hi, my name is Lucy Steffens, and I've been with Visit Sacramento, formerly the CVB. Today's my anniversary, and I've been with the Bureau for 34 years. And I was 5 when I started. And I actually handle the film commission, so.
Hi, my name is Annie Fairburn, and I have been with Visit Sacramento for just under a year. I'm now actually over at one of our other departments, which is called Sacramento 365. So I'm promoting a lot of the events and activities, restaurants, venues in Sacramento, bringing more to the community. So.
I'm Melissa Green. I am the Business Intelligence and Convention Marketing Coordinator for Visit Sacramento. I've been here for 6.5 years, and I have loved every minute of it. It's been a pleasure working with Steve and everyone at the team, so I'm grateful for the opportunity.
Good morning. My name is Danielle Ferroni, and I've been with Visit Sacramento for about 5 years now. And I've been in the role of a volunteer coordinator for about 3 years. We're branded Sac Event Crew, and we support all the wonderful events that Visit Sacramento promotes, Sacramento Sports Commission, all the Farm to Fork events, and best place to volunteer in Sacramento. And we will truly miss Steve. He has been a wonderful leader.
Hello, my name is Dawn Brown. I'm the Convention Marketing Manager for the Convention Sales Team, and I've been with Visit Sacramento for over 16 years. And I've told Steve this many times. There's not too many people that I can look up to and say that I'm very, very proud. And I'm very, very proud of Steve. And I'm really going to miss him.
My name is Zephaniah Smith. Most people know me as Z. I've been working with Steve 17 years, great years, and I'm Office Service Coordinator.
Good morning. My name's Brad Hillard. I've been working with Steve for over 16 years also, and I started as a convention sales manager 16 years ago on Steve's team, and I've spent the last 4 years as part of the Sports Commission. So very proud to be working with Steve. Love the sporting events that we bring to town, and we're going to miss him, but we look forward to a bright future too. Thank you.
All right. Well, congratulations, Steve and team.
Yeah. Do it in front of us.
Okay. Item 61, presentation of resolution congratulating the California State Fair upon the occasion of its 50th anniversary.
Rick Pickering, come up. And Tom Martinez, please. And we probably should have timed this. Okay. We probably should have timed this in a way that when they were here giving us the invitation to the State Fair back before the summer recess. But nonetheless, the fair is about ready to kick off. I know that Rick and Tom will give us a quick recap of all that. But this is an opportunity for us to, again, to recognize certainly the State Fair, this current edition, which begins in just a few short days. The 164th California State Fair, but also the 50th anniversary of the fair moving to its current location there at Cal Expo. And we're all very familiar with that, and certainly the long and very solid history. But the State Fair has, over the years, moved around in a host of locations, but obviously ended up here in Sacramento. And by way of, I guess, by way of San Francisco, Stockton, Marysville, and then Sacramento. And that was in 1909, I believe. And then obviously 50 years ago, this year, moved to the Cal Expo site. And without reciting all the history behind that, certainly would just note those grounds and their utilization, not just for the fair, and I think Rick shared with us here a few weeks ago, some of the ongoing activities, kind of the activities that go on each and every week and month throughout the course of any given calendar year, and the various festivals and the hosting of activities because of the availability of certainly of parking, but also the different facilities that are at the Cal Expo site. It really does serve as a hub of activity for certainly working with our convention activities and tourism, but things that bring good commerce and certainly goodwill to this community in many, many different ways. And so on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, certainly the broader community, we want to recognize the California State Fair, which, as Rick shared, again, his comments, was voted the best festival of 2016 and by Best of Sacramento, highlighted in USA Today, and has received many awards over the years for not only the conduct of the fair, but also certainly the activities which go on at the Cal Expo site. So with that, we want to recognize the hard work and the many contributions of the entire staff with the California State Fair, and recognize that the success by the State Fair at the Cal Expo site certainly contributes to a quality of life here in our community. And so we again applaud that success, and we want to wish you well on this year's State Fair and let you share about that. But also congratulations on 50 years at the same place. And once you came to Sacramento, we're not letting go of you. So congratulations. Thanks, Rick.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, again, your California State Fair, it's an honor to be part of this important part of the valued part of the Sacramento community, but I couldn't help but remind myself that we exist to showcase the talents, interests, and achievement of the people of California, the past, today, and the future. And when I look at the state's flag alongside of the flag of the county of Sacramento, the striking connections between the county of Sacramento and the state of California, and the fact that on your county flag you have a picture of the state capitol, that tie, you have the state flower, the California poppy, but you also showcase technology of its time and horses. You have the Pony Express rider, because this was a terminus of the Western Route. We still race horses in a variety of ways at the State Fair, old and new, but with new technology. You also show the 49er gold miner and how that became the largest mass migration of people across the United States. But it was the people that came here that brought us our diversity of food, our diversity of culture, and a lot of the things that we enjoy today. It was the Chinese that came here as part of the California gold rush that brought rice with them. And now the rice that's produced in California is within a 100-mile radius of Sacramento. So those folks that brought their diversity to California has helped make us who we are. I know several of you have already responded. You're going to be out at State Fair, and some of you have even said you'd like to be there this coming Sunday when we officially open our celebration of the contributions of farm labor. farm workers, more than 400,000 farm workers on 70-some-odd thousand farms in California. It's the people that grow the food that you and I enjoy in our farm to fork and in our farm to glass. So thank you for what you do and your 31 white stars. 31st state in America. We broke the tie back in the day because there was 15 of this and 15 of that. And California, in its own way, yet again was a tiebreaker back in the day at statehood. So thank you for your tie to your state fair, to your tie to your state capital. But most of all, thank you for what you do for the people of this community. So come on out and celebrate.
Good, thanks, Rick.
Thank you.
Oh, no. Good. Okay. Yeah. Want to give us the dates one more time? Give us the dates. Very
I know it's always dangerous to give me a microphone, but your California State Fair runs July 14th through July 30th. People ask me, is the air going to be air conditioned out at State Fair? Absolutely. All of our air is air conditioned. We just can't guarantee what temperature that will be. But come on out. We've added more shade. We've added more food. We've added more fun. And we hope you're enjoying our commercials out there, having a little fun as well. So we'll see you at your State Fair.
Good. Thanks, Rick. Thanks. Okay, well, thank you to all of our folks that were with us this morning for all their good work and appropriate recognition. So with that, then we're going to get into other items on our agenda. So, Flo, are we going to, all the business improvement districts, are they going to be called separately?
Separately.
They'll be called separately?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, for item 62, it's the Carmichael Property and Business Improvement District. Approve the initial year report and resolution providing for the levy of assessments for fiscal year 17-18.
Okay, morning, Bob.
Good morning, Bob Davison, the Division Chief of the County Engineering Division. And this is the first of 4 PBID annual, when I say PBID, it's Property and Business Improvement District. I'll just use PBID for the rest of the presentations. And we have 4 items presenting their annual reports as well as the levy of assessments. Also later on today, we have the Florin Road renewal, which is a separate public hearing item. The Carmichael, as you know, the Carmichael Improvement District was formed in 2016 and is just getting up and running after a successful hand billing effort. So those initial year assessments from that hand billing effort have just come in, and the district is certainly ready to go. Today's action is typically to receive the annual report for the district, but in a district in its initial year, the initial year report is basically the proposed budget for the next year. So today's item is is recommended that the board approve the Carmichael Property and Business Improvement District initial year report, which is the proposed budget for fiscal year 17-18, and also to adopt the resolution authorizing the levy of assessments. And also I wanted to let you know, I believe Brooks Erickson, representing the Carmichael Improvement District, has some public testimony that he'd be like to make in regard to this item. So if you have any questions, I can certainly answer them.
Any questions for Bob? If not, I do have Mr. Erickson signed up and want to give a very brief update. So, Mr. Erickson.
Hi, I'm Brooks Erickson with Carmichael Village LLC, 7423 Fair Oaks Boulevard. Thank you for the opportunity to have this tool of the Carmichael Improvement District. Since your resolution of formation last December, we've got our organization's entity established. We've applied to IRS for our determinations, seated our board, and are very close to awarding the 2 agreements for the major safety and maintenance scope of work that our owners are requiring. So thank you for getting us off, and be happy to take any questions you might have.
Okay, good. Thank you, Brooks. Ms. Peters.
I don't have any questions, Brooks, but I just wanted to thank you for all your hard work and all the hard work of your board for helping us, form this organization. I think it's going to be transformational for Carmichael, and you guys were the driving force. So thank you to you and all your board members. And good luck this next year.
Yeah, good. Thanks, Brooks. Okay, Brooks was the only one that signed up on that item, so...
Move approval.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the resolution and initial report and resolution. If nothing further, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you. Next item, please.
Okay, for the next item, 63, is the Watt Avenue Property and Business Improvement District. Approve the fiscal year 16-17 annual report and resolution, providing for the levy of assessments for fiscal year 17-18.
Okay, this being the second PBID annual report item before your board today. Again, the Watt Avenue District was approved by your board in 2015, so this is the second time that district is here with the annual report. And so with that, I recommend that your board approve the 2016 Watt Avenue PBID annual report and adopt the resolution authorizing the levy of assessments for fiscal year 17-18. And also, I want to let you know that Greg Logoteta, the executive director for the Watt Avenue the Watt Avenue Partnership, is here to make some comments as well.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Okay, unless there's any questions for Bob, Greg, want to come forward? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much for giving us a quick opportunity here. I'm new to the PBID world, but I'm not new to the formation. I've been in Watt Avenue since 2001 and was instrumental, as were many individuals in the community, to make this come to fruition. Back then, I never thought that I'd be the executive director of the PBID, but it's an honor and a privilege to be able to do that. What I wanted to do today is just give you a quick update with the support that the county and the governmental agency have provided. Some of the things that we've been able to accomplish in 2017. We've got 7 major businesses along Watt Avenue that are in the process of refurbishing or rebuilding their businesses to improve our district and bring more businesses in. In addition to that, we're in the process of waiting for approval on 2 grants. One was the TOT grant for the county. With that, if that's approved, we're going to be installing additional license plate reader cameras to help law enforcement in identifying negative activities and catch individuals as they come through the district. And we also applied for a SMUD Shine grant, and with that, we've been working very closely with the Sacramento County Sheriff's North Division. We've identified 5 areas that we would like to install lighting to deter criminal activities in the evenings. And then the biggest thing that we've done is really focused on the partnership with the governmental agencies, the Sacramento County Sheriff, California Highway Patrol, Caltrans, trying to address the transient issues and the cleanliness of the district. And so we're making good progress on that. We've just been granted the approval to adopt a corner that's a real eyesore for us coming into the district, and I'll be working with law enforcement and the county to make sure that we keep that area clean as best we can. So with that, I just want to thank you on behalf of the businesses and the board of directors for the opportunity to continue serving Watt Avenue and the partnership.
Great. Thanks, Greg.
I would just say thank you for your efforts and send my thanks to your board. Again, this is similar to Carmichael. This is your second year, but already it is transformational for that area with the new businesses locating and the remodeling going on, and that's activity we hadn't experienced in the past, and I think it's really due to your efforts. So thank you so much, and keep up the good work.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Okay, any other comments? If not, motion's in order.
So move the item.
Okay.
Second.
Moving second then to approve the resolution and annual report, and thanks to Greg and to the Watt Avenue PBID. Nothing further, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Very good. Okay, Mr. Davidson, round 3.
Item 64 is the Fulton Avenue Property and Business Improvement District, approving the fiscal year 16-17 annual report and resolution providing for the levy of assessments for fiscal year 17-18.
Good morning again. This is the third PBID annual report item before your board today, and this is for the Fulton Avenue PBID, which, as you're well aware, has been around and providing improvements and services successfully since 1998. And today, I'm recommending that your board approve the fiscal year 16-17 annual report and to adopt the resolution authorizing the levy of assessments. I also understand that Melinda Epler from the Fulton Avenue Association will be making some comments associated with this item.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Questions for Bob? If not, Melinda, good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Holy and Board of Supervisors. I'm very happy to be here today. This is my 15th year as Executive Director of the Fulton Avenue Association, so I'm honored again this year to be talking to you about what we've been doing and what we are planning to do. First, I would like to thank Supervisor Peters so much for all the support that you and your staff give us every year on so many different items. Howard is tremendously wonderful to work with, so is Vanessa, and you're always ready to help, and we very, very much appreciate you. And as well as other county staff, thank you, Mike Penrose, for always being there for our road needs, and Bob Davison for taking care of our financial reports, Rob Leonard, Mr. Gill. Your leadership is tremendously important to the way that these things operate. And I'd like to recognize Tim Cahill, the president of our board of directors. He's here today, and I appreciate him being here to support. And Hillary Gould, our district cleanup manager, is here as well, and I'm happy to have him here too. Our boundaries are 2.3 miles on Fulton Avenue between Arden Way and Auburn Boulevard. We have a slight deviation at the major intersections, but essentially it's a linear 2.3 mile commercial business district. We are just coming off of our 16th annual 4th of July parade, and I have to tell you, the Fulton Avenue was gleaming. It was gleaming with red, white, and blue neon streamers, everything you can imagine. This is a true grassroots community pride event. We had swim teams, Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, beautiful, beautiful cars coming in from the California Auto Museum, private collections of cars, lots of very festive neighborhood floats. There was a lot of community pride there, and we were very proud. Our street looked great. Our street looked great, and we owe that to our cleanup team. Our district cleanup team, Hillary Gould and Jose and Alma and their team, they work diligently every day to make sure that any trash or debris from commuters, et cetera, is removed. And after we have events, they make sure that everything is cleaned up. Our members greatly appreciate that. Shirley Miller was our Grand Marshal this year. She ran the adventure camp at the Fulton El Camino Recreation and Park District for 36 years. And she had 50 of her campers behind her with kazoos walking down the avenue to our family celebration at the park. Thanks to Chick-fil-A for always donating 800 sandwiches for people to enjoy. For many of them, it's their only meal of the day. Our cleanup program has been in effect for 11 years. It's very, very important. It's essential to the operations of our district. We have applied for a TOT grant to help us support that in the next couple of years, and I look forward to seeing you at that hearing. Our members care predominantly about two things: clean and safe. We have the clean. We are working on that diligently. We have seen issues, though, in the last year and a half like we have not seen. And mostly it's generated by the transient population. And we are working with a number of different subcontractors to try and take care of this. It's impossible to remove furniture in an hour. It's impossible to move appliances in an hour when they are dumped on private property. So we are working to get this to be more effective for our property owners. Cruise Fest is coming. We were fortunate enough, and I'm sure it's largely due to the improvements that we've made on the avenue. The California Auto Museum brought their car cruise and show to our district 5 years ago, and we are hosting our 6th on October 7th. It brings 10,000 spectators each year. It grows and grows each year. We are looking forward to as many as 500 entries for Cruise Fest this year. We are augmenting our food trucks and our music, the festival piece of the Cruise Fest. So there's the car element and there's the festival. There's something for everybody. It is the largest car cruise in Northern California. We're very, very proud to have it in our district. And of course, it's going to be smooth sailing this year because we are getting our avenue overlaid this summer. It's going to be a rough summer, but it's going to be a smooth transition into the new year. And we're very, very grateful, Mike Penrose, for making this happen. Steve White, who I work with predominantly on the details of this. We're going to be in touch with our owners weekly on the update for this project so that the county does not receive call after call after call, what the heck is going on Fulton Avenue? Because, of course, at the end of the day, It's something that's been greatly needed and looked forward to. We have a number of new restaurants in our district, and one of the things that we've done the last few years is we have organized a Taste of Fulton event. It's in the fall, and it's a wonderful way to showcase the depth and breadth of the eateries that we have, and our neighborhood folks come out and enjoy that very much. It's something that we strive to include the neighbors in because they are the ones that are ultimately going to keep many of these restaurants alive. And we're very, very proud of the diversity that we have. We use the fall to kickstart a couple of things, one of which is the holiday season. Our Taste of Fulton event is the beginning of November. We start our gift drive in November. This last year, we partnered with the the Children's Receiving Home, and we were able to collect 6 very large bins of toys and gifts for those children. We were able to deliver it after our tree lighting, which is the first Saturday in December, and I have to say, I was extremely humbled by the amount of gifts that were brought forward that we were able to share with the Receiving Home. The Receiving Home, although is on Auburn Boulevard, is very much part of our community and something that the partnership we are enjoying very much. This past year, we had our first ever anniversary event. This event was meant to thank, appreciate, and recognize many of the businesses that have been on the avenue for a long period of time. It's impossible to celebrate everybody at once, so we're going to do this year after year. Bliss Power and Lawn, 62 years. The Nilo Company, 44 years. McGlone Insurance, 33 years. Kebab House, 34 years. Capital Confections, 20 years. Artistic Edge, 10 years. That shows you the many different kinds of businesses that we've had and how long they've been able to be successful. And they love where they work, they love where they live, and they love their customer base. All of that is very important to us in our Fulton Avenue community. Maintenance and security. As mentioned earlier, clean and safe, predominantly very, very important to our members. Our patrol program is 6 days a week. It's a heavy part of our budget, and it's extremely effective. We are seeing the dispatch being called very regularly, daily, once a week by some businesses, so we're able to track where our problem areas are and how we can help businesses to mitigate future problems. In any given day, we could get calls for illegal camping, trespassing, narcotic use, disturbed persons. This is daily. And just this morning's report indicated that there was a homeless camp being built on top of a restaurant last evening. So we need to stay on top of these things. We are staying on top of these things. But none of these things have stopped proliferation of new business. And that, I also have to add, is a reflection of all of the good things that are happening. We have 2 new restaurants, Bulu Global Cuisine, African, South African, very diverse menu. Serpentine Fox, the first gastropub in our area. Very, very good reviews. These places have been open just a few months. We're expecting a major remodel of Lexus and Nilo BMW this year. This reinvestment in these properties, very, very important to us, and I look forward to sharing that with the community.
Melinda,
have reported for...
Could you kind of sum up a little bit?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I've been reporting for 7 years now about our bus shelter. We got a bus shelter grant from SACOG in partnership with Regional Transit 7 years ago. Our first bus shelter was just installed 2 weeks ago. We have one. We're having 2 more installed in the next week and 3 more after that. We're very excited to finally see, after much patience, light at the end of that tunnel. I hope that this report communicates to you the value of the great partnership that we have. It definitely exemplifies reinvestment in our community, pride in our community, the fact that we welcome and embrace diversity and that we're building on it, and longevity is so, so important. Are there any questions?
Good. Thanks, Melinda. Good. You covered a lot. Ms. Peters, any?
I would just say, Linda, thank you to you and your board for all your efforts over the last more than 15 years. I think Fulton Avenue is the gold standard for all the new P-bids or P-bids in waiting. You should look to this organization for, what you can aspire to. I don't know what the current number is, but several years ago, the organization had used their own funds to raise more than $23 million of additional investment in Fulton Avenue. So a lot can happen in a P-bid, and thank you and Tim and all your board members. So good luck to you, and see you next year.
Thank you.
Good. Thanks, Melinda. Thanks,
Move
Tim.
the item.
Second.
Okay, moving second to approve the item. Nothing further. Please vote. We need to get there we go.
Unanimous vote.
Very good. Good work. Thank you for a good report. Okay, next item.
Item 65 is County Service Area Number 10, Benefit Zone Number 3, public hearing on the written report of service charges for fiscal year 17-18 and adoption of resolution confirming the report and fixing charges.
Morning, Ron.
Good morning, Chair Antolin, members of the Board of Supervisors. On May 23rd, 2017, consent item number 43, the staff provided the written report and set this public hearing to confirm the report as well as fix the service charges for CSA 10 Benefit Zone 3. And I do have a presentation.
Brief one, though, Ron.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Absolutely. The area outlined in red is the CSA 10 Benefit Zone 3. The color shown, it looks like an orange color, is the area where we have service charges established, and the green is the area in which there is no service charge currently established. The service charges are tied to the Consumer Price Index. They are increasing by 3.01% this year. The proposed budget includes $22,000 in program administration, $10,000 for contract administration, $59,000 for contracting expenses, which includes $20,000 for the 50 corridor TMA, as well as $39,000 for a van pool, the initiation of a van pool that I'll discuss in just one moment. $10,000 as a contingency in case additional trip reduction services are needed, and it'll allow $126,000 to go into the reserves. The first accomplishment from last year that I'd really like to highlight is the van pool. We have initiated the van pool, which allows for another trip reduction choice for commuting in the Vineyard community. The first van pool was established going to the Franchise Tax Board. Since then, we've also started a second van pool, which goes here into downtown and then continues to West Sacramento. A third one is anticipated for the beginning of August, which will go to DST in El Dorado Hills. 50 Corridor TMA will continue to provide the services that we've been providing for the last several years. The second accomplishment I'd like to highlight is the completion of the transit shuttle service study. The Department of Transportation contracted with DKS and Associates to study at what trigger levels we would have a viable shuttle service and we could implement that shuttle service. The conclusions of that study are that the shuttle service should have stops at commercial facilities as well as tie into the Watt and Manlove LRT station. It also showed that 3,000 to 4,000 dwelling units is the number of, and a dwelling unit is how you equate land use to a single family residence. So approximately 3,000 to 4,000 single family residences would be required to have a peak hour shuttle service. It would take 8,000 to 9,000 DUEs to have an hourly shuttle throughout the entire day. But it concluded that the shuttle service would be a very effective trip reduction service. Just in summarizing, currently we have approximately 1,700 DUEs of development in this area. We expect just shy of 2,000 at the conclusion of this fiscal year. Again, 3,000 to 4,000 would trigger a peak hour shuttle, so you can expect to have us back in front of your board in the near future. 8 to 9 for a hourly shuttle throughout the day, and total build out is at 23,500. With that concludes my presentation, and if you have any questions.
Well, thank you, Ron, and I know Supervisor Cerna has a comment, but I just would say that good report, and certainly appreciate the fact that you continue to build on. I think obviously folks are paying for this through annual assessments, and then there may be some other charges that come with participating in the programs. But appreciate the work, and I know the diligence that you and other county staff have pursued. I know I've asked questions in years past, but good work, and thank you for the report. So,
thank you.
Okay, with that, I would. I'm sorry, Mr. Cerna, on this.
Mr. Chair, if there are no members of the public signed up to speak on this item, I'd like to move it.
Second it. Okay, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
I want to do some agenda management here, please. I don't know, the groupings are a little bit up. I want to, I know we've got a lot of folks here on item 71. And so what I want to do is just take the Florin Road P-bid, and let's take that item, and then I want to hold item 66, unless there's any disagreement amongst members, 66, 68, and 70 until, unless there's somebody here, that's has to do with the eminent domain action, so I don't know if there's anybody that's here. I don't know if anybody signed up, any property owner on that one, but otherwise we'll hold those items till the afternoon. So we'll just take the Florin Road P-bid now, and then we'll come back to those other items this afternoon. Is there any thoughts on that? Right. Okay, all right.
I should point out there are two Florin Road items on the agenda.
67 and 69.
Correct.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I've got that, and we do have a speaker on that, and then we'll get to item 71. We'll come back with the other items later on. So, all right, Bob. Let's call both those items. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. Call 67 and 69, please.
Okay. Item 67 is the Florin Road Property and Business Improvement District, approving the 2016 annual report. And then item 69 is the Florin Road Property and Business Improvement District, public hearing on the renewal of the district and the levy of assessments, tabulation of the assessment ballots, and adoption of the resolution renewing the district and authorizing the levy of assessments for fiscal year 17-18.
Okay, and I just have one speaker on that. I guess there's some video presentation too, so Bob.
Sure, and I'll take them sequentially. So first I'll do the short presentation on item 67, and then I believe there's a speaker on that, and then I'll come back and do the short presentation on item 69.
Okay, all right, very good.
So, the Florin Road annual report item is the fourth annual report item on today's agenda. And the Florin Road P-bid, of course, is the oldest P-bid, and so we've been doing this annual report since about 1997. So with that, I'm recommending that your board approve the annual report that was submitted by the Florin Road Partnership and adopt the resolution authorizing. So, excuse me, that resolution actually is associated with the next item because the board has to renew the district. So that will be a part of the next item. So apologize for that error. So with that, I do understand that Corey DeRue, the executive director for the Florin Road Partnership, has some comments in a short video.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Okay, Corey, I see you're headed down, so offer any comments you like, and I guess you have a brief video presentation, and then we'll come back to take the action on the...
Absolutely. Welcome. Thank you very much for having us here. I'm going to roll straight into our video and say just a moment afterward.
Okay. All right. Are you ready for that? Good. Little Pink Panther influence there, yes.
figured I could rattle off the numbers from the annual report, but that's a little bit more exciting as far as reviewing some of the good things we've done. As you know, we are one of the oldest in the state of California. We're the first one to renew for a 10-year term. We're honored to be doing it again. We don't plan to just renew, we're slam dunking our renew. So we have launched Big Bellies. We're revolutionizing the way PBIDs operate in Sacramento area and indeed in California. We have 30 Big Belly solar trash compacting units deployed district-wide. Before I'm forgetful, I'd like to welcome our board of directors and supporters who are here. We've got Hillary Gould of PBID Maintenance, Jenna Abbott from Mac Road Partnership is here to support us, and Barbara Etrick, our president of our board of directors. We have launched our petition drive with an over 57% approval rating. Mind you, I've only been in office for about a year, and so this was definitely a heavy lift, but something that I didn't balk at. Our maintenance crews say, our job is not only rewarding, it's satisfying, knowing we are part of shaping our community into a better and safer place. We are bringing together our business community in a way that has not been seen before, and we are experiencing the positive change coming forward from that. Our crew are happy to do their part. We had over 2,500 calls for service for 2016. We've already doubled our maintenance for 2017 with over 1,200 bags of trash collected from 2016 already. We will do more. We have a lot planned, and I think you're going to see some pretty exciting changes. We've got some art wraps coming out and banners and other such beautification projects. So we have everything ready to go for the next 10 years, and we're excited to be doing it. So thank you very much for your time.
Good. Well, thank you, Corey. Appreciate you being here, and certainly your board members. And we know Hillary's been working at this about as long as the PBIDs have been around, I think. So, and appreciate his effort.
Thank you.
Any comments by members? Okay, good. And so I invite Bob back up. We have that was a report, and now we have the resolution. So we'll couple of 67 and 69. Thanks, Corey. Stand by for the announcement here, Bob.
Okay, for item 69, this is the public hearing on the renewal of the Florin Road PBID, and also the levy assessments for fiscal year 17 and 18, should the PBID be renewed. Since this is a public hearing, your board should consider any oral written testimony that has been provided or is to be provided today. And then after the closing of the public hearing, it is recommended that your board designate Susan Getz, who's over there, the manager of special districts, to tabulate the ballots received, and then to return at 2 p.m. with the results of that tabulation. At 2 p.m., then we will inform your board of those results, and if there is no majority of protest, which means that the majority of the ballots received were in favor of the renewal, then we'll be asking for your board to take the subsequent items that are on today's report. So with that, I do want to mention that 203 ballots were sent to 320 properties, and so far we have 97 return ballots. 93 return ballots, assuming that some people they might have put multiple ballots in envelopes and such. So we don't really know that because they haven't been opened yet. So with that, Susan Getz will be conducting the tabulation. The tabulation is open to the public and will take place immediately following the closing of this hearing. And we will be doing the tabulation at 827 7th Street, which is the building adjacent to this building. And it will be on the first floor of that building in what's called the Building Assistance Center. It's really easy to find if you just go to the lobby of that building. It's the main counter area where building permits are taken in. With that, I recommend that you take the action number 1, which is the action on the environmental document, and then designate the manager of special districts to conduct the tabulation, and then ask us to return at 2 p.m. for the final actions.
Okay, before we do that, though, I want to open a public hearing and see if there's anyone here wish to address it. So with that, I'm going to open the public hearing relative to the Florin Business Improvement District balloting and the process, and anyone wish to any comments on that? All right, seeing none, then I'm going to close the public hearing on that portion, and then we've asked for action as outlined Mr. Davis' recommendation, and we'll return here at 2 o'clock to do the tabulation. So to report the findings. You're going to do tabulation.
Right. So I would suggest that your board take action on items 1 and 2 on the staff report, take formal action, and then we will return at 2
All right,
p.m.
and we can couple that with the action on approving the annual report from item 67, so we can take 3 actions?
Correct.
Okay, all right, so would entertain a motion to that effect? So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded then to approve the annual report on item 67, give the direction as outlined for item 69 to return here at 2 p.m. or thereafter for the report out of the tabulation. So with that then, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Good. Thanks, Bob.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, thanks, Susan. We'll see you back on that item this afternoon. So we're going to hold the rest of the items that are still remaining and go to item 71. So we'll return on items, 68? 68 and 70, is that correct?
66.
Yep.
68 and 70.
Yeah. And let me ask before you, anybody here on item 70, was there any property owner here on item 70? Okay, if not, then we'll go ahead and we'll hold that item as well. Okay, with that then, we'll get to the main event for this morning. It's item 71. So Flo, if you want to call that item, please.
Okay, item 71, report back on parkways and unincorporated communities cleanup and safety initiative.
Okay, very good. And just, again, a little housekeeping. We'll have the staff report, questions by board members. We have a number of folks from the public who wish to address this. I know that Supervisor Cernas requested an opportunity to speak after the staff report, and after we have any questions of staff, and so certainly the chair will grant that. And we'll probably be working, I imagine, through the lunch hour here today, so anticipate that with the number of speakers that have signed up. So, okay, with that, Mr. Lender, we'll turn to you. Thanks.
Yes, good morning, Chair Natoli, members of the board, Rob Leonard, Deputy County Executive. Great, PowerPoint's up. As a means of background, during the June recommended budget hearings for fiscal year 2017-2018, the board directed the county executive to report back on options to address illegal camping and its impacts, specifically primarily debris or trash removal in the areas of the parkways, American River Parkway and Dry Creek Parkway, and also the communities of the unincorporated area, which we consider to include both the residential areas and our commercial corridors, retail areas. The board went on to ask that the county executive come back with options considering alternative funding levels of $3 million, $4 million, and $5 million to be dedicated to both of those geographic areas, the parkways and the unincorporated area communities. And there were also some specific subjects that you asked us to address, including the possibility of adding a community prosecutor to assist in these efforts, exploration of determination of chronic nuisance for repeat offenders associated with illegal camping or debris, and then also explore the addition of an animal control officer, a dedicated animal control officer, or perhaps two, to also augment existing services, or perhaps include that in our development of options as we look at those alternative funding scenarios that you dictated. The issues that we address in this report are complex and dynamic. And as we look at actions, potential actions taken, for each of those actions, there's a reaction. And so as we proceed through this report, it's something we take into consideration. There isn't a clear path to a single solution to address these issues. The report that was prepared in support of this item and this presentation was developed through a collaborative effort cutting across the county organization, the Sheriff's Department, and also the DA. I just mentioned as I'm launching into the comments, our Parks Director, Jeff Leatherman, is not with us today. He's out of town attending a memorial service for a family member. But we did have clear participation from Parks Department, clearly, as we prepared this report. And so, with that, this presentation is really also designed to provide a foundation for discussion of the board. There are options here in terms of staffing models and pursuit to address these issues. in addition to those alternative funding levels. So this presentation is put together to, in essence, provide a foundation for the discussion of the board this morning. Illegal camping enforcement and its associated impacts are influenced by and conducted by multiple jurisdictions that enforce many laws and regulations. Sacramento clearly, through the efforts of the Sheriff's Department, which I'll detail more specifically in a bit, in the unincorporated areas. Regional Parks currently deals with these issues in our parkways. The City of Sacramento deals with it, obviously, within the City of Sacramento. But it's important to mention that as we look at the parkways, specifically the American River Parkway, the City of Sacramento plays a role there also. Specifically as it relates to dealing with animal issues in the lower parkway, those areas that are within the City of Sacramento. And then also the city is the first responder for fire and emergency medical calls within that portion of the parkway that's in the City of Sacramento. CalExpo. Part of the parkway is owned by the state as part of CalExpo, but the emergency response and law enforcement functions that are needed in that area of the parkway that is owned by CalExpo are supported by our park rangers and by our Parks Department, and not by those resources that operate within the primary confines of CalExpo itself. The City of Rancho Cordova in the American River Parkway defers primarily to the rangers for primary response, and then respond on a mutual aid basis within that portion of the parkway that's within the City of Rancho Cordova. But all the maintenance activities and any camping enforcement is handled by the park rangers in the parkway in that area. I might mention that the City of Sacramento, of course, also responds in support of the rangers on mutual aid calls in that portion of the American River Parkway. And then Metro Fire, as you move upstream or to the east, out of the City of Sacramento, Metro Fire is the primary responder for emergency medical and fire response in that area of the American River Parkway, and then it's a variation on the same relationship as we move up the Dry Creek Parkway towards Rio Linda. Legal issues affecting enforcement actions on illegal camping. Federal and state constitutions, we have a variety of ordinances and regulations of the county and the City of Sacramento. And then we also have the Marin Agreement, which was a product of litigation and a settlement agreement in 2009, which in summary dictates how personal property associated with illegal camping activities is dealt with. That agreement sets forth that personal property will not be taken if the camp is not occupied, that there would be a posting of a notice on that camp, and that the owner of that property be provided a minimum of 48 hours to remove that equipment, that personal property. And if it's still there after 48 hours, then that personal property can be removed, but there needs to be a note left on the location, and then that personal property is stored. There's information provided on how the individual can recover that personal property, be it from a camp that was removed or dealt with by the rangers in the parkways, or by the sheriff in the unincorporated communities of the county.
Yeah, Mr. Leonard, just a second. Ms. Peters has a question.
Sorry to interrupt your presentation there. I've been asked a number of times if that memorandum has a sunset on it. Do you know? I don't know if the county council would know.
The court has maintained jurisdiction over that. It currently doesn't have a sunset.
Okay. And then another question that has come up is always a discussion of how far away from the original site does a tent city have to be moved to allow, how would you say this, so that
restart the clock. Right?
To restart the clock. And when I read what I read, it didn't say 100 feet, 250 feet. So I guess it's sort of a judgment call from the Sheriff's Department.
That's correct, be it the Sheriff's Department or the park rangers in the parkways. For example, It's not you have to move out of the parkway. We experience people relocating within the parkway.
Well, or
And-
on Fulton Avenue
Correct.
or Fair Oaks Boulevard, yeah. So it just sounds like, I don't know if Phil can talk about that or not, but certainly that's an area of concern that, I mean, we can talk about another time. I think it seems so foolish.
I don't disagree. I want to make clear, though, because I don't see it, and maybe you're getting to it, Rob, here, that if our ranger staff come across an occupied campsite versus an unoccupied one, they can insist that the camp be broken down, and they can escort them to a place where their belongings can, they can gather their belongings that's off the parkway, correct?
That's correct. I just hadn't gotten there. You're correct, Supervisor Cerna, that it is not a violation of the Marin Agreement, for example, if a camp is occupied, to engage with that individual, have them break down their camp, and move at that point. What I was referring to was an unoccupied camp.
Thanks.
Transitioning then to current efforts. In the parkways, illegal camping enforcement is the responsibility of our ranger. And specifically, we have a Parks Resource Team, which is a team of rangers that is dedicated towards illegal camping enforcement on an ongoing basis. They work a 10-hour shift, so that activity is now conducted by that team 4 days a week. It's not a 7-day-a-week activity.
Excuse me, guys, ask a question. That's the same 4 days every week?
Yes, it is at this point
So
in
it's
time.
Monday through Thursday?
I'll look to Chief Ranger Doan. The specific days of the week, I believe it is Monday through Thursday?
Tuesday through Friday.
Tuesday through Friday.
So Saturday, Sunday, and Monday of every week, because of current funding and staffing, there's no enforcement along those lines.
That is correct. There is debris removal that occurs on outside of those 4 days. So a debris removal team follows the Parks Resources team to deal with debris removal. Those teams work 5 days a week, and then there is continuing debris removal activity that goes on by our regular park maintenance crews, but not to the level of effort of our dedicated illegal camping debris removal.
And that's a single team?
At this point in time, it's a single team.
That's one team for 5,700 acres.
That is correct. The team goes to where it needs to go. And I think it's important to mention also that the Parks Resources team, the illegal camping team in the Parkway, also essentially it's as mentioned, it is a complaint-driven enforcement. So calls that come in or email messages that come in to 311, email, phone calls are largely served to direct the efforts of both the Parks Resources team and the debris removal effort. The predominant number of camps, the highest density is in the lower parkway. So although these resources aren't assigned to that geographic area because of the amount of activity that occurs in that area, that's where they spend the majority of their time. But they will respond to sites to the east, as far out as Sunrise and beyond, the full 23 miles of the parkway up to Hazel, they will respond to.
Supervisor Frost has a question, but I just wanted to follow on to my question, though. So if someone sets up a camp on Saturday and we don't get to visit that camp until Tuesday, and they have 48 hours, so basically they get 48 hours to remove.
If it's unoccupied,
right.
It would be 48 hours.
And so that cycle, and again, I certainly, without getting into a lot of detail, but I mean, basically, again, people can understand what the process is, what our presence is there, and so timing it right, I mean, you may have to pick up and move camp 4 times a month.
The scenario you present could
I'm not saying that happens
occur.
every case, Rob. I'm
Right.
just trying to get some sense about it. Again, people, are smart. I mean, again, and whether you're homeless or you're illegally camping doesn't mean, that you can't figure out what the situation and what our, approach has been. And it would seem to me that that in and of itself, by not having a seven-day-a-week presence, doesn't, the timeliness of our ability, not because of people's lack of interest or pursuit of it, doesn't, that shows us always have to working to play catch up, particularly because of just the way the current approach is.
Yeah, I would agree. Your observation is correct. We have historically, and we do from time to time, changed the days and the hours of the enforcement, but we stick with a schedule for a period of time. Also, it's appropriate to mention that we also have patrol rangers that don't function as the Parks Resources Team, which is a dedicated group of rangers that focus on this activity. We have patrol rangers also, and they will cite or identify and engage with campers also. But again, it's not with the focused effort with the amount of resource. So on a Saturday or Sunday, for example, if a ranger runs across a camp, there may well be a conversation with the camp if it's occupied, or it could potentially be noticed also. It sort of varies on the other demands on that ranger's time on those days.
Just one additional follow-on. And so the debris removal, that's an additional day. Is it a 10-hour commitment as well?
No, those are 8-hour shifts.
Okay, and so then just run through very quickly how that works. And so debris removal, if the last day that the Rangers team is out there for the enforcement as relates to illegal camping, then they would get notice to our team, so they'd be in on Monday morning to get the stuff?
Yeah, meaning the debris removal activity?
Yeah.
The debris removal team and the Rangers and the Parks Resource Team don't work as a combined unit. One will trail the other, and so
is it a matter
the
of
location
hours?
Of camps.
Is it a matter of hours or a matter of days? Or
it's typically hours. It could be
That's
a
what I'm
day,
trying to say, Rob, yeah.
But it's not more than a day.
But of normal would be, unless they work on Saturdays, that you would have this gap consistently. You might do a change up of days, but if we're working Tuesday through Friday. Mm-hmm. The enforcement end of it, and they trail, and they're working a fifth day. I guess I'm just trying to get some sense about what happens. There's, again, what I'm identifying, or what's being trying to identify by presentation, is where those gaps are, even with our best efforts thus far. That's what I'm trying, in addition to what we're going to get to later in the presentation. But
clearly there can be a gap that could bridge a weekend, for example. Right. But typically the way the teams are coordinated is that by the end of that fifth day of a debris removal team, any pile or congregation of debris that's been created as a result of the camp enforcement activity, it will be removed. That won't be left. Okay. Now, that's not to say that there aren't other debris piles around within the parkway, but as it relates to the coordination of the illegal camping activity and the debris removal, there is a coordination, and the goal is not to have it.
Yeah, because again, some of the pictures we've seen, again, and maybe reflective, again, point in times, but in any case, they're pretty despicable when you see the accumulation. And all that didn't occur over a weekend or a day. I mean, it may occur in a fairly short amount of time, but again, what we see in some of those pictures is just a tremendous amount of debris and litter and refuse and whatever else is included in that garbage. So, okay, Supervisor Frost.
My question relates to your comment about complaint-driven. I guess it was a little bit over 4 months ago that we voted to add 8 rangers. Is this the team that we're talking about that's been working for 17 weeks that has cleared 120 tons of garbage from the parkway?
That's correct. That is correct. The 8 rangers, we didn't add 8 rangers. It was a sort of a restructure of our existing ranger capacity into the Parks Resource Team, and we transitioned to more of a law enforcement model to engage with the campers. And the numbers that you see here are the product of that
restructuring
effort. Correct, of that restructuring.
So since it's complaint driven, the question I have is, are you tracking the number of complaints? Are you able to respond to all the complaints that you're getting, or are there more complaints right now than you're able to respond to? As far as you said, it's complaint driven. So is our staff in a position where they're not able to respond to all of the complaints?
I believe in most all cases, complaints are responded to within 1 to 2 days. Now, to the extent that a response in the environment that we're working in now, that camp maybe, if it's occupied, then it will be broken down and the individual will move on. The individual in that camp may just move someplace else within the parkway or within the unincorporated community, but the camp at that location is broken down. If it's occupied. If it's not occupied, then the parameters of the Marin agreement kick in, and it's a 48-hour notice, and then there's a collection. And so there, in that case, then there will be multiple visits by the Parks Resource Team to an individual location, and that could go on for anywhere from 2 to 4 days or more, perhaps, before that camp is moved.
So in theory, even having more rangers may not result in quicker response or quicker resolution to that specific problem because of your limitations by virtue of the law.
That's correct. There's one other operational consideration as we discussed this, and that is when you look at, say, a 10-hour shift of the rangers and the time involved in engagement of that team. Now, they won't necessarily all stay together. They will stay in a basic geographic area, and if there's more than one camp in that area, they will engage simultaneously, but they aren't going to spread necessarily from downstream to upstream unless the supervisor makes a call to break the team up. But they will engage on multiple camps within a geographic area simultaneously. The time to deal with a camp, if it's occupied, it could be well over an hour or 2 hours, or perhaps even more, depending upon the capacity of that individual to break down their camp and move things along. And then if it's not occupied, then the noticing takes place. So it's not as if the rangers can move, very, very quickly. There is a fair amount of time that's involved with their engagement at each campsite.
And when they approach the campsite, do they physically see them leave, see where they go, or do they just tell them, leave here, go somewhere else?
They have to break down their camp and leave, and then leave.
Do they watch them leave the parkway?
No, they will not watch them leave the parkway. Often, as it's been described to me, is they will leave and say, go, for example, up onto the levee, or they will start down the path. The rangers won't follow them to make sure that they're leaving the parkway.
Can they legally remove them from a public place, or do they have a right to be in the parkway?
They have a right to be there.
So no matter how many people we hire, we could have the whole federal government bring out armies, and we still couldn't kick them off the parkway.
Right, correct. You are correct. The parkway is public space, and so anybody has the right to be there, and somebody walking with a tent in a sleeping bag moving through public space, that's not an illegal activity. To set up their
It's only illegal if they're there for more than a certain number of hours.
Right, well, overnight camping is not allowed in the parkway, be it in the city portion of the parkway or the county portion, nor up the Dry Creek Parkway.
Okay, and then my next question is, in your report, you talked about our park resource team making 156 arrests. So those people went to our jail.
That's correct.
And in our jail, it costs us around $175 to $200 a day to house people in our jail, which I guess if they're criminals and they need to be there, we want them there, but correct?
Correct.
And it talked about the number of citations issued and 120 tons of refuse removed, which I thought was pretty incredible, given that that was just in 17 weeks. I thought that was a big deal. The question I have was, is there an improvement on the Parkway, or did they just come back with more garbage or with more somewhere else? Did it just move them, or do you feel in 17 weeks there was an improvement in the, because this is a lot what they did in 17 weeks. I'm curious to know if the situation is better because of that, or if it's just moving. Because I remember in Citrus Heights, when I was on the city council, we have the no camping ordinance. It's a matter of moving them, but they just keep moving and they always come back. And you can count on it. Like you can count on doing dishes every day and having to fix food. I mean, it keeps coming back. So I'm curious to know if there was an improvement on the Parkway, or did they just move it to a different area of the Parkway?
I would say that there was a change. Wouldn't necessarily say that there was an improvement, to the extent that we have focused with the Parks Resources team more at a law enforcement model, where if there's somebody with an outstanding warrant, or if there is something that deserves a trip to jail, they're going to get a trip to jail. And so, and that is a change. We were doing that before, but not with the focus and the energy that we have been since we implemented the Parks Resource team in January. With that environment, with that being the case, I would venture to say that some of those individuals, they're not going to come back to the Parkway because they know that they're going to get a trip to jail. Unless there is something, though, fairly egregious, a trip to jail is not going to see them stay in jail for too long. But I would venture to say that some of those individuals, with our implementation of this model, are not coming back to the Parkway. But others that aren't making that trip, if we are just moving people around, they are just moving around.
And my understanding is that we do have homeless people who do things to earn a trip to jail, so they can get their tooth taken care of, or catch up on their medical, or get a roof over their head. So a trip to jail isn't, in their world, in our world it might be a disaster. In their world, I'm not sure it's so much a disaster.
Yeah.
That's a comment. I guess that's all I have right now. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks. Supervisor Cerna?
Thank you. First of all, I got to take issue with the supposition that more rangers aren't going to have an impact on the camping activity, because to me, okay, just hear me out. In theory, if you have more rangers out there that are able to spend the time necessary with occupied campsites, that is going to make a fundamental difference. That is why I have proposed what I have in concept, which is shrink the geography of these teams so that they can maintain that constant presence in a smaller geography. Okay. Secondly, on the arrest, of the 156 arrests, how many of those arrests are for illegal camping?
Let me address your first issue. That I did not mean to imply in any way that the assignment of more rangers would not beneficially impact the issue, with our goal being to reduce illegal camping in the Parkway. I did not mean to imply that at all.
For the clarification.
Right. In regards to the composition of the 156 arrests, I'd call upon Chief Ranger Mike Doan to respond to that.
The majority of the arrests that, or actually all the arrests that the Rangers make, are not related to an illegal camping ordinance. The vast majority of more people who have outstanding warrants or who violated probation parole restrictions.
Thank you.
Rob, before you get back into the presentation, I just, one of the things, and it certainly goes to the slide you're currently on, and you've got some more to follow, but I guess when I look at the amount of debris that was cleared, 120 tons in 17 weeks, that's, a tremendous amount. And then I look at just comparing to the annual activity, which we're going to hear about the HOT team in the neighborhoods, and you see that, and again, I'm just reading ahead here, but 36 to 48 tons of refuse estimated to be collected annually. What it says to me is that, beyond obviously the social issue, is that American River Parkway, if you can remove 120 tons in a little more than 4 months, and if we're doing what we're saying we're doing, which you've described, that we're getting to that as quickly as we can, that accumulation that's almost beyond comprehension. If you extrapolate and you go that 3 times that's 360 tons in a year, assuming that were an annualized amount and that you didn't, have other seasonal factors. And, that amount of garbage and debris to be generated by ever how many people we're talking about here, that may be a, rotational number to some degree, that's extreme. To think about that amount of debris, and again, if that's inordinate because of a wetter year or whatever, then somebody needs to tell me that. But that goes to the pictures that we've seen, and to, I think, the desecration of the natural environment. Obviously, we've got, again, we're going to hear about that today. We're going to talk more about the social issue, about the people. But that garbage isn't getting there by itself. And in that amount of time, that amount of garbage, and then I see what we're going to do in the neighborhoods, and that, relatively speaking, that, we're talking 1,000 times more in a 3-month to 4-month period. It's just incredible. And so I guess as we get into this discussion, certainly hear from, your remainder of your report, that to me is a real focus, because that to me, it goes, obviously, people, and again, I don't put this all off on homeless, but somebody is bringing that into the parkway. Someone may come by, the river flow that brings it from upstream to downstream, but it's still got there by somebody either depositing it or putting it close enough that it can be carried by natural forces. That's just a tremendous amount of garbage and debris, and it is, I think it really speaks to the poster behind, is that what we want? And even, we saw some of the pictures on one of the PBIDs this morning, it just kind of showed this, contrast between, dirty and not dirty as it relates to garbage. That to me is just, it's incredible. And it says that, something is way out of balance here. When it comes to, you're going to have litter. I mean, obviously, you have a role that some of that gets deposited by people who just don't care, and maybe just casual users of the parkway. But that number is just astounding. And again, this was a number we had, I think, when we broke in June, so I don't know if this has been updated or maybe this is the most current number, but it seems to me I saw that number previously and it's been repeated.
This is these are the same statistics you saw in June.
So what's happened over the last month? I guess I'd be curious what's
It's not included here.
Yeah, it's not included here. So again, that number, I trust if it's been as active as you just all stated, that we've got a whole lot more to add to this number here, but that's just astounding to me. So anyway, yes, sure.
Can I respectfully ask that we try and hold our questions to the end, because there's 11 more slides. I know a lot of people are here in the middle of the business day that want to testify, so if we can kind of give Rob the latitude to really get through the rest of the presentation.
I think we'll all try to do that, Mr.
And I'll go as
Rob, that's right.
quickly as I
continue with the presentation.
So I think an important point to mention before I leave this slide is the funding that's included in the recommended budget, which your board approved in June, and that's $1.528 million for rangers and debris removal. That's essentially the capacity that I mentioned that we've been discussing. There wasn't an increase in the Parks Resource Team or the debris removal. There was an increase in debris removal, however, that was the addition of another team, along with our visitor service team pilot project that was approved as part of the recommended budget. So that was an additional $449,000 that was approved in June. Again, that would essentially increase our debris removal capacity and then also put a presence via park ranger assistance out on the parkway in the afternoon into the evening hours so we would have additional eyes and ears and presence out on the parkway. And so that captures our existing resources dedicated to this activity at this point in time. In the unincorporated communities, and we do have Chief Deputy Phil Borelgi is here, along with Todd Henry from the Sheriff's Department, to respond to questions when we get into the details of what the Sheriff's Department is doing in the unincorporated area communities. So the Sheriff deploys one homeless outreach team, or HOT team as I'll refer to it, moving ahead, that moves somewhat similar to the Rangers in terms of a complaint-driven direction of that resource. It's augmented with resources from Department of Waste Management, including both staff and a vehicle to help with debris removal. There is also a Smart Policing Initiative grant team. This is a number of retired annuitants that are working with Sacramento Steps Forward and other organizations to look at how to align the HOT team resource along with services to assist the individuals that are camping or homeless. The budget for the HOT team for fiscal 17-18 is $628,000. That does not include the waste management resources that are dedicated to it. And then the statistics you see are projected to be 12-month numbers associated with the existing single HOT team, not exclusive of anything that may come in the future.
Rob, at the conclusion of your presentation, if Chief Borelgi and Chief Doan maybe could be prepared to answer the question as to what their sense of what the effectiveness of citations are, if any. When I see 2,220 by the Sheriff's Department and 590 by the Rangers in that short amount of time, I can annualize amounts. I guess I'd like, is it worth the time to write the citations? I guess I want to have some sense about, the frustration that maybe they're having in the field or the effectiveness of that, and there's no really assessment of what that is. And so I'd like to have somebody respond to that at the end of the presentation.
Certainly. Moving ahead, though, just to in terms of balance in the presentation, we've talked a lot about enforcement and resources dedicated to enforcement. On the flip side of this, the organizational capacity and resources of the county that are dedicated to providing assistance to homeless individuals in that community. Your board has had numerous presentations this calendar year to date addressing the various services that are highlighted on this slide, ranging from outreach and engagement to rapid rehousing, targeted transitional housing, permanent supportive housing, and then assistance to have people have stability and maintain their housing. These services are provided by the county through a whole range of relationships with different nonprofits and other organizations. The financial resources dedicated to this is in the neighborhood of $40 million a year. A large portion of that is related to mental health services that are delivered through various contractual relationships. With the recommended budget in June, the board approved $6.5 million for a number of new initiatives targeting homeless support. Those include a full-service rehousing shelter that would provide 24-hour shelter for up to 75 people. This would be accommodating them. It's been referred to in the past as a triage center, but I know the term has transitioned to our full-service rehousing shelter. This will essentially accept people with their partners, with their possessions, and pets. Mental health and substance abuse services are provided there, along with assistance to find rehousing. Supportive services targeting individuals and families that frequently utilize high-cost services that are provided to a homeless community, those individuals that are frequent users. How can we get them into housing? So resources dedicated to that. family shelter, increasing our capacity to accommodate up to 33 families a night, and then providing them with assistance to find permanent housing. Transitional housing for unsheltered families that in essence can't be supported by emergency shelter, and then 2 additional social workers. So this just highlights some of the activities that are supported by that $6.5 million that was added to these programs with the recommended budget.
Rob, real quick, through the chair, the 6.5 is, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the collective appropriation for these programs in the first of numerous years, right?
Paul?
That is correct, Supervisor.
Thank you.
So then that brings us to the discussion of options. And as we were developing options to support this discussion of the board, we set some goals. So what we're looking for is 7 days a week to provide illegal camping enforcement, both in the parkways and in the unincorporated communities. 7 days a week of trash and debris removal. Connection of homeless individuals with assistance and resources, and of course making wise use of the resources that your board may decide to commit over and above what has already been dedicated to these activities. Option 1 is essentially expansion of our existing model, which is the Parks Resource Team and debris removal teams in the Parkway, and adding more capacity, adding more rangers, creating enough capacity to have Parks Resource Teams provide support 7 days a week in the parkways, and then with the associated debris removal capacity. Option 2 would consolidate illegal camping enforcement activities in the parkway and the community with the hot teams of the Sheriff's Department, and then redeploy our existing ranger resources that are dedicated to the Parks Resource Team to essentially ranger patrol activities that could be assigned to geographic areas or beats within the parkway. These individuals would provide additional visibility on the parkway, could engage with campers and others as they're wandering around the parkway during the course of the day. And then also on the backside of camp enforcement activities, engage with individuals that have been moved from a camp to make sure, in essence, that they don't just resettle at another location within the parkway. But they would also, these redeployed rangers, would also perform functions completely unrelated to illegal camping and get sort of back to the broader set of responsibilities associated with public protection and law enforcement in the parkways. So with that, I won't spend a tremendous amount of time on these the next 2 tables, but essentially what we present here is for option 1, for the alternative funding levels that were dictated by the board, 3, 4, and 5 million. With our existing structure, how much resource could we deploy if we're looking to add a regional, illegal camping team and debris removal team for the different funding scenarios? How much of that resource could we deploy? What we also carry, again, is it's both about parkways, and as your board said, it's not just about the parkways, it's also about the unincorporated communities. You could see how the hot team scales up for the different funding levels. So highlighted in yellow, you could see the number of additional illegal camping teams and debris removal teams that we could introduce. And this is provided as an example for how this could work. If the board has interest, we could certainly would pursue this in a more focused and detailed manner. And then with the hot team, how that capacity would also build in the various funding scenarios. At the bottom, you could see the ongoing costs. There are, with each of these scenarios, there are certain one-time costs, primarily associated with acquisition of equipment or other things to get these teams up and going. What I highlighted here was this is what the ongoing cost would be.
Real quick, Rob.
Yes.
I just want to make clear take for instance the second yellow bar across. When you show 3 in the $5 million column, it's 3 teams comprised of multiple FTEs, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. This isn't number of individuals. You could see down at the bottom total FTEs,
okay.
And you could see just above the third yellow bar, you could see Parks FTEs. So you could see, for example, with at the $5 million scenario, we have 2 illegal camping teams and 3 debris removal teams. That's a total of 19 FTEs.
Thank you.
And then at the bottom, and you could see a similar presentation for the sheriff in terms of additional FTEs. And then the last number at the bottom of the page shows total park and sheriff FTEs associated with each scenario.
I just want to point that out because your bottom line is measured in FTEs and your subtotals are measured in teams.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'd like to get clear on this. These are in addition to the people who are already deployed in those specific areas?
That's correct. All of this is additive.
Possible proposed new?
Correct.
Okay.
And then the option 2 provides the same detail information for that model where we're bringing the hot teams in to deal with illegal camping enforcement in the parkways, redeployment of the rangers, and then beefing up the hot teams also for the community. So you could see what that looks like.
I have a question then on thank you, Don. On the option 2, the sheriff hot team unincorporated has 0.
Yeah, in the $3 million in the $3 million scenario, funding level, if we're bringing the hot teams in to handle illegal camping enforcement in the parkways, that essentially consumes all the $3 million. So we have to go to $4 million to get additional capacity to bring hot team into the unincorporated area. The hot team model is more expensive than the ranger model for providing illegal camping enforcement, and so that's in part why we see at the $3 million level, if we're looking to provide camping enforcement in the parkways 7 days a week, we need 2 hot teams to do that, and there's no available financial capacity beyond that. Other issues. The board asked us to investigate and report back on the addition of a community prosecutor to support our illegal camping enforcement activities, be it in the parkway or in the communities. I understand that since we published this report and prepared the presentation, there's been continuing dialogue with the district attorney and within the district attorney's office that might provide some additional insight as to what their thinking may be. When we put the report together, the feedback we had received was that the DA's office felt that it would be more of a supportive resource than a prosecutorial resource associated with this. But I believe the district attorney is here and could speak to this when your board would like. And I think that same goes to the chronic nuisance action in terms of the offenses that homeless individuals or illegal campers are often cited for, and might they rise to the level where they would cumulatively be considered a chronic nuisance, and that would trigger other actions. I think the DA could also perhaps speak to that in more detail, reflecting what their current thinking is in a moment. And then as it relates to an animal control officer, had a fair amount of discussion with both Parks, the Parks Director and Animal Care Director, who also spoke with his counterpart at the city. Currently, the Parks Resource Team, or the Rangers, are supported on an on-call basis, as needed basis, by City Animal Care. And if they can't respond, then county animal care responds to the call.
Is that
These calls aren't
Is that
for,
everywhere in the parkway?
Pardon me?
Along the entire structure of the parkway?
On the city portion of the parkway. City portion, the city of Sacramento would be the first call. If they can't respond, then county animal care will respond. Out in the beyond the city of Sacramento, that is all 100% county animal care. And as I understand it, the frequency of calls on average is about 1 call a week, and the response has been adequate in terms of supporting the ranger activity. So the notion of providing a dedicated, focused animal control officer for the Parks Resource Team, our conclusion was that there, quite frankly, wouldn't be enough work for them to do. As it relates to off-leash dogs and engaging with people in that regard, when we talk about the visitor service team and the park ranger assistants wandering around, then also if we were redeploying the rangers in any way, there could be interaction between dog owners and either the park ranger assistants or the rangers dealing with that. But as it relates to dealing with an animal issue at a camp, that support would continue to be provided by the city if it was in the city, or the county if it's in the county.
Yeah, Supervisor Peters.
Question, Rob. On the animal control in general, in this proposal, do the hot teams or the rangers, whoever it might be in the way of enforcement, when they come upon a camp or a camper with a dog, do they check and see if it's licensed and spayed and that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Was that yes?
Mike, I believe it's the case, but I want to confirm with the chief ranger.
We do at
Oh.
times, but we get a lot of services.
Yeah.
Okay, so repeat the answer since that wasn't.
So yes, so the question was when the Parks Resources team or the hot team engages with a camper, do they ask if the animal is, or do they check to see if it's licensed, spayed and neutered? And the response was yes, they do.
Okay.
Okay, Supervisor Cerna.
Yeah, how long, Rob, on average, does it take to have animal care control officer respond in that one incident each week? Do we have data on that?
I would look to Mike or Dave to respond to that.
You have to come to the mic.
Chief Doan, you need to stay close by if you could, please, so everybody can hear you.
It can be timely, so it depends on, sometimes it depends on the circumstances as well. So if we're still searching for the at-large dog, if it was aggressive or vicious, a lot of times they wait till we have the dog contained until they respond on the city side. And there have been times in the past that we have had to call the county to come into the city to assist us in apprehending the dog and removing the dog from the parkway. So sometimes it can take 15 minutes, and sometimes it could take an hour or two.
Okay.
Don't go away.
Yes, stand by whenever there are questions. Supervisor Frost.
If you're asking if the animal is spayed or neutered, if it is not, do you take the animal to the animal shelter and spay or neuter it, or what is the result of that? Is it?
A lot of times, if the dog's unlicensed, we can issue a citation for unlicensed. We won't remove the dog. A lot of times we refer back to animal care on what dogs they want us to seize or to assist us to seize, because we don't really even have the equipment to seize animals safely. That's why we'll identify the animal and try to get it contained with a leash, and then animal care will come because they have the proper equipment to seize the dog safely. So we don't spend a lot of time on researching or identifying which dogs are spayed or neutered, although if it's an aggressive or vicious dog or a continuing at-large dog, we will.
So when they are a vicious dog, they can legally take that animal and seize it and take it from the owner?
Animal care has very specific guidelines on what dog falls into what definition. But anecdotally, we seized 5 animals that were all tied to trees and benches that were aggressive towards the rangers, and the city animal care released that back to the owner before the rangers were finished writing the report.
That's pretty effective.
They have their own guidelines, and I don't want to speak negatively of that, but they
No, I
have their
know,
own
I know.
guidelines of what dogs meet what definition.
Okay, Supervisor Peters.
I guess maybe that's something we could address here, is the guidelines. I don't, this is the first I've heard of guidelines for vicious animals. The definition may be leaning more towards the animal than a human being. So maybe that's something we need to address in animal care, so that those animals can be removed. I mean, turning them around in less than a day without any changes is not, it's not helpful at all. So that's not your job, I'm not suggesting it, but to the county executive, maybe.
Yes, I'll put that on my list, talk to the city
Okay.
manager.
And
All right.
Dave Dickinson.
I don't think we need a long discussion here today about it.
No, I know. Dave may want to add something to the conversation.
Just want to make a comment.
Sure, Dave.
He was referring to, they have specific guidelines. He was referring to the city of Sacramento, not the county's Department of Animal Care. If we're responding to the parkway and a dog has bitten somebody, we remove the dog and we'd put it under quarantine if it's not licensed or properly vaccinated. So we're not going to leave a
Okay, but what if
potentially
it's just
dangerous or
scaring the
vicious-
bejesus out of people?
Pardon me? Well, there's a lot of different people's perception of how scary a dog can be or how vicious a dog can be. If it's running loose and acting aggressive, we will remove it from the parkway.
And then what do you do with it?
We have to house it at the shelter for 14 days. Well, actually, if it's just a stray and there's no owner around, we hold it for the 72 hours and we'll process it. We'll do a behavior evaluation on it, see if it's adoptable or not, or find a rescue group, or put to sleep if that's the case.
Do you
If-
spay the dog before you return it to the owner?
We offer free spay and neuter to every owner.
Offer it, so that say it's not required.
It's not required by law, no.
Okay.
Does,
Yeah,
can I ask him one more
Yeah,
question?
sure, go
Does
ahead,
the
yes.
owner have to then come pick up the dog, or?
Yes, the owners are required to come to the shelter and pick up the dog. Oftentimes, when you're dealing with the homeless people, the dog gets impounded to the shelter. It's a number of days before they even come to get the dog. There are fines and fees to pay. They can't afford the fees. They leave the dog there, or they demand the dog back without fees being paid. It
got
just
it.
goes back and forth.
Okay.
Could I just add, the question kind of goes to the whole point here, not just about enforcement, but I think about being, proactive versus kind of reactive, that if there were an animal control officer assigned to work at the reaches of the parkway, and again, it might even be a part of the community effort as well, where we have some dedicated resource that, rather than just, you getting a call, either city or county animal care, and rangers, waiting for, and whether people get there in 15 minutes or an hour, whatever it is if you actually had folks assigned to work, so that, again, you're looking at certainly the welfare of the people involved, whether it's the owner and or the folks who are users of the parkway, but also then you're looking at the animal welfare. And I guess I would ask the two of you, does that model, it's not about just having somebody be on call with nothing to do. That's not the purpose here. But if, we're so reactive in a lot of things that we do, that, if we were actually be proactive, and the parkway is a long stretch, many thousands of acres, would that be, is there a model, because that really wasn't talked about here, that would actually provide that, I say immediate in a sense, if you're up in the upper part of the parkway and got to call the lower part of the parkway, then it's going to take a little while to respond. But, or are you both suggesting that what we do now is it says, is that, it says adequate, but, adequate can mean a lot of things to a lot of people, so. Dave, Chief Doan?
I would say if we had a dedicated officer or two to the parkway, we could respond in a more timely manner. Depends on what type of activities we're responding to. If an owner is present, we will not take the dog from the owner, because we don't have the right to do that.
Sure.
But certainly if they came across an unmanned camp and it had a dog tied up, we could remove that animal.
Okay, Chief Doan, any thoughts about, the current arrangement? Again, this is not disparaging anything. It's just, is there a better way?
Currently, as we discussed whether or not having an animal control officer assigned to the parkway would be helpful, it would, but the vast majority of the contacts that we have does not fall under the authorization to seize the dog, and that's normally what we rely on animal care to help us do. So we still issue citations for dogs off leash and unlicensed dogs, but the amount of time that we actually spend seizing dogs is pretty remote, and that's what we rely on them for.
Okay, thanks. Okay, any other questions on this? Keep moving through.
I just have one question
Yes,
relating to the 7 days a week. Will that still be a complaint-driven model? And so are you saying that you only have resources for homeless at the Parkway 4 days a week, and which days are those?
Again, it was the Tuesday through...
So if someone complains on Friday, no one is going to even go look at that problem until next Tuesday?
No, so we operate in homeless camps 7 days a week. So my park resource team works Tuesdays through Fridays, and they spend the predominant of their time from mile 0 to mile 5 and on the Dry Creek Parkway. The calls that come in through Sacramento County Connect or through Sac County Dispatch, we dispatch to our patrol rangers who are all versed in dealing with illegal camps. So my patrol rangers issue probably just as many citations a month as my park resource team with illegal camping issues. They post camps, they clear camps if it's occupied, and that's how we're able to touch a camp complaint within 24 to 48 hours because our patrol team is dispatched. The other issue is we have park ranger stewards who are assigned to the various portions of the American River Parkway and the Dry Creek Parkway, who is part of their responsibility as well as also to monitor and deal with camps within their steward area.
So that team does it 4 days a week, but we have homeless response 7 days a week currently.
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Okay, Rob, I know again you've been kind of intermittent with your presentation here, and I think the district attorney and maybe the sheriff want to weigh in. No, when we're done, so we need to keep moving. So
yeah, I think it's starting down the home stretch, and as far as the presentation goes. So as we look at the options, be it option 1, option 2, or any other option, we thought about, well, what are the measures? How are we going to measure our activity? How are we going to measure success? How are we going to measure change from existing condition? And so these were subjects that we identified to sort of to spark that thought. So of course it's number of camps engaged, camps cleared, illegal camping citations, campers connected with services, arrests, and then tons of debris. This financial analysis, as we look at the $3, $4, and $5 million funding levels or funding alternatives, there are sources of funds, all with challenges and all with complexities. And we identify what some of those potential sources are, including the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund. There's both fee revenue and non-fee revenue at solid waste. Both have limitations, both have conditions, both affect essentially ultimately the fees that are charged our customers of the solid waste enterprise. The Neighborhood Revitalization Fund, which has a current balance of approximately $1 million, that was a general fund allocation provided by the board several years ago. There have not been additional contributions to that fund. It's tapped occasionally to deal with various community revitalization projects or problem properties or unique issues that we may have, challenging communities in the county. Once that money's gone, unless there's an action to replenish the fund, that money's gone. So we consider that perhaps a one-time source, not an ongoing source of funding. Regional sanitation districts, we understand that there's a dialogue going on, a subcommittee of the Regional Sanitation Districts Board looking at non-fee revenue and its focus on various types of community projects. Any funding from that source would ultimately have to be approved by the Regional Sanitation District, by the full board. And then the funding source that we've identified of last resort is the county general fund, or as Britt calls it, net county cost. We are looking, as we move into final budget in September, between $7 and $15 million to balance the general fund budget when it comes back to you in September. As we are before you today, we don't know yet what the closing balance will be in the general fund, as the books have not yet been closed. Ultimately, when that does occur, we should know later on this month what discretionary revenues may be available, or semi-discretionary revenues that might be available as the books close to commit to the types of activities that we're talking here. And then the final thing, as I mentioned, there's a $7 to $15 million is going to be needed to balance the general fund in September. One of the things that is highly probable is at least $3.5 million that's going to be needed, resulting from state actions associated with funding for in-home supportive services. So, in closing, our recommendation is for the board to provide us direction on any preferred approach, in terms of be it option 1, option 2, or a variation thereof. What is the funding level that you might be interested in, and then direct us to come back as part of the final budget deliberations in September on September 6th, when we'll have some of those uncertainties that I mentioned associated with our financial position known. So that concludes the presentation.
Okay, thanks, Rob. I know we have a couple other people may want to tag into the presentation, but Supervisor Cerna, questions, Mr. Leonard?
No questions, Mr. Chair. I do have a statement, though, before we hear from the public.
Okay.
If you want to get through questions first and then come back.
Yeah, so okay. We'll come back to you. Okay, but I know we have the district attorney here, Emery Schubert, and I know Chief Brelge, and so I don't know if they wanted to, and I did want to get an answer to the question about effectiveness of citations.
Yes.
So we'll take any board members, and then we'll go to, once we've heard from the other folks. And I don't know if anybody else had a part of your presentation that was going to share in it.
No, we do have people here that are
okay. Well, then I would invite Anne-Marie Schubert if she'd like to make any comments. And Anne-Marie, thank you, and Steve Grippy for both being here this morning, now in the afternoon, and then also Chief Brelge and his folks. So, good.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to come and talk to all of you. First off, I'd like to essentially apologize for the staff report in terms it seems like there was some confusion on whether we want to play a supportive role or an active role in this effort. And I think one of the things that's important to remember is that the county, as it stands, we hear about all these, the illegal camping, these citations by the sheriff and by park rangers, but the ordinance as it exists is only an infraction. And that does not give us any ability to do anything long-term. I have tremendous respect for the hard work that's occurring out on the Parkway, but we have to have the tools. And so I think the board is very much aware of the great work that our community prosecution program has done historically in this county, as well as in the city of Sacramento. And so my first opportunity was yesterday to actually read the entire staff report. So I'm here to really kind of provide what I think the DA's office can do. I commend Supervisor Cerna for bringing this forward and having a full hearing on this, because we all know this issue is very complex. It's not easily solved. Enforcement alone will not solve the problem. And it really does, I think that the need of the community prosecution program is vital to this. Our history of that program has been very successful. And I want to just address a couple things that have been brought up. One of the things that our office, our community prosecution program does is it brings that expertise. You all know them individually. You know the great work that they do. They provide collaboration between law enforcement, park rangers, local, city, state officials, community-based organizations, so that we can provide long-term quality of life solutions to our community. Not simply, as Supervisor Frost is concerned, is that we're not here just to move the problem. We need to fix the problem. We may not fix it perfectly, but we've got to have a long-term sustainable problem so that if in fact we do clean up the Parkway as we all want, we're not simply moving the problem to other neighborhoods or to our business community. So some of the things that I think are important that our community prosecution team has come up with after reading the staff report and going over this yesterday is, Rob Leonard mentioned the whole concept of a chronic nuisance offender program. We have a tremendous relationship with our Sheriff's Department and many collaborative partners with what we call a chronic nuisance offender program. We just started it last May, where we identify individuals that have 10 or more arrests. They are essentially the types of crimes that we're talking about here. We're not here to criminalize homelessness. We're here to address the crimes that are associated in our parkways, in our communities. So we have a list of qualifying crimes. And those individuals, with an agreement of the Sheriff's Department, after so many arrests or citations or bookings in the field or whatever it is, they're going to spend that time in jail because they've earned that trip to jail. But we're also going to follow up with that, and within 48 hours, we're going to provide that holistic approach that they need. They need the adult drug services brought to them within 48 hours. They need to be stabilized. These are individuals we all know that are, for the most part, resistant to that help. And so whether we like it or not, putting them in custody for repeat offenses is going to help them in the long term. I just asked my team this morning, how many people have gone through the CNO, the Chronic Nuisance Offender Program? We've had 74 people with 222 cases. That's a lot of cases. And of those 74 people, in that estimate, almost half of them have availed themselves of services. And what I know, the little that I know about the Parkway, is that a very, very small percentage are going to avail themselves of the services if we give them a citation. In fact, I would be willing to bet probably a Starbucks that less than 5% of those folks that are offered services in the field are going to avail themselves of that. What we've learned over time in a DA's office is we have to bring the services to them. And sometimes that means, unfortunately, when they commit crime and they do it repeatedly, it must be brought to them in custody. And we have a great relationship with our public defender's office because at the end of the day, we all want the same thing. We want a healthy, happy, safe environment. We want our kids to be able to ride their bikes in the parkway or people to take their bikes out there or whatever they're going to do. And right now, that's not happening. And so this should not be simply just, I have great respect for what's happened in the last 17 weeks. But we need a long-term sustainable program that's not just going to be about cleaning up the parkway. It's going to be about changing people's lives. And so that's where I believe our community prosecution program can bring to you. Do we need help in funding that? Absolutely. Because we have a lot of issues in this county that our CPU unit is doing. But we can also help with other things. We have a number of laws that will help. You know, state code violations, penal code violations. There are some county ordinances or misdemeanors, but we cannot continue to issue county citations and expect that these people will show up for court. They will not. We need to have misdemeanors because then at the end of the day, we can find that appropriate balance and we can provide them the services and hope that eventually they'll become stabilized, they'll get that supportive housing, they will get the treatment that they so desperately need, and they'll be able to move into long-term housing. And that's really the ultimate goal. But for a DA's office to be engaged, we are more than willing to do that. Again, you know, we would fill it with somebody that's a very experienced prosecutor. We would take him out of one of those specialized units. But we also think it's critical that everybody understand that we want to provide those services to those individuals. But it has to be the right balance. And so I'm here to tell you that the DA's office is more than willing to take an active role in this. We have the knowledge, we have the expertise, and we have the ability to help solve this in a long-term fashion. So with that, I'd be willing to answer any questions for the board.
Okay, Supervisor Serna, I think Supervisor Peters next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam DA, for being here, and I appreciate your comments about the need for a holistic, long-term approach here. I don't think you're going to get any argument from any of us that that's what our intent is. I guess I want to know whether or not you see some new additive opportunity with some of the initiatives that this board has recently adopted through our annual budget process, most notably the first of its kind full-service shelter. No other jurisdiction has pursued something like that in the Sacramento Valley. Do you see an opportunity with that in particular where perhaps some of the chronic nuisance offenders might be able to stabilize, as you mentioned, and take advantage of that program.
I absolutely think that's a viable alternative. I think the goal is we don't want to put people in jail.
Right.
That's not the goal. The goal is to get them stabilized so that they don't commit crime and don't commit continuous nuisance-related issues. So, one-stop shops are good. It's just like our Family Justice Center. We want people to get them all centralized. But there are going to be some folks that are going to be resistant or not going to do it. And at the end of the day, if that's their choosing, then they also have an alternative that they're going to go to jail.
I completely understand that, but as you, I think, are well aware, the kind of the beauty of a low barrier environment is that you go, out of your way to make it as inviting, as welcoming as possible. You limit the barriers for people to say no to the help, and so once they're, beginning to stabilize, once they're in an environment other than in a sleeping bag, down by the riverside, and they have access to this, whole menu of services and options. It seems to me that is an additive new entry point.
Absolutely,
for a
there's
lot
no
of different
question.
services,
There's no
including
question.
what you just mentioned.
There's going to be some crimes, let's be clear, that there's some crimes that they vary. It could be illegal possession of weapons or drugs. That's different than camping.
Right. What I would encourage you to think about, and perhaps have a conversation or two with Mr. Lake, is as we begin to go through the critical thinking about what is going to be specifically offered at this new full-service shelter with an initial capacity of 75 beds that's hopefully up and available for folks to use by this time next year, is begin to coordinate with our human assistance folks, our public health folks, to see how the complement of programming and services that you just mentioned fits into that, because I think it could be absolutely critical. It could be
I agree
something
with you.
actually better than some of the models that we actually visited before we moved ahead with a full service shelter.
I agree. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Okay. Supervisor Peters?
Hi. Thank you for being here today. I had your CNO program popped into my mind when I saw that there were 2,200 citations issued last year. I don't know, we didn't get it into a level of detail, how many of those were to repeat offenders, but I think
the
a lot.
thing that's confusing, the question, and maybe Bill Brelge can answer, but when you have 2,200 citations, that could be infractions or misdemeanors. Because you can cite somebody in the field for misdemeanors, and that's what happens on most drug crimes now. So I don't know the breakdown.
Okay, so the CNO program is for misdemeanors?
It could include, it has to, for us to be able to put somebody in custody, it's got to be a misdemeanor. Infractions are going to go out to Carol Miller.
So, sorry to say, I don't know who has the ability to make them all misdemeanors or all
the county
infractions?
ordinance is, and then we'd be willing to help with that, is the county ordinance could be changed for the illegal camping. We can't change the law, the state law.
No, I'm not suggesting that, but is there a change to the county ordinance that could be made that would make it easier?
Yes.
Okay.
The illegal camping is the most notable one.
Okay.
And she is correct. The 2,200 citations that we do, that the Sheriff's Department issued, are primarily geared towards the chronic nuisance offender program, to start that process to offer services or get these people services rather than take them to jail.
So the terminology gets, for a layperson, so the citation is the ticket.
Correct.
Right. Okay. So if I understood District Attorney correctly, is it 10 citations
In 12 months
of a misdemeanor level in a 12-month period you become a CNO?
No, it's 12. It's 10 violations in a 12-month period of time, and those 10 violations are what the District Attorney, Sheriff's Department have mutually agreed upon.
Violations meaning
infraction or misdemeanor.
Okay.
Some of those are drunk in public, urination in public, panhandling type things, various ones that we have identified jointly to.
Okay, so your deputies have the ability to look on their computer and see how many times that person has been cited previously?
That is correct.
Okay. So if you find somebody who qualifies for that CNO program, do you then take them to jail?
We work with the community prosecutors and our various things to eventually take them into jail, and just like the district attorney said, offer them services.
Okay,
Can I make one other comment I think is beneficial about the program that I think addresses part of Supervisor Frost's question is when the benefit also of the program is that they're placed on probation, and then they can have conditions of probation such as stay-away orders, which is a very critical component when they're just moving their tent from one place to another. So we can do stay-away orders from the Parkway or whatever the other conditions could be.
Just to be clear, my concerns and questions had to deal with not just the Parkway, but the unincorporated area. And so one of the eventual questions is are the regulations the same in the Parkway as the unincorporated area? Are there any, because the Parkway has an overlay of the general plan, and does that discourage or prevent anything different than in the unincorporated area?
No, it really doesn't.
Okay.
They overlap.
So they're all the same?
Very similar.
From your standpoint?
Correct.
In law enforcement?
Correct.
Okay, because I knew about the CNO in the unincorporated area, but I didn't know whether the Parkway...
Sure, Mike's people will use our type of ordinances geared towards urban, and we will use theirs in the parkways interchangeably.
And you have the ability to swap sides there?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Just wanted to get clear on that. Thank you.
Yeah, if I just follow on while you're on that point really quickly, does that hold for other law enforcement agencies? So if city police or animal care or city of Rancho Cordova obviously is under sheriff's command, but Citrus Heights, any of those agencies, does that all come into the system so that if you're working a situation where folks, because I mean that's part of what we're going to hear about here today is folks are concerned it's going to push this out of the Parkway into neighborhoods, and what's going to be the catch, whether it's in the unincorporated neighborhoods or business districts or in the incorporated areas as well. So is the system set up so that, you know, when it comes to your folks, Anne Marie, you can catch that? I mean, it's one thing if the sheriff's working with, you know, Chief Doan and his folks, Parkway unincorporated, but there's another piece of this that affects a lot of people, and those, you know, again, would fall under the category if you knew there were...
The CNO program is still a new concept. It's only
Okay.
been around for a year. It's a partnership with the Sheriff's Department and some of the other collaborative partners that I think are specifically designed with the community prosecution program. So, you know, we don't necessarily have an agreement with Citrus Heights or the City of Sacramento.
Rancho Cordova.
Or Rancho Cordova. I mean, I think they're all great programs for future building, but it takes time and resources.
Even though the Sheriff's Department is the Rancho Cordova Police Department?
Correct.
Okay, well, that's something we can work on.
I might be able to work on that piece of it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Very good. Any other questions for Anne Marie? Good. Thanks, Anne Marie. I appreciate.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
I just
Supervisor,
wanted,
I'm sorry, Supervisor Frost. I'm sorry. I didn't see it.
You ask if you can bring back what those changes would be, how we would change the ordinance and how that CNA program would work and what would the cost be and all that.
I think we'd be very willing to sit down and be part of any team effort to help develop a plan that we think is going to be a long-term sustainable plan.
We'll work with the DA's office on that.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Anne Marie. Okay, Chief, anything else? Again, you've heard the conversation. This was useful. Anything you want to talk about as relates to the staff report before we get into the...
No, I think what District Attorney Anne Marie said was 100% correct. We are on the same thing. The community prosecution piece is such a huge piece for us for dealing with the homeless issues. And like she said, the last thing we want to do is take them to jail. Offering them services, whether they're in jail or during that 48 hours, is crucial in our opinion, and it's where the problem really needs to be solved.
And then, if I could ask, so under your program, at the end, after you have someone in jail, does county social service connect with them in jail to try and get them into either a program or some transitional housing or something like that? How does that work seamlessly, I hope to hear?
We have navigators inside the facilities that do work with Health and Human Services type people to offer them services.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Good. Thanks, Chief. Anything else? I didn't know who's your...
This is Lieutenant Todd Henry.
Oh, Lieutenant Todd. Okay,
He's
good.
actually out north and works very closely with the HOT team and all the...
I'm just here in case somebody had a question that he couldn't answer.
Okay. Very good. All right. Thanks, Todd. You did good. Okay. Thanks, Chief. All right. That concludes the presentation. I know that we've got some 30-plus speakers signed up, but is there any other questions by board members before I give Supervisor Cernan an opportunity to make a comment, and then we'll go into the public speakers? So,
I just have a quick, so if the DA is going to be working with you, can we coordinate with our Health and Human Services and all of our homeless initiatives, to couple that with what we're working on there, because we've allocated a lot of resources to a plan moving forward. Maybe it can work with that plan.
Correct. We'll coordinate all the different services with the DA.
okay. All right, any other comments or questions at this juncture? If not, then Supervisor Cerna, you wanted to make a couple comments, and then we'll go into the public speaking portion.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to do something I don't usually do, which is read a statement. And I quite frankly couldn't sleep well last night. And given the kind of the multitude of recent articles and editorials about this county and about our willingness to partner on this very, very complex issue, I felt I needed to pursue a somewhat cathartic means of getting this important statement made before we hear from the public. So during recent budget hearings, I showed a very telling video, and Supervisor Peters did the same with photos, to stress the social impacts of homelessness. What we failed to do, however, was show a photo of a human being suffering homelessness. During the past few days, as I and the rest of the board have been inundated with dozens of very supportive emails to apply more resources to make the American River Parkway cleaner and safer, I had one constituent who reached out to express her support, who asked me to reflect on and acknowledge her late sister, Natalie. If the clerk could please put the photo up. This is a photo of Natalie. Natalie died homeless and suffered from both poor mental health and addiction, and I was informed that she frequently lived on the Parkway. I want to remind everyone here and those who took time to share your support about what we're considering this morning, now the afternoon, that contrary to some unfortunate media accounts related to today's potential actions, I have proposed what I have precisely because we, the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, continue to press for more compassion as we offer help for those suffering homelessness. In fact, more than any other local government in the entire Sacramento Valley. Unfortunately, little has been reported or editorialized about the recent initiatives this board took to fortify our continuum of care after nearly 2 years of planning, public input, and counsel and collaboration with partner service agencies. As I recently stated in a guest editorial, it is because we are directly adding even more shelter and service capacity that we must simultaneously explore ways to restore the American River Parkway as a clean and safe environment for everyone. Before we hear from members of the public, Mr. Chair, I would like to make clear that should it be the will of this board to move forward with any of the options presented by staff or otherwise, that we do so with the express intent to ensure additional shelter and service capacity this board recently approved be available as we adjust personnel deployment to enforce the Parkway camping prohibition. We must make sure people have more options for shelter and services as a viable option than to camp in dangerous conditions in and along the Parkway. I feel it is important for all those who are about to speak to hear this nuanced perspective from me before we conclude this hearing. So thank you for the time.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Cernan, and thank you for sharing that and for providing some background in for the public testimony edition of what we've heard thus far this morning. Okay, we have about 35 speakers. I know a couple of folks have had to leave thus far. We have a couple of requests to read things into the record, and I'll ask the clerk at the appropriate time to do that. So in light of where we are, and I think in the attempt to hear from all the folks, some who've taken time out of obviously out of your busy days, I'm going to put the 2-minute timer on, and that should put us within an hour framework. So please, as you're coming forward, keep that in mind, and you can speak to anything we've heard this morning or not. And with that, I'm going to call the first three. I call these in order that I've received them from the clerk. I have Mike Jaskey, Howard Lawrence, and Andy Hernandez are the first three speakers. And so if you kind of get ready in the queue, and let me reset the clock here. And with that, Mr. Jaskey.
Good afternoon, Sharon Mahoney, supervisors. My name is Mike Jaskey, representing Sacramento area congregations together. I will shorten my comments to thank Supervisor Cerna for his statement. Our concerns are precisely what he described. However, we believe that the capacity that you added in this past June's budget decision is grossly insufficient to handle the number of persons who are homeless within this county, even those homeless in American River Parkway, as best we understand the numbers. So the only humane, compassionate solution is to add more capacity than has already been approved by this board. Now, we may need to broach or consider different things than we've been willing to accept in the past. Tent cities that are providing sanitation and kitchen facilities. Perhaps allowing churches to expand what they're doing. The traumatizing numbers that the point-in-time count released yesterday show the problem is much worse numerically, and maybe it only matches up what we thought the size of the problem was emotionally. So we ask that you not act on any of these proposals today, that you send the county executive and the various other officials back to rework these plans, to take into account the need to expand housing and support service capacity to actually be able to handle these individuals, and not create a draconian enforcement program that just in effect is criminalizing the behavior of people who have no other option and find American River Parkway or other locations the best option that they have. If you give them a better option, most of them will take it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, next, Howard, followed by Andy Hernandez, followed by Stephen Green. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Natoli, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Howard Lawrence, and I'm also from Sacramento Act. And I would just add to the comments that Mike just delivered, that if this board does decide to put additional resources into enforcement in the American River Parkway, we would request that you consider sequencing this enforcement to coincide with the additional services that is already in the county budget. So we would like to see the capacity for additional shelter put into place before more enforcement would take place. You know, we all know, District Attorney just stated up here, we can't really arrest our way out of this problem, that we need more funds, we need a comprehensive, a dedicated source for funding additional housing resources, and that's something we need to look at. Mike mentioned the point-in-time count. It was there. We see the problem is getting larger. It just comes down to the fact that we need to come together as a region and adopt a comprehensive regional plan to end homelessness in Sacramento. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Howard. Okay, next Andy, followed by Stephen Green, followed by Cheryl Marcel.
Thank you, Chair Natoli and Super Board members. I do want to reiterate my support for the Safe and Clean Parkway Initiative, and I hope you'll fund it as much as you possibly can. Looking at the staff report, it was obviously prepared by people a lot more experienced and intelligent than me on law enforcement and civic matters. But one thing that did jump out at me, I do really like the beats concept, and I hope you do that, make sure that that at least is part of any plan, because I think that it creates accountability and it creates ownership, for the folks that are doing that. I also wanted to point out I really like the visitor assistance program that you guys came up with, and I would maybe suggest that could they possibly be on bicycles on the trail? I think that would actually create a lot of value. I think people are kind of feeling a little unsafe out there right now. Some more resources on the trail would be a good thing. Alternatively, potentially partnering with SAC PD for the areas that are inside the city, and maybe they already have a bicycle unit. Perhaps they could, run their bicycle units across the trail from time to time. Maybe a private security force or something. I understand there's some legal issues with that, but maybe those could be overcome. Last thing, performance gauge. That was brought up by Mr. Leonard. Here's maybe an obvious one. The stewards could help with it. Number of active camps in a particular beat, and they could just kind of keep track of it on an ongoing basis, so you know how you're doing. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Andy.
Thanks.
Okay, next, Stephen, and then Cheryl, Marcel, and then Karen Humphrey. Good afternoon, Steve.
Good afternoon. I'm Stephen Greens, Save the American River Association. I want to commend Supervisor Cerna for his statement. We certainly endorse what he had to say. In terms of the options you're considering, we favor option one. Option one, however, doesn't address one of the very severe problems we have on the ranger staff, and that's the high turnover. Every time a ranger quits, it often is months to get a replacement in place. And the reasons for this turnover has to do with salary. And we think the rangers should be getting the same salary as the deputy sheriffs. And it would stop the turnover rate. Beyond that, the problem we have here with homeless people is a regional problem. We need a regional response. We need this county working in partnership with the cities in the county, West Sacramento and Roseville, to address this in a comprehensive manner. And we hope that the county could take the lead in putting together a coalition to work on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, Cheryl Marcel, followed by Karen Humphrey, followed by Warren Tritt. Good afternoon, Cheryl.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Supervisor Natoli, members of the board. I'm Cheryl Marcel. I'm a member of the community of Woodlake, which is adjacent to the Parkway, and I'm here today to urge your support of the Safe Parkway Plan. I feel very strongly that additional resources are needed in the Parkway. We live about 2 blocks, and on a beautiful summer morning, it would be nice to have our daughter take a nice bike ride. But it's simply just not safe in the broad daylight. I think many of the testimony that you've received in writing and that you're going to be hearing today are about the safety and the criminality that's happening in the Parkway. And it's simply unacceptable, and I think it really reflects our role as stewards of this invaluable resource. Some of you know that I served the county at the airport for 11 years. I understand the many obligations that are in front of the board on a daily basis. Everything from law enforcement to mental health to child protective services, airport, certainly the municipality services, municipal services that you provide. But there has to be a balance between quality of life, making the community safe, making it a place that people want to be, and it's our responsibility to do that. I think that certainly, as Supervisor Frost pointed out, that we all wash dishes on a daily basis, and I think that is our obligation as a region, as a community, to take care of things on a regular basis. It doesn't mean that $1 is going to solve the problem. It doesn't mean that $10 is going to solve the problem, but if we're out there every day doing something, we are a force, we are being recognized for what we're doing as an obligation to our community and to future generations. I would urge your consideration of additional resources today. Thank you.
Thanks, Cheryl. Okay, next, Karen Humphrey, and then Warren. I had Karen Humphrey. Okay, Karen had to leave. Okay, Warren, you're next. And and then Warren, followed by Matt Connors. Hi, Warren.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Warren Truitt with Save the American River Association. I want to say that we are supportive of option 1. I also endorsed the BEATS concept when he was Chief Ranger of the Parkway. Stan Lumsden had created that kind of an environment for the rangers, so they each had an area. So the responsibility and the familiarity of that area, a person was going to be able to see on a daily basis and be able to take care of business, I think, in a better way. It's definitely true that the homeless are not only on the Parkway, but spreading out rapidly. I think the more aggressive we get on the Parkway, the more likely they are going to be coming into the neighborhoods. I can walk within a mile of where I live and run into homeless either on the Parkway because I live close to that, but also along Madison, Greenback, Hazel, streets that I live close to. They're very commonly seen moving around. The Sacramento County, and I think the word has been said, is the entire region needs to come together on this issue. It's really a regional problem, and I'd like to see better cooperation between the city. It seems in some cases the city people that are enforcing their laws downtown are sending people over to the Parkway. So it seems to be, in some people's minds, a kind of a dumping place, and it's got to end. That just really is such a beautiful thing we have out there that we're really gradually destroying. I already mentioned that part. Let's see. Oh, I have been told that the number of prosecutions, the DA spoke to this, but the number of prosecutions is only 50% of the citations entered. It sounds like after what she said, that is, in a way, it's not even an issue unless we get more ability to enforce the things that are really important out in the Parkway. We seem to be, by the way the garbage gets on the Parkway in many ways is they will pick up trash out of dumpsters and out of home containers and take them to the Parkway, just dump them out there, pick up the things they think they want and leave the rest there. And ultimately that just becomes part of all the other materials that they leave out on the Parkway. So we seem to be chasing our tail at this point, and I'm glad to see this particular event is occurring. And so thank you for doing this today, and I think it's a beginning, and hopefully we'll come together even more and solve these problems for our Parkway and the neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Warren. Okay, next Matt Connors, followed by Nancy Conk. Good afternoon, Matt.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. First of all, I apologize. I'm not an accomplished speaker, not associated with any organization, just a citizen. So it's my first time ever having done this, so bear with me.
Well, welcome.
Thank you, Chairman. Secondly, I apologize for my dress. I rode my bike here. I'm retired. I ride my bike 4 days a week. It's going to be a little warm now when I return, given the, as you noticed, Chairman, the hotness of the item. But anyway, I rode my bike here with my friend Carl Dahl. Carl will be speaking. I'm speaking for the both of us. That's as much of an organization as I represent. We're citizens here. We ride our bikes about 4 times a week. I will not ride my bike on the lower Sacramento American River Parkway during the day without other people. I fear for anything that could happen, and has happened. I firmly support Supervisor Cerna and the effort you're doing. I think it's greatly needed. I appreciate your comments at first. I also serve at Loaves and Fishes for 25 years, every third Saturday. So it has to be a holistic approach. But more needs to be done. I've heard the famous story of the hypodermic that's still in your office in the plastic bag. I've seen that myself way too many times. So I applaud you. Again, I apologize for both my speech, but we're out there. And we support what you're doing very much, and thank you very much. And I want to say, I applaud you as politicians, for this is what you do all the time for a living. You've got tremendous patience. So thank you very much for all of you and all of this stuff.
Thank you for your kind comments, Matt, and we appreciate you being here. You did a good job for your first time, let me tell you. Okay, next, Nancy.
Great. Good morning, Chairman Natoli, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Nancy Conk. I'm a resident of Sacramento, and I'm here this morning because I'm concerned about the level of additional funding that is being proposed for the cleanup and enforcement efforts on the homeless encampments along the parkways. Well, I recognize the health and safety issue that is at base here. I'm just concerned that what we're looking at is a Band-Aid on the symptoms without directing any additional resources to the underlying significant problem of homelessness in our county. And as we all know, after seeing yesterday's point in time count report, that problem has only gotten worse over the last 2 years, and particularly the numbers of unsheltered homeless fellow residents having increased, I believe, to 2,000 at this point. So the action before the board, as the report states, is one of prioritization of the county's limited resources. The items that are missing from the budget allocations in that report, though, are ones that would enhance the housing options available to those who would be removed from the parkways. The other missing item from that report is a performance measure of the numbers of individuals who no longer need to seek shelter in the parkways, a reduction in the number of homeless in our county. So I urge the board to prioritize the limited resources it has available to address the underlying problem, not the symptoms, and to help those who are currently forced to seek shelter outdoors to find acceptable alternatives, and by enhancing the programs and resources available through our existing homeless initiative.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy. Next, I had Jeff Tardigia, who had to leave, but I have Kent Layson, followed by Ellen Ware, and then followed by Kevin Ware. Hopefully I pronounced the names correctly. So. Kent was first, and then followed by Ellen and Kevin. Good afternoon.
Hi there, my name is Kent Lachin. I'm a regular bike commuter, and I take the Parkway and I go south at the Northgate T, which is where most of the problems are that I see. I want to thank you for actually addressing this problem directly, and Supervisor Cerna, especially a thank you to you, because this is something that I think on the Parkway it's been kind of swept under the rug for way too long, and I think it's wonderful to hear it finally being in a surrounding where we can all discuss it. When I ride my bike on the Causeway, I kind of on the Parkway, I take a deep breath and I go through what I call the danger area, which is the Northgate T. I've broken up fights. I've seen mothers with toddlers in diapers. I've talked to rangers about that and asked, what do you do about that? And the answer I got was, it's complicated. And so that means that there's a lot more that needs to be done. I would encourage you to put as much resource as you possibly can to this problem, and I would also encourage you to work together with the city to come up with a comprehensive program. I mean, this is something that I think we don't have to redouble resources. And I would also say, finally, please use some of the social services that have kind of an end game as far as solving homeless problems, like Volunteers of America, to solve the problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Okay, and then Ellen and Kevin.
Good afternoon. My wife, Ellen, had to leave. I'm Kevin Weir. If you would allow me to take 30 seconds of her time to summarize her point. Her main point that she wanted to bring to you was that if you actually step up enforcement against camping, that many of the folks who are drawn here from other communities as far away we know as San Francisco and Reno, that those folks may not be drawn here. Her main point was the reaction to the point in time study and the significant increase in numbers. She suspects, well, we always have to be careful about anecdotal evidence, but she suspects that a lot of that is due to being drawn in from other communities outside of the county. So this bill, this item, might actually contribute to that and getting the word out to other communities. That summarized her statement.
Thank you.
I have lived at C Street at 21st for 15 years. I moved there because of the Parkway, because of access to the river. I'm a professor at Sac State. I commute by bicycle to campus every day. As a matter of fact, I don't even have a parking permit, so I have to either take RT or ride my bike. I run every morning on the pathway. I use the pathway 6 to 7 days per week. I'm a heavy user. And I start at the Blue Diamond facility, I go through 160, and then I go on to the east. So I see it every day. I lived through the tent cities of 2009 through 2011. I saw Oprah's van come out. I saw Al Jazeera's van come out. I've been there the whole time. Since this item was delayed last month, I was assaulted 1 block from my home next to the Blue Diamond facility on the Parkway by a homeless man who was very clearly mentally ill. Mike and Mark, the HOT team, were great. Our enforcement was great. I recognize that this item is not a magic bullet, and if you had passed it last month, I would not have magically not been assaulted 10 days ago. Every day that goes by that we look away from this problem, there will be more assaults, there will be more crime, there will be more suffering, both by members of the community and by the homeless that we all want to serve and support. So if I, a fit, 6-foot-tall, cisgendered male, am not safe, I'm really not sure who is. So, pardon the finger wag, but I would ask you to stop the inter-district squabbling, get it together, and move this forward for everybody's benefit so we can all enjoy this, all aspects of this community. So, in short, I support item 1 at $5 million. Thank you for bringing this before the board.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you for bringing Ellen's comments as well. Okay, next I have Bill Davis, followed by Davi Rodriguez, followed by Barbara Livery.
Don't start it yet.
No, I'm not going to start it. No, I'm not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I've submitted a letter dated July the 3rd and another one this morning, which I apologize for. Some of the things have been said, but I'm recommending option 1. It's very nearly what Supervisor Cerna has proposed. There's some difference that I think needs to be worked out, but I think what I'd like to say is fundamentally what worries me about the 2 options and about this whole discussion is that if the sheriff is responsible for the Parkway and the neighborhoods, guess what happens? There are more voters in the neighborhoods than there are in the parkways. And every one of you are sensitive to voters, and guess where the homeless are going to go? You heard one speaker say the city's already sending them to the Parkway for discovery. So I think that's a thing to keep in mind. Without effective enforcement in the Parkway that says clearly, we will not tolerate illegal camping in the Parkway, you won't have any incentive to deal with the other, what I call the other 2 legs of the stool. The 3 legs of the stool are enforcement not only in the Parkway but also in the neighborhoods, supportive housing with services, and independent living, the ability to move from supportive housing to independent living, which requires affordable housing. You've heard comments about regional. I had a reaction to what I heard the district attorney say that, well, why hasn't she been talking to the rangers? All I heard from her was, I've been dealing with the sheriff, and the sheriff and I have got this deal worked out, and all of this wonderful thing. I'm the one that told Warren that 50% of the citations are prosecuted. You need to remember that. It doesn't matter if you write a ticket if they wad it up and throw it away and the DA doesn't prosecute it. So support option 1, which in essence, I think what Supervisor Cerna is proposing for the Parkway, plus Supervisor Peters' concern for the neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Thanks for your thoughtful letters as well. Okay, next, Davi Rodriguez. I saw Davi here earlier. I'll hold it. Maybe he'll come back. Okay, Barbara Leary, and then Barbara's followed by Charlie Willard, followed by Bob Horwitz. Good afternoon, Barbara.
Oh, good afternoon. Thank you. I'm actually not here representing a group, but I have been a user of the Parkway since the early 1980s, and these are not new problems. And I think that over the years, so many resources have dried up in terms of placement for the homeless. There is an increased number of homeless services. That's certainly a big part of this issue. I support Sarah's recommendation that there be improved pay for the people that patrol the parkway. It really is necessary to get people out there to protect users. It's necessary to continue these efforts and actually increase the efforts to clean up the parkway. It's a public health issue for the people who use the parkway that are residents, as well as for the homeless people out there. I worked at UC Davis for 31 years on the trauma service, and it is extremely difficult to place a homeless patient who needs services beyond being returned to the streets. Most of the shelters, and a lot of people probably don't know this, have people come in during the day, but they need to leave by 8 or 9 in the morning, and they can't come back until 5 in the afternoon, which pushes people out into the streets and onto the parkway or for places to stay. The services for mental health have also been decimated over the years, and it's difficult to treat all of these problems. I'm also chair of the Sacramento Sierra Club group, and I'm hearing a large number of complaints from people who are out on the parkway regarding their feelings for safety. So I hope that we can come up with a solution. It's a hard solution, but we really need to move forward. This has been going on a long time. This isn't a recent issue over the last 2 to 5 years. So thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Thanks for your comments. Okay, next Charlie Willard, Bob Horowitz, and then Tracy Harper. Good afternoon, Charlie.
Good afternoon. I live in South Natomas. I'm on the parkway several days a week, usually 4 or 5, either on my kayak or on my bike. I commend the county staff for all the wonderful work they've done to get the parkway reopened after all the flooding. And I agree we need a regional solution to this. However, the parkway has become, for a long time, a de facto illegal campground. And there are inadequate provisions for garbage, human waste, and security. Security provisions are both for visitors and for the people who are trying to live there. I'm going to focus more on the river today because many people are talking about other things. From the river, I see many camps and large amounts of garbage. It seems like the camps along the river are out of sight, out of mind, and with the policy of complaint-driven only, they don't get much attention. Eventually, much of this garbage, human waste, and other things ends up in the river and hung up on vegetation along the river. There's a particularly acute this year with the flooding. You can go out there today and still see lots of stuff hanging in the trees. The parkway is often called Sacramento's crown jewel. It is an asset to the entire region and attracts visitors and businesses to our areas. We need to provide adequate protection to parkway users and to the parkway resources. I urge support of option 1 as a step in the right direction. As I watch the measurement tools provided by Mr. Leonard, I think the most important measure of success was missing, and that's that we don't see illegal camping on the parkway, or at least that we're reducing. The number of citations and things like that aren't real meaningful unless they're having an effect on the ground, so I urge you to add that as one of your criteria. Thank you.
Thanks, Charlie. Okay. Bob Horowitz, Tracy Harper, and Bob Erlenbush. Oh, Bob.
Hi, I'm Bob Horowitz. I'm a Sacramento resident, use the Parkway a lot. I'm also a member of the Update Citizens Advisory Committee back in 2004, I think that was, and 2005. And I'm on the board of Fat Track, which is a local mountain bike club and our local IMBA chapter. Want to express my support for Phil and for increasing the funding for this item at whatever level you feel is appropriate. This has been a really good discussion. I've learned a lot. I do recognize the heroic efforts of our rangers and of the cleanup crews. I would say my observation is that the amount of garbage on the parkway in the last year or so is beyond what a volunteer event could do, even if it was more than one event a year. It's really substantial, and we've seen the evidence for that. One thing that is happening is that last month, the Recreation and Parks Commission did approve the mountain bike pilot program. So after 15 years almost of working on that, that's pretty exciting development. But it has occurred at a time when even I have some trepidation about going down to the Parkway, which has never been the case before. And so as this program ramps up, I think it would be really nice to have a little bit cleaner environment, a little bit safer environment, which this program will provide for us. We've talked about legs of the stool, and the district attorney said, you can't arrest your way out of this situation, and I believe that is true. And so we're bringing in, so on my stool, we have another leg, and that's new users. And so we have a new user group coming in. Hopefully that's going to lead to a little bit different kind of change in the way that area feels, that it might feel a little safer, and then more people will be willing to venture there. And so I just want to say, in the long run, that's important to me, and we might even look at, changing some of the things in the Parkway plan to allow other types of uses, such as like an urban farm or something like that.
Very good. Thanks, Bob. Thanks for your work over the years, too. Appreciate it. Okay, next, Tracy Harper, Bob Erlenbush, and then Joan Burke. Good afternoon, Tracy.
Good afternoon. My name is Tracy Harper, and yes, I've never testified in front of a Board of Supes before, so bear with me.
Right. Well, Mr. Connors did good. I'm sure you will as well. So.
Thanks. So I was born and raised in Sacramento. I did move away for some time and came back. And when I came back, I intentionally, purposefully purchased a home as a single mom. It was very difficult, in a safe area, relatively safe, in Sierra Oaks, which is adjacent between the American River Drive and the American River. And I did that for a number of reasons. One was my health. I'm a 12-year cancer survivor. And I work with my doctors, and one of the things that they suggested is, in lieu of taking medicine, that I should exercise rigorously, more frequently. And so with being under their care and their support, I bike on the pathway almost every day. And so I really appreciate it. And unfortunately, I can't commute from my house downtown by bicycle, because I feel either I'm going to be subjected to the traffic and potentially be hit, or other dangers that other people have enumerated here by biking between Sac State and downtown. And it used to be that we called it the jewel of Sacramento. I'm worried that it's becoming more of the armpit of Sacramento at this point. It used to be that I didn't ride my bike past Cal Expo. Then it became the H Street Bridge. Then it was Guy West. And now I see homeless encampments and other activities going on daily, even going out from Watt Avenue towards Sunrise or Hazel, which is my normal route. I do bike in groups, but I also bike alone at times when there's a number of people out there. And I have to say, lately, I have not felt safe all the time. So the other thing I noted last night when I was riding, and that other people might have hit on a little bit, but is the fire danger. Last night as I was riding, I tend to wait until I know the Delta breeze is going to kick in at some point. So I leave at 6:30, and I head out in the heat, and I know by the time I turn around, the Delta breeze will have kicked in. But I did notice the tree canopy has been diminished, if not gone, in many places between Watt Avenue and Sunrise, if not further. So I worry about that as a homeowner, with potential fires impacting us on the Parkway. And the one last thought I had is, we're known as one of the top 10 bike paths in the United States. And we do host the Tour of California here. A number of years ago, I hosted a female cyclist. They do have to couch surf as opposed to the men, just saying. Anyway, it was really eye-opening, that. And also, I went with her out onto the bike path, and I showed her the bike path. And she was from Albuquerque and was racing for Team BMW. And there were teams out there from all over the world. So when we start the Tour of California here, those teams are here riding around, and I just can't help but think and think back to what happened when Lance Armstrong's time trial bike was stolen, and the world was on that story. And I worry about what would happen if we're hosting the Tour of California and we have a world-renowned cyclist that has some sort of altercation with someone on the bike path. So I just really wanted to bring that to your attention and say that I really firmly support Supervisor Cerna and the efforts that you're taking, and I support option 1 funded at the highest level.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you for speaking, and thanks for sharing. Okay, next in, Bob Erlenbush, Joan Burke, and Tom Biglione. Good afternoon, Bob.
Good afternoon. Bob Erlenbush, the Sacramento Regional Coalition to End Homelessness. First, I'd like to thank you, Supervisor Cerna, for injecting really heartfelt humanity into this issue. It's tragic that we have to pit a beautiful resource against the tragedy of homelessness, as you so poignantly pointed out. Actually, we, as probably no surprise, don't support either option, but we do support the option that comes before, on page 15 of the staff transmittal, that there be a broader, paraphrasing, policy discussion today to continue the discussion about the merits of what is currently budgeted rather or versus the addition of either option 1 or 2. So I hope that for a very complex issue that we continue that policy discussion in a very expeditious way. But assuming that you are going to move forward with some sort of combination of $3 to $5 million on enforcement, I respectfully ask 2 considerations. Number 1, that you don't write citations for just illegal camping. If there's illegal activity, of course, but just for, we saw the report yesterday, 2,000 people are outside. 56% of our homeless people are outside because they have nowhere to go. And if you have people out there, the new report was saying 34% medical barriers, almost half PTSD. Of the homeless veterans, 90% estimated have traumatic brain injury, 56% have substance abuse, and 57% have mental health issues. The second consideration is that, just as Howard said, if we're really moving forward with a comprehensive plan, don't move forward on either of these 2 options until the rehousing center is open. $5 million would open 3 rehousing centers. We need 1 to start. So sequence this in order so you show the community that you are sensitive to the issue, that people have nowhere to go. You're just moving people around from place to place to place. Now, if you sequence it, you at least have a responsible answer to say, yes, at least for 75 people, for starters, you do have a place to go. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Okay, Joan, and then Tom Biglione, and then I think Lene or Elaine Milstein.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Joan Burke from Loaves and Fishes. Today I'm also representing the Sacramento Housing Alliance. All of us today care about the Parkway and are looking for ways to make it safe from environmental damage, safe from fire. But law enforcement does not address homelessness, and it's extremely expensive. I would ask you to consider spending the $5 million to provide additional emergency shelter for homeless people. That money could provide a 200-bed shelter, and that will remove people from the Parkway. It's a myth that people do not want help. The emergency shelters are always full. There is nowhere for people to go. The homeless point-in-time count, in just 2 years, the number of unsheltered homeless people went up 85%. We have over 2,000 people outside tonight, every night. We need more emergency shelter, and I truly believe that is the best way to help the American River Parkway and to help our neighborhoods who have people, in the immortal words of HUD, living in places not intended for human habitation. That is the problem. We need to address that problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, Tom Biglione. Is Tom here? I know he sent correspondence. Maybe he had to leave. I'll call upon him when we're done here. Is it Lene or Lane? You tell me if I... Okay, all right. Well, you can put it on the record correctly, so good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Natoli and board members. I'm Lainey Milstein, and I want to start by saying thank you to Supervisor Cerna for bringing this item forward. I'm a resident of Supervisor Peters' district, but I work downtown, and I regularly commute the Parkway to get here. I get on at Howe Avenue, and I get off at the rail yards. As the district attorney said, enforcement alone will not solve this problem. I shouldn't have to be afraid for my safety on my daily commute. I have many friends who won't do it alone on the Lower Parkway. I was told by a police chief never to get on at Blue Diamond after 3 o'clock, and I know if I miss my window to commute home after 6, I won't go through Discovery Park alone. I'll only ride if I have a partner home. I'll go home through town. We really have to address the issue of homelessness as a priority in a meaningful way. More of the same is simply unacceptable, and we can't just push the homeless out of the Parkway and into adjacent communities. We have to offer services, mental health, physical health, counseling, housing, and other wraparound services now, not over the next few years, right now. Otherwise, you're just moving an already challenging problem to a new location, like squeezing a tube of toothpaste from one place to the next. I understand your competing priorities, but this is the purpose of county government. Now you just need to make this a priority. I hope you'll consider finding resources for this important issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. Thank you. Okay, next then we have Leslie Landon. Emily Butler was signed up, but she left a comment that the clerk will read in the board a little later, so then JT Marcel. So Leslie and JT.
Hi, I'm Leslie Loudon. I sent you a letter, so I won't repeat all of those points, but I want to thank you, Mr. Cerna, for bringing this up. We all agree that it's very complicated and we need a comprehensive solution, but I just ask you not to sacrifice the Parkway while we pursue those comprehensive solutions. It's the resource for all of us, and we're losing it. I've been a volunteer with the American River Parkway Foundation for a number of years, and it's getting to the point I'm afraid to go out there. I'm afraid to ride my bike. I commute from the River Park area to downtown. I'm afraid to use the Parkway, and I just don't want us to lose it. So I encourage you to please provide the more resources while we pursue all the other solutions. And then I guess just the other thing I would ask is that I work for the State Water Resources Control Board in the Division of Financial Assistance. In fact, I'm the deputy director, and I was wondering whether the county has looked into any grants for providing additional sanitation services in the Parkway. The state has a law that there's a human right to water and sanitation, and we owe it to all the residents to provide that. So, thank you.
Good. Well, thanks, Leslie. Good question, and something we can certainly take up. Thanks for your comments. Okay, next JT, and JT's followed by...
JT Marcel. I want to thank Phil, or I should say Supervisor Cerna, for bringing this to light, and I encourage the rest of the supervisors to follow his lead. I work with Leslie, and I'm glad she came out today. She's been awarded for the debris over the years that she has pulled out of the American River Parkway through her work with the group down there. It's a shame that we have to talk about homelessness and preserving the Parkway at the same time. It really is. If we had untold amount of money sitting around, it'd be great to take care of both with the snap of our fingers. We don't. Yes, resources are a rare commodity, but so is the American River Parkway, and it is being destroyed. Fires are happening. We've had our first big one out there already. When's the next one going to happen? Safety is an issue. And the waterway, plain and simple. Everything that's going out into the Parkway has the potential of ending up in our waterway. And that's a natural resource that we can't replace. Yes, vegetation may grow back, other things may occur, but we cannot replace our waterway. Enforcement happening Monday through Friday, or Tuesday through Friday. That was interesting to hear about. Funding would hopefully aid that to occur throughout the week. Yeah, we only have so many dollars. You guys have a tough job ahead of you. I encourage you to really take a long, hard look at this. I'm obviously in support of funding this, and I think most of the folks here that you've heard from, at least in some way, shape, form, or manner, respect and want the Parkway to be the jewel of the county. We're all stewards in this room of this. You folks are the purse string holders, and we're looking to you to help find a way to save the Parkway. Thank you.
Thanks, JT. Okay, then next is Mario Rupert, followed by Roland Brady, followed by Lori Ward. Good afternoon, Mario.
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, supervisors. Once again, my name is Mario Rupert. I was living in Phil Cerna's district and currently now reside in South Sacramento in Patrick Kennedy's district. First of all, I wanted to just to reiterate in regards to what a lot of my fellow residents here in Sacramento have actually already voiced out in regards to their concern for the Parkway and also the incorporated areas, as well as also communities that reside up and along the 23 miles, also 26 miles of the American River Parkway. If I could have the overhead projector, please. Before I actually do show some of these pictures here, I just would like to reiterate that these pictures are actually from February 2015 to present. Okay. I have a large variety of pictures just to kind of show what had been happening within the Parkway since I had newly moved to Sacramento from the Bay Area.
So you're just going to show us a sample then, Mario? Okay.
This is one particular picture of a camp that's in the North Sacramento area, and if what we can take notice is that a lot of the trees are actually have been stripped and chopped down, which is part of one of the last 5% of riparian forest, which is surrounding the Garden Highway. This is actually a fire that was right on the border of the Camp Pollock area due to illegal camping. This is actually a fire from last summer, which was from the Bushy Lake celebration that we had actually had. Unfortunately, that restoration did in fact get destroyed from some arsonists due to illegal camping. This particular picture is actually part of the North Sacramento Bike Trail, which is the entrance point to the Northgate area. So this, in regards to what some individuals may be concerned about for biking commuting, this kind of shows an area of that. And then this final picture is actually a view across the American River from Camp Pollock to the Rivers Trail. And unfortunately, there is an illegal camp there, but there's also a gentleman which looks like he was pouring fecal matter into the river with a bucket and also sweeping the remnants of what did not make it into the river with a broom. So of course, it would be a health and safety hazard. And then just one last picture. This is actually a picture of the Two Rivers Trail that leads out of Tusconia Park leading into downtown. I do actually support the additional maintenance and also the law enforcement and also with the option 1 as well. Okay. And thank you for your time and for listening.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you, Mario. Thank you for sharing the pictures. Okay, Roland Brady, and then Roland's followed by Lori Ward, followed by Joe Wolfender.
Thank you all, and thank you to Phil Cerna for bringing this issue forward. I support option 1 at the full amount. My background is I have a PhD in geology, and I'm a retired professor from Fresno State, where among other courses I taught watershed restoration. I've worked on a number of urban watershed projects throughout California and Oregon, and one of the things that's become really clear is the value to the local community here of the Parkway. There are very few cities that I've ever been to that have a resource like the Parkway, that has a strip of natural environment that's surrounded by the urban cityscape. It truly is a jewel in the crown, but it is at its tipping point. Unfortunately, along with homelessness, there's the onslaught of invasive non-native species, there are fires, the natural processes that would return an area like this to its proper form and function are missing. And so we as stewards have to take place of those, and we have to engage ourselves and work to maintaining this natural environment for future generations. Unfortunately, what I've been hearing is that we can't really do this with the resources we have until we solve the homeless problem. And I think that's really a short-sighted approach. There's nothing that we can do that's not going to continue the dereliction of the parkway unless we actively engage in its restoration. So I ask you to please fund this at the full amount and get started on the parkway along with solving the homeless problem, rather than diverting these funds and say we can't work on the parkway until we solve the homeless problem. They're really separate but related issues, and I encourage your full support on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roland. Thank you for your comments. Okay, Lori Ward, followed by Joe Wolfender, and then Diana Pagetto. And we just have a few more speakers here, so we'll continue to work.
Supervisor Natoli, Lori had to leave.
Okay.
She was here with Friends of the Riverbanks,
Okay.
and they are supporting option 1.
Okay,
Or
thank
she
you.
is.
Okay, very good, thank you. Okay, so Joe Wolfender? Did Joe have to leave as well? I think he wrote, we had correspondence, so, all right, Diana Pagetto, followed by then Mary Tapple, I think Greta Lacey?
Good afternoon. My name is Diana Pagetto, and I'm the Executive Director of the American River Parkway Foundation. You know, the Parkway is more than a natural setting for this region. It's really an economic driver for this region. The Parkway generates $364 million in goods and services, and this was from a 2006 report that this county actually paid for from the Dangerman. Home values along the American River Parkway are greater than they are in other areas. It is a tourist destination. The Parkway has 8 million visitors per year. For reference, that is twice as many as Yosemite has, as well as twice as many as the Louvre has every year. World-class athletes train on the Parkway. You heard about cyclists. You have runners from all over that train on the Parkway. The Parkway is also considered the blueprint of urban parks across the United States. Governments look at how do you have recreation with natural space. We don't want to see anyone in this region or anyone across the United States see the Parkway deteriorate. Valley Vision and Sac State put together a new report that states that this region, 55% rate parks as the most important civic amenity. The other amenities were down in single digits compared to parks and the Parkway. The Parkway is being destroyed by illegal campers right now. There are groves of trees that have been destroyed. There are homes that are being destroyed out of trees. There are trees being destroyed because there are homes being created. It cannot continue. The trash on the Parkway, you saw what the resource team has put together. Last weekend, the foundation put together on a Saturday an on-water river cleanup. There were 35 people on the cleanup, and they removed 1,500 pounds of trash in 3 hours. That was from Sunrise down to River Bend. 1,500 pounds in 3 hours. The community loves their Parkway. We have stewards. We have over 6,000 volunteers a year out on the Parkway. It's important to this community, and the maintenance and the rangers cannot do it all, and so additional resources are needed. Thank you.
Thanks, Diana. Okay, Mary, then Greta Lachine, and Rachel Espinosa.
Hello, Chair Natali and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Mary Tapple. A big thank you to Supervisor Cerna again for pursuing this issue. And I have some photos too that represent also what Phil Cerna has brought up. The members of the board, you've seen these before, but they're good illustrations. This is how the garbage just is allowed to accumulate in the areas right by the river, along the Two Rivers Trail. This is not infrequent situation around illegal camps. They scatter the garbage and they just leave it there, and they do bring in huge amounts, sometimes entire big garbage cans from the community. Since those are on wheels, they just roll them right in using the bike paths. This is one of the bike chop shops. It happens to be on the land side of the Two Rivers Trail and the Lower Parkway. That's between Highway 160 and Discovery Park, or Tiscornia Park. And one of these bike chop shops has clearly moved on to the water side of the trail there. And the rangers and maintenance crew, they do a really good job, but they cannot be responsive to this volume that's occurring. We desperately need more resources. Option one, $5 million at least, please. And here's another hazard both to the illegal campers themselves and to the other people visiting the parkway. The dogs tend to pack up. Sometimes it's pit bulls. We don't have pictures of the pit bulls and packs because we're busy usually fleeing out of the parkway for our own safety. And we're never sure the people yelling at the dogs are yelling at the dogs to come or yelling at the dogs to attack us. And it really could be either these days. You know the news. Anyway, these dogs were looking for food. That's frequently what the dogs are doing. Many of these animals are not being treasured pets. They are being abused at the parkway. I've seen in an earlier year a pit bull being forced to pull all alone 3 huge loaded carts of stuff. The humans there were not helping at all. So please consider removing the garbage. Helps everybody, absolutely, and we have to save the parkway for everybody who uses it, even if they use it for illegal things. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mary. Okay, then Greta Lachin. Okay, Greta, Lacin. All right. Rachel Espinosa, and then Maury Hatch are the last 2 speakers I've signed up. So anybody else intended to speak? Rachel? Or Rochelle? Okay, and I don't see that. Maury.
Hi there.
Hi.
I'm Captain Maury Hatch, and I'm a fishing guide on the Lower American River for 4 months out of the year, and I've done it for the last 10 years. And the river has gotten progressively more unhealthy and more strewn with garbage. And what I'd like to offer all you supervisors today is I would gladly volunteer my time to give you a tour from Watt Avenue all the way down to Discovery Park. That's my normal beat. I would love to take you down and give you what my perspective of the river is on a daily basis. And I can't imagine that you wouldn't be backing the maximum amount of protecting our river, because it's a disaster down there. So,
Only if I can bring my fly rod. Maury.
yeah, well, you're not going. Anyways,
It was a limited invitation, I guess.
real quick, every day I have people from all over the world that come and fish that lovely river, and typically for the first hour and a half, the people who are not from Sacramento, they're just dumbfounded on how beautiful it is. There's otters swimming around, deer, beavers, birds, catching fish here and there. And about 9 o'clock, almost every day, my clients say to me, God, what happened? The upper part of the river from Watt down to Riverbend Park is, down to the new park at the dump there, is usually pretty clean. When you get below that, there's 20 to 30, you call them encampments, but I call them homesteads. There are people with aquariums, cat trees, 3 tents together. I could go on, and I'd love to give you a personal, I volunteer to do it if you want a nice view of what I see every day. Phil knows how to get a hold of me. I'd love to show you my view of the river. So I'm all in for doing the maximum amount of protecting that river. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Maury.
Thank you, Maury. Okay, was there anybody that I missed that either didn't call upon that signed up or wished to speak? Otherwise, I'm going to bring it back to the board. I'm going to ask the clerk to read a summary of 2 statements of folks that either were unable to stay and or asked that some information be read into the record. So, okay, I thank all of you for testimony. We're going to bring back to the board for further discussion, but Flo, if you'd first conclude with those 2.
Okay, this is the testimony of Emily Butler in favor of item 71. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Emily Butler, and you know me as the Executive Director of Sacramento Splash. Splash is a small local nonprofit dedicated to cultivating a generation of children who take an active role in protecting water and habitat. I'm not here before you in my official capacity because Splash has no official position on this item. I am here as an advocate for children's access to safe, beautiful natural areas. A large body of research indicates that time spent in nature is essential for physical, mental, and emotional development of children. 90% of California children live in urban or suburban settings, locked in by the pavement, entertained by electronic screens. Like Matherfield, the American River Parkway represents a rare antidote to this depressing reality. A corridor of stunning riparian habitat winding its way through the most densely populated portions of Sacramento, the Parkway provides a unique opportunity for local children to play and explore in nature. But natural areas in urban settings are difficult to maintain. We have firsthand experience of this out at Mather, where trespassing, vandalism, and drug use are all too common. I am way out of my depth here to do not pretend to understand the entangled issues of homelessness, public safety, and environmental protection in the Parkway, but I respect and support this board's willingness to tackle them. I urge you to allocate additional resources to ensure that the Parkway continues to be a safe place for endless generations of Sacramento children to explore.
Okay, thanks, Paul.
And then the next comment is from Michael Kuffel. Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, I urge you to vote in favor of Phil Cerna's proposal to increase funding to help clean up and improve safety on the American River Parkway. The American River Parkway is an expansive haven of verdant nature and wholesome recreation smack dab in the middle of our city. One can find beaver, river otter, seal lions, turtles, and a host of other birds and reptiles. What a joy it is to have this so close and accessible and to share it with one's children. And I'm paraphrasing here.
That's fine. Yeah, yes,
I refer in particular to the area between Cal Expo and Discovery Park near the Wood Lake neighborhood where I reside. Proximity to the river was a big draw for us when deciding to move into the Wood Lake neighborhood. Today, I have all but stopped taking my children to the river near my home due to the hazards, the bad experiences, and the worry that accompanies every trip. Instead, we end up driving miles and miles upstream to find a clean and family-friendly area where we can actually relax and enjoy the Parkway. Having regularly ventured off the main bike path and onto horse trails, I have literally had to tiptoe through massive piles of garbage carelessly strewn about. Worse yet, the garbage has now spread far and wide from the higher water levels earlier this year, including high up in the trees and bushes at the riverbank. Then the fires. I have boated up and down the river and have seen campfires dotting the shoreline even during daytime in summer. I have ridden through at night and there are fires visible everywhere. I regularly see them from the side of the freeway. They are not hard to find. How much does it cost to fight the fires that are caused by irresponsible and illegal camping? Groves of ancient trees destroyed forever. This threatens the very thing that makes the Parkway special. Address the source and stop ignoring illegal camping. And finally, my wife and I recently moved our kids to Washington Elementary, close to the bike path entrance by Blue Diamond. We were very excited by the prospect of riding our bikes to and from school. The main bike path is generally well used, and I've never had any real problems. The few rides we've taken have featured a constant stream of prowling homeless residents and their very loosely corralled guard dogs. There have now been several recent reports of people actually getting attacked by dogs in the same area where we would ride. My 7-year-old son wouldn't have a chance against one of these dogs. I am prepared to fight to the death every time we make this ride. And then I personally had a deranged homeless man hurl a rock at my head after I rode on my bike. Hard. I find it increasingly difficult to justify taking my kids on the bike path at all. This is public land that the county is responsible for maintaining and keeping safe and accessible for our visitors.
Okay, good. Thanks, Flo. And I would just note, I know that supervisors have received numerous items of correspondence, a good deal of emails and some very thoughtful letters, kind of running the range, obviously, of things we heard here this morning, but many of them expressing, obviously, concerns relative safety and to the conditions in the Parkway, and certainly concern for homeless individuals, and for basically requesting this board in one way or another support maybe one of the options or taking certain action. And we thank all the folks who have weighed in thus far. With that, then, I brought it back to the board. I want to first take any additional questions, and I see Supervisor Cerna's punched up, and certainly comments, and then we can entertain direction, action, or whatever the pleasure of this board is. But so let's go to the question, if there's any additional questions, and then we'll take comments. So, Mr. Cerna.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, thanks to all the members of the public that stuck around since being notified that we had a 10:30 start, and your patience is very much appreciated, and I think it's been exceptional in terms of at least its impact on me. And I certainly don't take it for granted. I know many of you have stepped away from your jobs today. You made arrangements to be here, and it's not lost on this board that counts for something. So thank you very much. I do have a question about timing, since it did come up in a couple of comments. I think I know the answer, but I guess I want to hear from the appropriate executive staff about this idea of our full-service shelter, which, by the way, we say it has 75 beds, but its design is intended to have people short stay at this complex. So this is not just 75 beds and walk away, and that's the end of the capacity. It's intended to be a 30 to 60 day stay. So you continually have those that are suffering homeless moving through this unique point of entry into our continuum of care. So we shouldn't just think about it as 75 beds. But my question is, maybe it's for you, Mr. Lake. In terms of the timing of when we think that would actually be available, what would you say today, and I know it's kind of a foggy crystal ball, but what would you say today about the likelihood of that being up and running? Maybe give me a month and a year, and maybe the appropriate person could tell me the same about when we think, if it's the will of the board to go with a higher staff deployment, both on the law enforcement side and the maintenance side. How would those two meet? In other words, when would we be fully staffed to have a different presence in the parkway for enforcement and maintenance? At the same time, when would we have this additional capacity available to serve the public?
Paul, if you can take the first.
Sure. Supervisor Cerna, it's our goal to have the rehousing, full-service rehousing shelter up and operating the first part of 2018. We're in the process of identifying some potential sites. We need to vet those. We need to take a look at what kind of work might need to be on them, be done on them in order to make them workable as a rehousing shelter. So it's our ambitious goal to get that up and operating the first part of 2018.
Okay,
and Rob's going to have the second part.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, in regards to building the capacity, as we've outlined in the presentation, in talking with Mike Doan, the Chief Ranger, we do have a list of qualified candidates right now that we can draw from. There is an adequate number on the list to support a number of the scenarios, depending upon which one we might pursue. And so the lead time would be 2 to 3 months to pull somebody from that list and begin to have them active.
How about Sheriff?
Ben, Sheriff?
Well, it depends. Sorry. Obviously, it depends on the model. If it's 10 officers, we could theoretically staff it tomorrow. If it was anything above that, we'd have to wait till September.
Okay. And in terms of, so that answers the question about staff recruitment, retention, but what about any further detailed plans? I think you can sit down. I'm looking at Mr. Leonard now, but what about any further detailed plans, Rob, with regard to either of these options, or maybe a hybrid approach that we might run with? How much lead time do you need in terms of further planning?
Well, I think if we were to move forward, there's the fundamental issue of staff capacity, and so we could move forward with any hiring process there while we would be refining any plans. We don't need to do these things sequentially necessarily.
Mm-hmm. Right.
We could refine the plans. It's pretty straightforward in terms of the illegal camping team. We have the model established, the operational model established. It's a matter of laying it into the schedule and then getting the organizational capacity lined up to fill the schedule. The lead time associated with any equipment purchase is not terribly significant.
Is it measured
either.
in weeks or months? Or?
I would say the pacing feature would be the time involved in getting the Rangers on board and up and going. So that's 2 to 3 months there. Now, would those all necessarily be the new Rangers? Most likely not, without even talking with Mike. No, most likely not. We'd probably rotate existing staff into that role, perhaps, until the new Rangers were at the point to
that's what
to
I'm
bring
asking.
that on.
And maybe thank you for stating it that way because it helps me refine my question. So with regard to the new rangers, the additional ranger capacity, if it's, say, option 1, what does that time frame look like? I got to believe that's longer than 2 to 3 months.
The additional capacity.
That's the additional.
To Mike, would you? Yeah, 6 months is what Mike suggests.
Okay. So it sounds to me that knowing that without even really having to think too hard about designing kind of the simultaneous efforts, that there's going to be a confluence around the first quarter of 2018 for both. Would you agree?
I suggest that's an accurate conclusion.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, we're still doing questions. Thank you, Ms. Turner. Ms. Peters and Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a couple of questions. In looking at the staff report, it appears that CalExpo, as an organization, owns, well, obviously they own a big chunk of the parkway, and they do not provide any illegal camping enforcement, debris removal, fire, or the emergency response outside the immediate grounds of CalExpo. Do they make, if they don't provide those services, do they make a financial contribution to the management of that area?
No, they do not.
They have a budget. Have we ever asked them to make a contribution, because that's where a lot of the fires are and a lot of the tent cities are?
We could certainly pursue that to them, with them. The conversation has been pursued in the past. The one thing that they do fund is the cost for pumping water into Bushy Lake, and there's some other associated minor operational issues which they do contribute to, but we could certainly open up that dialogue with CalExpo again to see if they could provide resource to support that area.
It's too bad we had Rick Pickering here earlier.
I thought about saying something, but I didn't want to embarrass him. We won't give you your
Happy
resolution until
anniversary.
you, yeah.
He just texted me he wants his pass back.
Oh, he wants to pay? And then the fiscal impact here that is discussed in the staff report mentions a number of potential funding sources. I think we ought to add CalExpo to that. We don't have control over that as we do some of these others, but has any request gone forward to solid waste or regional sand yet?
Yes, there's an active dialogue with solid waste as we develop this, and then I'm aware of from the district engineer that there's active dialogue going on in that forum with the board.
For the regional sand, that's what Rob means. So we are in discussions. Solid waste is us. So
Right.
we are looking at that very closely. We're looking at the Neighborhood Revitalization Fund. We'll add CalExpo, and what we believe, I think through Supervisor Cerna, is that Regional Sanitation Subcommittee has taken a vote that's supposed to come tomorrow, Supervisor Cerna?
I believe it's the 26th.
Not tomorrow.
26th.
Not tomorrow, it's 26.
26th.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we are pursuing all the different fiscal components, including looking at the general fund as that closes out end of this month, what kind of fund balance we have. So all those options are on the table for us at this point.
Supervisor Peters, if I could, I'm part of the committee that was formed to look
Oh,
at
on regional sand?
the non-rate, non-fee revenue that regional sand has. And at the last committee meeting, I made a suggestion that seemed to be taken pretty positively by my colleagues and staff, and that was to set a $500,000 per year floor, if you will, on what would be contributed annually specifically to American River Parkway cleanup. It could possibly go as high as $1.25 million, the way it's currently structured as a draft policy. It just depends on how subscribed it gets in any given year.
Yeah.
But I thought it was important to have that floor in place so we know at least what a minimal amount of money that we're working with each year.
The Solid Waste Enterprise Fund is the strongest nexus I can see for possible funding sources. I don't know that we have the ability to go to the general fund. I think that's would be extremely difficult. But before we go any further, I'd like to know where we are on these 3 or 4 different potential fundings and what it adds up to. I don't know what might be available in solid waste. I mean, I know it's a fairly successful organization. I also, we mentioned working with the district attorney to make sure all of our ordinances connect to other jurisdictions in the county. And I would also like to have a discussion on the illegal camping ordinance and the lack of one in the unincorporated area. I was surprised to find out that there isn't one, but there is one in the Parkway. So why wouldn't that all transfer over?
Just as a clarification, illegal camping ordinance is City of Sacramento's.
Oh, they have that in their portion of the Parkway.
Their portion.
That's correct. And,
Well,
and then in the county portion of the Parkway, it's a permit is required for overnight camping. It's not
That's our
basis.
But the essence of your question, I get it. That component that Rob just described is strictly for Parkway. If you get into the communities, your question I'm understanding to mean is, do we need to look at an illegal camping ordinance for our unincorporated community?
I don't know enough about what ordinances might already be in place to help, and if an illegal camping ordinance would be more help in the unincorporated area, because that's my conundrum on this is, I mean, I'm in favor of cleaning up the Parkway and getting illegal campers out, but the conundrum is saving the parkways and the neighborhoods. I had many organizations and individuals get in touch with me over the break, and they're very worried that this proposal would push homeless into the neighborhoods. And, you know, some people say, oh, well, their neighborhoods are already full of homeless. Well, picture twice that many, or 3 times that many. So I don't know what in this proposal responds to their concerns. And if you have an answer to that, I'd be interested in hearing it.
I think what the component that we have in there is a hot team working with the sheriff and the unincorporated, so to enhance their activity, but does not address the illegal camping ordinance you were asking. It's the hot team will be that's the plus up to help address the homeless
Option 1
issue.
has that at different funding levels. It
Different
doesn't have it
funding
in the $3 million, but the $4 and $5 million, you have an additional hot team in the unincorporated area. It adds a second one.
But, yeah, I'm trying to find it in here now.
Which is 11, it would add 11 officers, right?
Rob, is that correct?
Oh, it was.
Which is where we're.
Put your
Where we
microphone
are
on.
using rangers, I'll pull it out. Option 1, where we're continuing to use rangers for illegal camping in the Parkway, does introduce hot team resources at the $3, $4, and $5 million funding levels. And so we do get additional support in the unincorporated area at $3 million in option 1. We would see 1 illegal camping team, 3 debris removal teams, and 1 additional hot team in the unincorporated
Okay, so the debris
area.
in this proposal, see, you've labeled everything regional parks in here, so that's what makes me try and understand. I'm confused to find out what applies to the unincorporated. I see 1 sheriff hot team, and that's the only thing that is labeled unincorporated. So how much of the waste management funding would be supplied to the unincorporated area? We saw all those pictures, as Phil mentioned earlier, of trash in the unincorporated area and illegal camping in the unincorporated area. So
Okay.
it's just hard to understand, looking at this, what the split of resources is.
Okay. I could bring it back up onto the screen, or we could report back as you may see fit. The table on page 11, which
Maybe we
I'm
can
looking
display
at.
it.
yeah, let's if we could
We'll
bring
display
the
it so we can
PowerPoint.
all talk to, because I think those are fair questions, and come on, Rob, let's do this. That's what this is about.
Bear with me as I find my way back to the.
There you go.
Okay, so.
Is that the exact same thing that's in our book?
Correct,
Okay.
correct. Same thing that's in your, in
Staff report.
the staff report. So you could see at the $3 million level, I'll start at the top, we have one illegal camp team, 3 debris removal teams. Moving down,
Hey, wait, stop. It says regional parks.
that is correct.
So
Those
that
are
is-
resources dedicated to the parkways, and they are
Okay.
regional park resources. They are in the parks organization in contrast to the sheriff's organization, and they are focused on the parkways, not the unincorporated communities. And then moving down to the third highlighted or yellow line, you see the Sheriff hot unincorporated area. At $3 million, there's one additional hot team additive to what we have now. And then moving down, you see the waste management resources that would be requested to support that level of hot team support. It's not highlighted in yellow, but you could see the waste management cost in millions. It would be $395,000 at the $3 million scenario.
That's neighborhood. That's not additional.
That's
Parkway.
neighborhood. That
That's
is not Parkway. That is all neighborhood and commercial corridor.
So $400,000 from Waste Management for debris removal? Is that what you're saying?
We're saying that's what the waste management cost would be, whether that's funded by Waste Management. I mean,
or the above items.
Any of the above items. What we're saying is this table doesn't identify what the sources of funds are. This identifies at a spending level of $3 million, for example. Here are the resources.
Let me get more to the point here, because you're giving me information that's not helpful. So here's where I see the conundrum here, because I want to clean up the Parkway. I don't want people to feel safe on the Parkway. I use the Parkway like everyone else. I understand what's going on there. Is looking at this, you've got 4 people, illegal camping teams, not people, but 4 teams scheduled for debris removal and illegal camping removal, and you've got 1 sheriff's hot team. I don't see a line that says unincorporated area debris removal teams, I guess, to be more to the point. So where does that fit in here?
Okay, that would be in the waste management cost. There is no waste management cost associated with the Parkway. That's all debris removal. The hot team model.
Why doesn't it say that? Sorry, I was up all night thinking about, well, where the blankety blank is the debris removal for the unincorporated area.
Okay. It is that the hot team model with this portrays
You just filled in the blanks.
The hot team model, and it fills in the blanks reflective of how they stock their resources. So you can see it's 1 hot team, which would be 5 FTE deputies, and with the $395,000 cost for waste management. That would be the community component.
Community cleanup.
And under the $4 million scenario, you'd have 11 officers, and you'd have 2 teams, waste management.
That is correct.
For the community.
Correct.
So the waste management FTE down there under ongoing costs, that is the community cleanup?
That is correct.
Well, if we're going to do this, that's not a fair balance of resources, in my view.
Okay.
Not when you've got teams up here and an individual. You said 1 FTE down here in waste management FTE.
Yeah. Todd has something to offer here.
Is waste management in a room? Is waste management here too?
No.
Well, Todd's waste management? No, he's sheriff.
No, I mean, Penrose can answer that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So just to kind of put it in context, the team of 5 deputies, the 5 FTEs to the Sheriff's Department, one of those supervises a work release crew, which would do the initial cleanup. And then our biggest hurdle in the Sheriff's Department is not having a full-time FTE from Waste Management. So we can clean it up, we can abate illegal camps, but without that support service, we're not very effective because we're only doing it once every 2 weeks. So this model would essentially make this a fully committed team to abate illegal camps, full-time, if that makes sense.
Oh, yeah, okay. I think I understand the sheriff's contribution to this here.
Supervisor? Just in terms of the solid waste component of it, what the hot team provides for is we have then solid waste has a dedicated truck, a special boom truck to pick things up, and a dedicated person that's there every day to be available to the hot team that's doing the cleanup and bringing this out to a pickup area. So you don't need the same number of bodies that you may have if you tried to compare to how the debris is managed in the parkway. It's managed a different way under the hot teams method, which has the 4 sheriffs and the work crew making these piles. And so to make his team work to be able to do pickups every day, we needed to then have an additional truck for waste management and an additional person each day. That's the kind of the distinction.
Okay, I'm getting there then and understanding. So the one waste management FTE is part of the sheriff's team?
Correct.
They're not separate?
No.
Okay. I get it now, thank you.
Okay, yeah, so it'd be they'd be a complete unit, the sheriff and the waste management all together.
Okay.
And so you would, just while you're there though, so you would have two, under
Yeah,
the scenario, you'd have 2 units
I didn't find this
of that, where you'd have
user-friendly.
2 dedicated waste management. Would you be able to deploy 2 teams of your work crews
Sure.
under that scenario? So you'd actually have your work crews who help with the debris, I guess, collection and not the disposal part of it. You'd have the.
But that's probably a truck driver.
Yeah, it may be, but I mean, but you also have this second work team, because you employ work crews, either folks that are doing their time served and so forth. Maybe describe that, Todd. So
correct. So
because you'll double up on that. I mean, you have one of those. This is by an additional one, and actually by a third one, correct? Because we already have a hot team.
Correct.
Without the dedicated solid waste personnel.
Correct. That's an existing one. What this represents at $3 million for the hot team, it will be 6 FTEs will go in. 5 are sheriff, 1 is coming out of waste management,
okay,
and another truck. You scale up to $4 million, then it's 2 hot teams, which is 11 personnel in the sheriff's
2
office.
additional hot teams.
Higher, yeah, additional, and then 2 with the solid waste contribution.
Plus, you get the volunteer workforce, the ones that necessarily don't volunteer, but that's part of their community service. So you get those. So you would have 3 teams of, right, Todd?
Close. So I think it's a little bit of a misconception of the actual current hot team. So camp abatement is about 1/3 of what they do. They're kind of dedicated to a bunch of different stuff related to homeless. Obviously, 10% of our 250,000 calls for service a year are related to homeless complaints. So it's a high workload. So they can't be completely dedicated to just camp abatement. The way these teams are going to be designed is that would be their sole purpose. So obviously, they're going to be a lot more effective as far as the number of camps they can contact, the number of debris that they can collect, and so forth, because that would be their sole purpose, as opposed to the current hot team, which has to divide its attention across multiple disciplines. So,
Well, how would that change? If this section is all about the unincorporated area, they're not going to go buy a pile of trash and not stop and pick it up.
no, absolutely. And so these teams, as projected, what they would do, currently as it works right now, we identify illegal camps. We go through the Marin process of notification. And then we wait for waste management to support us once every 2 weeks. And so that's our biggest gap, is we don't have the support service to be able to do it all the time, if that makes sense.
And that's the augmentation that Mike was speaking of with solid waste commitment on this side. It takes care of the issue that the sheriff has, that there's a gap in it.
So you'd have daily response.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Correct.
So then relating this back to budgetary item, sorry, Patrick, I'm just trying to understand this.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're talking about fiscal impact, and you're talking about a transfer from the solid waste enterprise fund, is that this $400,000?
It
Or is
could
that
be
different?
more than that.
It could be more than that.
That's just an expense that we know to augment the sheriff's work, that we need to put more resources from solid waste to pick up the trash. So that's the expense we're showing you. On the revenue side, of course, it'll be that one. And then, is there any other revenue that we can transfer over?
Okay. For the moment, I yield the floor
Okay.
to Supervisor Kennedy.
All right, Mr. Kennedy, and Ms. Frost is in the queue.
It was quite a while ago that I punched in. Are we asking questions now or making
Yes.
comments?
Still
Wake
questions,
up.
still questions.
Okay. So one of the questions that I have, or that I would want to find out, is related to the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund. And if we're going to go in that direction, I'd like to get a clear understanding of how that's going to impact the rest of the programs that, you know, we all, 5 of us, utilize the illegal dumping pickups a lot, and so I'd like to know how that's going to be impacted. Another one, I guess the primary question is we did approve, when we approved the budget, we approved with the understanding we'd be back today to talk about this, but we did approve a plan, a $450,000 roughly plan that, you know, some felt wasn't aggressive enough, and I think that there's pretty much unanimity about that up here. Is this supplanting that? Is this the intention to supplant that or
Addition,
augment
I
it?
think.
Augment it.
Oh, okay. That's considerably different.
But the expenses, that would, the 500,000 that we approved is spent on different things than, I mean, there's
Yeah.
some debris removal.
It's
but-
a standalone plan.
It's a
Right.
standalone plan. There is debris removal. There's some overlap with it,
Mhm.
but it's not the heavy debris that we're talking about here and the visitor experience with it.
For instance, if I could, the
Microphone.
the 500,000 that was in the recommended budget, if we were to go with, say, option 1, 5 million, in that 5 million is the 500,000 that was appropriated originally, right?
No.
No, it'll be 5.5 at that point.
Okay, all right.
That's why I asked the question.
Does it doesn't necessarily have to be that way? I didn't think so.
No, but we're implementing that plan, given the guidance we
Right.
got in June. So
Okay.
whatever you do
Well,
here. it
That's an
adds to-
important piece of information, because that changes this plan too. I mean, it doesn't change the plan, but it changes the way I feel about it.
Understood.
Okay.
You might want to see an integrated version.
Well, yeah, and I mean, when we get to comments, you'll understand what I'm talking about. The other thing, Mr. Gill, you might want to also, when you're looking at funding sources, we talked about CalExpo, some others, but nobody's talked about the state of California. And I did speak with Assemblymember McCarty, who said that he's trying to get funding to support these efforts through the state. So you might want to have that.
We'll make that outreach.
Okay. Because that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thanks, Mr. Kennedy. Ms. Frost.
I had the same question about the solid waste, so just say ditto on that. And I wanted to ask about the true-up. In the report, you mentioned that we need upwards of 15 million to balance the budget that we already approved in the true-up. Am I understanding that
It
correctly?
potentially could be up to that. What we're identifying is that there's some known issues. We know at this point, IHSS, there's a gap in there. There's some other items that are coming forward that we're discovering as we're getting into the summer that we need to true that up. And we put that in here just to kind of give you a little bit of a flavor of what's coming, but also the revenue side is coming in end of this month. We'll have our fund balance numbers, so we'll know what that is, any changes to discretionary revenue. So our purpose to give you that was just to kind of give you some context that not everything that there are some budgetary pressures, as we always get in the summer months, that we got to work through in addition to whatever you decide today.
And do we have any idea what the true-up will bring, or that's just a surprise that comes in 2 weeks or a month or September?
It's semi-surprise. I mean, we have a little bit of an idea, but in about 3 weeks' time, we'll know what that number looks like. And then we do all the work on discretionary revenue and all these other revenues that we're looking at to give us a picture of our fiscal house.
Okay, those are the questions I have, and then I'll have
Yeah, we'll
comments
come back to
later.
comments, yeah. Okay, another question, Ms. Peters.
Yeah, so did you say 3 weeks?
Yeah.
Give or take? So we could come back mid-August to finalize this, then we would know what's coming at us from the state and where funds might be available from the departments?
Correct.
And, okay.
Okay. A couple of questions, then we'll go to comments, kind of along the lines of Supervisor Frost, did you want to?
Oh, no, I was,
Okay.
I was just getting in line.
You're getting in line for the comments. Okay, all right. You guys all punch up now because I can be rushed. So, actually, Supervisor Frost was in first. So, question is relative to what we've again different funding source, although some general fund. We've put money aside for the homeless initiatives. Hearing what Mr. Lake put forth this morning or this afternoon about how coincidental that may be to anything we do here. I don't know, did you only budget for a 6-month startup on that? Did you, because that is general fund, and
That's correct. We only budgeted partial year for the rehousing shelter plus any anticipated capital costs.
and what was the partial year?
6 months for the rehousing shelter.
Okay, all right. And were there any other partial year or full year costs included in that may not, that's part of what comes in at the end of this year, is things that we took on last year and put in, including all budget units, that if hiring didn't go as planned and so forth. I mean, that's what
I think that's part of the work we do in July and August.
Right.
We look through all those things. What are the different numbers that are there? We can true all that up. I mean, that's on our radar, if you will.
Okay.
And the main thing I did not want to get sidetracked on the revenue side is that we will work through whatever direction you give us on what to do with it. What we're really looking for is that, do any of these options appeal to you? Do you like the hot team concept? Do you like the park rangers, for lack of a better expression? Is there additional work? I'm getting some comments back. If you give us some more feedback on that, if we can then make sure that on the revenue side and expenditure, we balance that. But really our intent today is, we've talked a lot about it in different settings, is more for guidance, and is there anything in here that you absolutely go, nope, we're not interested in? Or is there any other ideas that you all have had some time to think about it? Is there different options you want us to look at?
Okay. Well, a question I have then, I guess that's kind of, it's embedded here, but I need to have clarification. So with the options that are presented, one of the gaps that I see, and I appreciate Chief Doan and others kind of tell us how they may do it days when we're not assigned, say, the camping teams or debris removal teams. What about the 7-day-a-week coverage within the Parkway framework? We have sheriff's coverage, and maybe that needs to be part of the discussion too. What we're doing on weekends in the neighborhoods as it relates to solid waste and sheriff. And so I want to know.
One of the settings in this, as Rob said, I want to have Rob speak a little bit more about it. The options we've presented to you are 7 days.
They are 7 days a week.
7 days a week.
Yeah, that's correct. One of the fundamental goals in each of the options that we developed was 7-day-a-week coverage in the Parkway for illegal camping and debris removal, and also 7-day-a-week for hot team support in the unincorporated communities.
So for the $5 million option, just go to that one. Then we get 7-day-a-week coverage by the full teams, or do you get some? There must be some overlap.
There is overlap.
So tell me the mechanics quickly.
7-day-a-week is provided in the 3, 4, and 5.
Yes.
And the amount of resource that's in the field varies, of course, because of the number of teams that you have.
Right.
But you do have it 7 days a week. On days of overlap, you'll have more days of overlap, or more days with more resource with the higher levels of funding, because you simply have more teams. It's that straightforward. But every scenario has 7-day-a-week coverage. It's a matter of how much coverage.
Right. And of course, higher the dollar amount, I presume that you'll have more coverage. But
Correct.
You're going to get 7 day a week, and that includes, again, I think it's key at debris removal, because recognizing the process we currently utilize relative to posting camps and so forth, and I think the limited value that citations have, if any, maybe picking up on what the district attorney said, that may, again, over time could be a cumulative assist. That we're going to have then both Saturdays and Sundays, the availability to the sheriff and the hot teams outside the Parkway, as well as Saturday and Sundays and Mondays in the American River Parkway.
That's
You'll have
correct.
debris removal there, so it'll be ongoing.
I think that's
7
option 2, right?
No, it's option 1.
That's
Option
Hot
1.
team?
Yeah. Option 1 under
option 2, I think where Supervisor Peters was going. In option 2, at the $3 million scenario in option 2, as I addressed earlier, there isn't a hot team in the unincorporated communities in the $3 million scenario, because the full $3 million was consumed by the fact that we need 2 hot teams to provide 7 days a week in the parkway. And so there wasn't adequate funding capacity for that additional hot team in the unincorporated area. In that scenario, at the $3 million level, you do pick it up at the $4 million and, of course, the $5 million scenario.
Okay.
So, but in option 1, where the rangers are continuing and the park's debris removal teams are continuing to function in the parkway, and hot teams are functioning in the unincorporated area, we do see 7-day-a-week coverage at the $3 million, $4 million, and $5 million funding level.
That's good to know. And then I wanted to ask about, because it sounded like, and I knew there were recent conversations, but we're relative to the community prosecution, because I think that could be a key piece to, again, you still have to have places for people to go in concert, obviously, with the homeless initiatives, but how would that get built? Would that be an additional $200,000?
That's correct.
Okay, so if we wanted that component to be complementary and working with the district attorney and not just law enforcement, but obviously with Sacramento Steps Forward and others and our other partners, then we would have to put in the additional $200,000 if we wanted that.
Yes.
Okay, so that would need to be added in and or built into, but it might reduce some activity here.
No, we would say that would be an additive.
Okay, it'd be additive. All right, I just make sure. Okay. And then I want to, again, be clear about this, on animal care, I mean, I heard adequate, but when I, kind of see this in the overall, is there an ability to, and I don't know if it's an on-call capacity or if we want to be a little more proactive, but it would seem to me that component still would be an important piece of all this, and not just relying on city response, particularly in the lower reaches of the parkway, but also, and maybe it goes to the neighborhood. I mean, we're having those issues in the neighborhood, and I'd just like to.
Well, we could start with one.
Yeah.
If the dogs go wild,
Yeah.
then we could add something.
Right. Well, yeah, because there's nothing built in here right now.
Right.
That was my point. Is I want to be clear about that. Okay. I guess lastly, I just wanted to, and it goes to the question that Supervisor Kennedy asked, but then with the additional debris removal and the, I guess, customer, convenience, comfort component of this, because that is really key, I think, to not just to safety, certainly to the realities of it, but to perceptions. How does that debris removal team then fit with this? So it's already been funded. Is it already assumed under this, or is it beefing that up some more?
It would be additive to. We have the team that was approved with the recommended budget.
Right.
The teams that are identified in each of the scenarios are additive to that. We didn't absorb that into this.
Okay, but that's reflected here, so that we have one regional park debris removal team, or 3?
There are 3 identified in I'm looking at option 1, and there are 3 debris removal teams identified at each of the
right. And so where does the
and they're
funding
all
go?
additive to what we currently
So we would end
have.
up with 5? Because we had one, we added one.
That's correct.
And we would add 3 more, so we'd have
That's
5
correct.
debris. So we'd have 5 debris removal teams. Okay, I just want to be clear about that.
Just a little bit different variation.
Okay, all right.
The one that we adopted in June.
Yes. We already
have.
We already have that in.
I know.
That's different than this debris removal. This is
Different
really
kind
cool.
of debris removal.
Yeah, they're deep in the bush. They're getting stuff out.
Good.
The other ones that are in there is more closer to the parkway.
Yeah.
And they see trash, litter, stuff that's in there. They're picking all that up. And when they see camps or they see heavy duty, lack of better expression, they're calling the debris removal team in. So if you go with option 1, any one of these things in here, you will end up with 4. You will add 3 to one that's already existing, and you have the visitor experience and debris removal on that side.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. So I just want to be clear. So again, it's additive, and it's not reflected here in this chart. If you look at this chart, it's kind of invisible to that. It recognizes it's there.
Correct. Our assumption coming into this was that whatever is in the budget stays as it is. We were not horse trading within the budget.
Okay.
We kept that pretty much where it is, constant. And then if you wanted to augment the budgets, here's your options to go forward.
Okay, and as we get some clarification around this, I guess to make this last point, is that then I think it's important because as we talk about homeless initiatives and the additive portion of that to what we already do, what's already out there, I think it's important here to understand that we're building upon what's currently there or already been approved and more recently in budget, that ought to be clearly understood in whatever chart is ultimately put out there. Last, a funding source then that I would suggest we take a look at. I know revenues coming to this county helps with some of our neighborhood issues, may go to some of the questions that Supervisor Kennedy had relative to neighborhood illegal dumping and so forth, but the SWA dollars that come to the county that are utilized, and again, that may, if that be a source we want to retain, continue to do what we want to do, maintain those levels of activity and response in the neighborhoods, but there may be some of that flows to, because it can be used for a general fund source as well, and maybe it goes for code enforcement or other things. But I would suggest that as we're looking, kind of scrubbing this down, again, without taking away anything, certainly not with an acknowledgement by this board of, if we were given that choice, I just want to suggest that SWA funding would be a source. So, okay, with that, I have all my colleagues punched up, so that means I'll go last, but we'll go back. I think actually Supervisor Frost was in before Supervisor Kennedy, and then got erased.
Either way.
Okay.
If you want to go first, or?
Oh, somebody choose.
Okay, we'll yield to Mr. Kennedy, then Ms. Frost, and Mr. Cerna, then Ms. Peters. So.
Okay, so just in no particular order, just some notes that I've been taking. It seems like, first of all, I like the goals for the program options as outlined in the presentation. I think that those very succinctly say what we all want to accomplish here. I think more specifically even, and I think Mr. Leonard said it, one of the other specific things we want to accomplish here is additional eyes and ears. I think that's incredibly important, and it helps us get away from being a complaint-driven system, which I think we all agree isn't working, to a proactive, aggressively going out there and solving problems. And I think that is, the complaint-driven is just not working. That being said, having more ears and eyes out there, I just want to make sure that as we polish this and we fine-tune this, that we're not, how do I put it, we're not over law enforcementing this thing. And that where we don't necessarily need sworn officers, we're not putting them in here because, as was pointed out, they're among our most expensive employees. And I don't want to, do a feel-good thing by putting more sworn officers with guns out there at the expense of putting more eyes and ears on there that would be more appropriately placed. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay. The other thing I agree with, if I believe I heard right, Supervisor Natoli, that I'd like to really see that as a component of this, that you reach out to the district attorney to make sure that what she was talking about can somehow be a part of that. I think that that's a critical component to it. Then I guess just the overall point that I want to make, a lot of people have made the statements that, we're not pitting Parkway against homelessness and all that. Well, unfortunately, we live in a world of limited resources, so we are always pitting everything against everything else. I mean, it's the decisions we have to make up here. We can't write blank checks. So I just want to, say that yes, this is an extremely important issue, but at the same time, if we're short-shifting mental health, if we're short-shifting the programs that we're trying to put in for homelessness, we're not helping the Parkway one bit. So that's something that, as we go forward, I just think the public needs to be very clear on, that we are putting programs against programs. That's just the nature of what we do. So, thank you.
Okay. All right, then Supervisor Frost and Supervisor Cerna.
Okay, I just want to thank everyone who came out and contributed to the discussion, and thank Supervisor Cerna for bringing it to the forefront. It's a tragedy that people are afraid on our parkway, and I want to solve it. I've been out on the Parkway. I've talked to some of the homeless people out there, and I'm sympathetic to the problem, and I know it needs to be solved. But homelessness is very complex, and there are many solutions. There's no cure. And so I guess I keep coming back to that. I keep reading, news and hearing news about how the county needs to step up, and the county is spending over $55 million a year. Our staff in so many different departments have invested time and personal energy, have donated their time off the job, and we have been trying very hard. In the point-in-time count, they talked about what they felt were the possible reasons why we have this exacerbation in our homeless problem, about bad weather and homeless is growing statewide, and how state policy is impacting homelessness, bad housing market, the economy is impacting it. So it's not our fault, but it is our problem, but it's everybody's problem. It's the entire region, the businesses, the community members, the government. And so my concerns begin with the money. Where's the money going to come from? When I look at the financial analysis and the possible funding sources, I had the same question about our solid waste. The funds that we normally use to mitigate fee increases to our citizens, and are we going to use that for a problem that potentially doesn't get to the heart of the problem, but just moves the problem or shifts the problem? The Neighborhood Revitalization Fund is, my understanding is that that's a one-time funding to, I believe, how do I say this? The county has a $4 billion budget. We have 1% in reserves, a little over $4 million. We should have 15%, 10 at minimum, and that's $600 million. So $600 million is what we should have in reserves, and we have a little over $4 million, and that is not good enough. We are trying to increase our reserves so we can increase our options when we have situations, we have money that we can spend, and we're still paying back funds that were borrowed during the economic downturn. So I have concerns relating to taking money from our reserves, because that's our goal, is to grow those reserves. I also question whether or not it's prudent to hire more county employees, 19 to 32 employees, and increase, we have a $1.2 billion unfunded pension liability. So how does that impact that unpaid pension liability? And are there some opportunities where we might be able to outsource or make some different decisions that get to the heart of the problem? The next thing that comes to my mind is I'm very sympathetic to those who are out there and homeless, who have mental health problems, who are physically ill, who need help. Maybe they're addicted and they don't know they don't see a way out. I was excited when I heard our DA talk about some possible solutions, about how we can change our ordinance to drive people toward being forced into some of those resources, that wraparound resources that we actually need more of. And I haven't forgotten, it was, I think, less than a month ago that we voted to increase our spending around the whole homeless issue by over $6.5 million. So We hired an expert to come in, and for 14 months, our staff have been working on a plan on how we can target and get to the heart of the problem and find solutions that will transition people out of homelessness. I'm concerned for our businesses who might be impacted if we drive people, just drive them out of the parks. Now they're in the streets. So you still have the problem, it's just in a different place, and it could in fact be impacting your local economy and I know because in Antelope, we actually have people who, their businesses are suffering because people don't want to go there because there's homeless people hanging out and actually creating problems for the businesses. So this can have a negative impact on communities. So do you want them in the parks? I mean, where do we put them, and what do we do with this problem? I think we had a good plan. I think we have a good start. I appreciate that the staff have worked so hard on this, but I question the cost. I question sheriff. Do we have sheriff patrol picking up garbage at the Parkway because it's not safe to pick it up? Why do we have top paid gun carrying people picking up the garbage?
They're not the ones that are picking up the garbage, and their hot team has a waste management person that does that.
So they're just standing by?
They're doing the law enforcement component in it.
Okay. I guess I think what I'm trying to, I guess what I'm trying to say is that I'll just bring it down to, I think we should look at what would be the cost for outsourcing some of the garbage removal versus hiring employees that we have to have on staff and pay pensions to, and that are going to increase our base budget and make it even harder for us in the future to have more money for these kinds of resources in specific psychiatric and mental health and medical and all the things we need in order to get to the heart of the problem. And then second of all, I don't see sustainable, I'm not sure that this is sustainable funding. The regional sanitation district has about $3 million a year that they're able to use. $1.25 million of that is non-rate fee income, but that money normally goes to parks and failing septic systems and air quality, and they usually put that money toward different things at different times. So I'm not sure what the will of that board will be. I serve on that board. I'm not sure what the will of that board will be when the time comes to say we're going to allocate a base amount every year and it's going to be dedicated to that one thing. That limits what they can do with their money. And so I guess I'm not saying I don't want to solve the problem. I think it's an important problem, but I want to solve it in a way that is going to be with wraparound services. We haven't given ourselves enough time. We have a plan that we approved in our budget. We haven't given ourselves enough time to see that plan come to fruition and to begin moving people out of the Parkway. We don't have everything in place to have a place to put them. That's number one. And number two, I believe that we have some big challenges with, reduced funding from the federal side for in-home IHHS. We have ADA issues and challenges. We have some considerable financial considerations that we're not sure how we're going to fund. So to just to approve a budget that allocates $6.5 million to a wraparound big huge plan and then double it doesn't seem, I think what I'd like to see is for us to ask our DA and our sheriff and our county to partner and look at the chronic nuisance offender program, working in conjunction with our homeless initiatives that we already have in place. And I would like to see us look at some outsource, what would be the difference in the cost for outsourcing the garbage and the waste removal versus having on-staff employees that we have now have on board and have increased pension liability. So at this time, I'm not able to support either one of those opportunities because I don't think we have enough information.
Okay. All right, thank you, Supervisor Frost. Supervisor Serna, then Supervisor Peters.
Okay, thank you. Again, I want to thank everyone that is still with us to see this to the end, at least today, and that who gave us, I think, some very good insight, not only to the challenging conditions on the Parkway, but certainly giving us some very clear direction about which option you prefer, or maybe a nuanced option. That is very much appreciated, because that is the recommendation before us today, which is to give direction in the context of these options back to staff to go fine-tune the source of funding as it relates to adoption of the final budget. So I want to kind of couch my comments carefully in that context, and do so. I'm going to try and be as concise as I can here. I do have one question, and forgive me, Mr. Sheriff, for not asking the question when we did the round of questions, but I think it can be quickly answered. In option one, is there any intent that, let's say if we went with a $5 million option, that the illegal camping teams would be deployed in beats? The only time I see in the board letter about this concept of dividing the Parkway into beat sections is in option 2. So I just wondered if that's something that was implied would also be applicable in option 1, or it could be used or could be applied in option 1.
We could certainly look at how we might deploy rangers, and I'll say the term broadly, because it could be rangers, or it could be the illegal camping team, the Parkway response team. We could take a look at both and see how they might be assigned.
Okay.
It had not been contemplated, though, in option 1 that beats would be assigned, but we can look at that as part of a report back.
Okay. I mean, you would have in the $5 million alternative for option 1. You do have enough staff, it looks like, with 2 illegal camping teams and 2 debris removal teams, both administered through regional parks, where you have the numbers now in terms of teams that you could begin to start thinking about different sections of the Parkway that they could be deployed at different times, and having debris removal follow legal camping enforcement, that kind of thing. So thank you for that. It's helpful. I guess I'll start with, I think it's absolutely clear, crystal clear to all of us that especially the lower reach of the Parkway, but the entirety of it is under an immense amount of stress from illegal camping. And I think it's very, very important to remember that when we talk about the impacts of illegal camping in the Parkway setting versus the urban setting or even the suburban setting, there are some really, really important clear distinctions to be made. For instance, the impact of wildfires. You don't have that impact in an urban setting. Hundreds of acres not burning down in downtown Sacramento because of the presence of homeless camps in downtown Sacramento. You don't have threats to water quality that you do in a Parkway setting with the river running right through it. I, quite frankly, I've said this before in the past, but I'm actually surprised to date that we aren't facing some kind of water quality lawsuit for what actually ends up in our rivers, both the American and the Sacramento, because of the impacts of illegal camping. And then thirdly, last time I checked, there weren't special status species growing in downtown Sacramento, midtown Sacramento, or East Sacramento. This again is what makes our Parkway a very, very special place. And so I think we need to think carefully and keep those those unique aspects of what the Parkway is in mind before we go down a particular path. With that said, I want to thank staff. I think this has been a good way to understand proposed augmentation, giving us two options. I think that have a different cost consequence is what we asked for when you last heard us, and what we've been given in the course of the presentation, and I think what those that have chosen to address this board have been able to understand and reference easily does the debate good. So with that said, I guess I'm interested in the comment that was made about option one being the less expensive alternative. I think it's clear, especially given the commentary from people here in chambers personally today and through the cascade of emails we've been receiving, there's been a lot of mention of pursuing the highest funding level. And I'm interested in that too. It's not for the sport of pursuing the highest funding level. It's because I think that's what best matches the order of magnitude of the problem on the Parkway. In fact, I would argue that it's not nearly enough, but it is one of the alternatives that are in front of us today. So I'm interested in the $5 million alternative for option one. However, I would like to see a couple of things considered if it's the will of the board to move forward with this option. And that is what has already been made mention of by the board, looking to work collaboratively with the DA, especially as it relates to, and what I mentioned earlier, the chronic nuisance offender program and how that might be administered effectively in our full service shelter. And then I think the answer to the question about the timing was very, very important to understand. And it speaks to my earlier preface statement before we took public testimony about the need to make sure that while we are looking to step up enforcement on the Parkway and debris removal, everything that is intended through option one or option two for that matter, that we are simultaneously keeping in mind that we have to build that capacity, otherwise it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. And again, that's why I was so inspired by what, the culmination of almost 2 years of work to get to a place where we're significantly augmenting our continuum of care that makes this the right moment to consider what's in front of us. So I would like to see staff move forward with option one at $5 million with the stated intent to work closely with the DA and with careful consideration for the timing of the full service shelter.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cerna. Ms. Peters.
Well, I'd like to get more information. I'm not ready to vote on a definite situation here, but I think we need to come back in August, and I'm okay with the option one, but explaining, we've got kind of add-ons, if you will, in the staff report, a community prosecutor and animal control officer added to that. Also, potential, I think this has to be new resources. Like I said, I'm not interested in going in the general fund, but if we can get what can we get cobbled together from solid waste, SWA. There was someone here from State Water Resources who suggested a grant, Regional Sand, and Cal Expo. So come back to us and tell us what those organizations can provide. The thing that I just don't want us to get carried away with is I really do believe we get all these people into the parkways that is going to push people out of the parkway. So that's a good thing. You want to get them out of the parkway. But where are they going to go? They're going to go into the neighborhoods. It's just clear to me. Unless you've got a stop gate where people that are going out have to see a social worker or a navigator or whatever their title is to connect them to services, to put them into the shelters that we approved in June. This is it's a good customer resource, if you will, for those programs, because these are some of the most difficult customers, which we're planning to put into those to the things we provided in June. And if we can get these folks get some help, it would keep them hopefully from going into our neighborhoods. I think we have to be, if we do get this approved down the road, I think we can't enact it until the shelter gets open. As a couple of people mentioned that. Because the biggest problem we have in all the homeless issues we talk about is there's nowhere for them to go. There are no homes for the homeless. We don't have that in place yet. And so I don't see stirring up a whole new group of people to go into the streets and not have any place to put them. So I'd like an answer on how you tie all that together when you come back. And that's my primary worry, and I don't know if Todd is still here, but yeah, you're behind the person. That's really, to me, it's an equal worry, the condition of the parkway and the condition of the unincorporated area. And maybe it's through your unit. I don't know what it is, but I don't want to just. It's kind of like I've learned about prostitution in the unincorporated area. Well, we got them over here, so you put a big law enforcement presence there, and they're gone. Well, they didn't go anywhere. They just moved to another part of town, and I want to avoid that here, whatever we can. So that's where I am.
Okay, thanks, Susan. Patrick, you had another comment, and then I'll comment.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I really was not as clear as Supervisor Cerna on my position, I guess, so I thought I should chime back in. I can conceptually agree with Supervisor Cerna, and on option one, I'm not at the point, though, where I can put a dollar on it, because I don't know where the money's coming from. And I don't know how much money we even have, because nobody in this room knows that at this point. Right. So, until I have that information, I'm not willing to say as definitively as Supervisor Cerna did that I can go with $5 million for 3. Or option one, but I will say that I could get there. I just need to see the finances.
Okay.
And when you come back, I think the spreadsheet here needs to be integrated with the current budget, so we see so that we get rid of the confusion about what we already do.
All right, I'm gonna get a word in here in a moment, but Supervisor Frost, you're up again.
I just wanted to clarify that, and when we do see the finances, for me, I would like to see funding sources that are ongoing, not a one-time funding source, because if we're hiring employees, we need to know that we can continue to fund them.
Okay. All right. Well, first, then I would note that, and then thank our staff. Thanks to all those who've stuck with us the entire time. We've been in seats now for going on almost 6 hours here. The work that brought this, though, was done in a fairly quick turnaround. So, Nav, thank you to you and all the folks who contributed this in any way, and certainly to the community dialogue, I think, that's continued to build upon. I think it was a good body of work, and certainly provided some great opportunity for discussion here this morning and this afternoon. I think that one of the things that really stood out to me in the hearing we had last in June, but certainly today, and that's, and I think Supervisor Kennedy said it earlier on this morning, this afternoon, is that obviously we make choices. We make choices every day that we're in session, and we make, people can characterize them as decisions. They are that, but they're also choices. And I think the choice that we've been, kind of put forth on the table here today has been not so much between neighborhoods and our parkway or parkways, nor between people meeting people's needs and beefing up support for the parkway, but it's a quality of life choice, and many of the things we do relate to that, to the quality of life for individuals, but for residents and their collective families and the collective communities, and certainly in the broader community. And there's no question for how much hours we've logged just this year on talking about homeless initiatives and our approach to trying to, I think, better certainly the situations for folks, but also be able to accommodate some of the numbers. And I think they were highlighted again yesterday in the point in time count and those numbers there, and our ability to actually make a difference and do something that actually has substance to it besides just turning people in and out of a particular part of the system. And I think there's plenty enough evidence, at least in my view, and enough information here as it relates to the desecration, the degradation, the destruction, whatever you want to use that starts with a D or any other letter of the alphabet as it relates to the Parkway. I, for one, don't think it's tolerable. I don't think it's something that we can accept. And however it happens, whether it's related to folks who are homeless who are camping there or other intrusion, but that, and certainly I will just say, I'll reference my years on this board, I don't think we've gotten to anywhere near where we are today as it relates to that destruction and desecration. And the garbage, the filth that accumulates there is not acceptable. It's not acceptable in neighborhoods. It's not acceptable in one's home. And it's certainly not acceptable in a public place like a park or a parkway that we want to encourage enjoyment and usage. And the fact that we have 8 million people, visitor days or visits to that parkway, and then the Dry Creek Parkway and other parks, we know those are community assets. And I, for one, think in making the choices that we make, we need to devote more intensity, more efforts, and it means we're going to spend more money. That's not the only thing that it means, because it's going to be devoting resources. It's going to build upon the resources of folks who, in this room, many who have on their own time volunteered and continue to volunteer to help clean up, to preserve, to make that a place that's welcoming and friendly and something that people can be comfortable in. And the fact that we have people coming before this body on a regular basis now, and certainly in the communication we've read, continues to come forward, not just because we're hearing this today, that people don't feel safe, they don't want to use it, they avoid it, they're not going to take their children there, they're not going to go there. That's wrong. That's wrong. If it's a public place that we don't care about, then we might as well just not even have it anymore. But we do care about it, and that's why we're having this conversation. We all care about it, and it's about what resources we're going to devote then to do the best we can to help those who may be contributing to that problem, but also to what I believe is taking back that resource in a way that's meaningful, that preserves it for the long term, because it is a treasure, it is a jewel, and it has really been tarnished, I think, in recent years. And the fact that people have been assaulted, that they don't consider themselves safe and so forth, I've been repeating myself in that regard, that to me is not acceptable. And what we need to do then, I believe, is to build upon what's here today, and we make those choices. And if we say we want to spend $5 million, whether it's today or next month or a week from now, then we'll task our folks with doing that, and we make that choice. But I believe that's a choice we have to make. That we also then, in addition to the Parkway, to the picture that Ms. Peters has shown, to the feedback we all get as members of this board, whether it's in the unincorporated or incorporated communities, the accumulation of trash, the illicit activities, the desecration of some of the private property, that's not acceptable either. And we're not going to solve all this in one fell swoop because we could put together $3 or $4 or $5 million, but I believe we're going to build upon, and I appreciated, Nav, very much the explanation about what's already been committed, what we're going to commit to if we take one of these options and one of these choices. And I think it is. It's going, again, to stand as a further resolve on the part of this board on behalf of the community, represent that we want good quality, certainly of life, but we want good aesthetics in our neighborhoods and our business districts, and we certainly want that for the public places, whether it's the Parkway or any other park or recreational facility. And so I for one, after hearing what I've heard here today, but certainly the discussion, if we say to our folks, you bring us back the funding sources, we have to make those choices. And I think it needs to be ongoing, because I just think this commitment is going to be one that's going to require sustained commitment, just as it will on the homeless initiatives. That's not just a one-time deal. That's not a one-time investment. That's going to be sustained, and we may have to build upon that further. But for today's purposes, I am supportive of a hybrid of option one that would include certainly the district attorney as a part of that overall funding and integration of services. There may be some refinement here as a deployment of resources and people. doesn't worry me in the sense that if we have to hire people, we have to do that. That's part of what we are. We're a service organization. And if we need 7 days a week coverage, we need 7 days a week coverage. And I believe we do. And this plan, option one, I think brings that, and I would be supportive at the $5 million level. And I believe the solid waste fund, combined with some of the other funding sources, and potentially a general fund commitment, which that may not be music to some people's ears in this room, then if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. But I think we need to take a stand, and we can if we want to, and I believe that we should take this action. And if it takes a few more weeks to bring that all together, I'm fine with that. But we need to I think, move and move now, and this requires our attention, but action by this board. Thanks. Mr. Cerna?
Thank you. So I just want to get some clarity. What was your preference to have in terms of what you hope to acquire from us at the end of 6 hours now of
Actually, I think
debate?
I did meet my expectation. I got good feedback, and I got the questions that you all have.
Okay.
We got some work to do as our books are closing, and some refinement on the options that you guys identified on option one.
Okay.
And what I will propose is that if you give us till August 23rd, which is a Wednesday, afternoon at 2 p.m., we're not going to set it up for 10:30 anymore, is that we come back on that day.
Is that a night meeting, you know what you said?
It's we might go in the night, is to come back and report back with the questions that you all have asked, work with the DA, gives us an opportunity to look at all the different things that you guys have asked for.
Well, so when in the whole scheme of sequencing public meetings, the public probably wants to know, okay, when is the Board of Supervisors actually going to vote on appropriations?
It will be on September. September, Flo, what's the date, the final budget? I want to say 6th.
Voting on September the 6th and 7th.
That's our final budget hearing?
Yes. We would like to conclude all this. If there's anything we missed the mark on the 23rd, you got any more questions, give us feedback, but our proposal will be on the 6th to have this in front of you, whatever iteration it comes in.
Okay, you've heard from two of us that have been perhaps more specific than the others in terms of the funding level. The chair at $5 million and me at $5 million. I guess I would ask Supervisor Kennedy that if this is going to be, we're formulating direction back to our staff, would you be comfortable at $5 million, assuming that they're going to come back and show you how they can fund $5 million?
That's what I said.
Okay, all right.
The way I just want to be clear is that what we are going to do, you have 3, 4, and 5. I understand there's some desire on the 5 side, but we are going to show you what the different funding levels that we can get to with those 3 target numbers we have, and then it's the board's option at that point.
Okay.
Okay, so you need a motion to continue to August 23rd at 2 p.m.?
Do we?
I don't think so. No, I think I got the direction I needed.
All right.
Okay, so for those that are still with us and those that may be watching.
Haven't passed out?
Yeah, right. That August 23rd, 2 o'clock will be the report back that will be all-encompassing. At that point in time, you would presume that the board would take action that would then roll into the September 6th budget deliberation. But you're going to know what those funding levels. You're going to have an answer for us. We can be poised to take action to give direction then to incorporate that into the final budget and begin.
Or if there's anything else that's missing at that point, bring it back. But the final date for this is September 6th for us.
Okay,
and I just want to clarify, in the meantime, I think one question that we were asked about the existing funding that you approved, that's proceeding. We are going to go ahead and start implementing what you all told us to do in June. So that is not on stop because of this. That's continuing as we are.
Could I ask just one question as a part of that? That what piece that was missing here was a dedicated solid waste person, and there's still a 2-week lag in the neighborhoods. Is there something we can do now that, irrespective of what action we would take pending today's report back, that we could be timely responsive so that with the hot teams, particularly the work in the neighborhoods and business, that they could have that same day responsiveness? I would assume to get somebody loaned from solid waste. Figure that out so that we can begin to show that. And if there's a problem in the parkway too, but let's get that dedicated person to help, at least in this interim period. I would think you probably could do that.
No, we could do that.
Okay, that's good. That's good. All right, so again, we will move the dial a bit here today, and we will be back August 23rd at 2 o'clock with the report back on this. And thank you all for being with us. We are going to take a break for the rest of the morning items and the two. We have a closed session. We're not going to do that till the end of the day, I don't think. Let's do that at the end of the session. We don't have a long afternoon session. Would people mind taking a 20-minute break and come back in and try to get that? Half hour? Half hour? Okay. So with that, we're going to take a half-hour break. We're returning with the morning items and the afternoon items. We'll take closed session at the end of today's business in public session. So we'll return here at 20 minutes after 3.